slope. When you think about it, we're doing it ass backwards, and we have fallen into this lie and this narrative that we ought to do it this way. We have to do it alone. We have to do it. It's like nobody's ever done it alone. Like there's nothing great has ever happened from just a single person by themselves.
I think that's kind of also of what moving mountains is about, right? It's like when you talk about all these issues, it feels like it's this gigantic mountain of issues, and it's like to just be like, it's too tough for any one man to do or whatever, and just to give up and not even try to be moving the mountain, right? If you have the faith that it's like, no, we can move these mountains, then you will be able to do so, right? You have to have faith in God that he will help you along the way for that, right?
Yeah, and it's like for me, like people are like, oh, like I have a goal. Like my goal is to eventually move to like Idaho, up in Coeur d'Alene somewhere, or even Nashville, in like the outskirts, and just live on a big piece of property where I don't see a neighbor, and just that's it. That's what I don't want to do. My desire has always been with the film industry is that it has an end date. Like there's always was an end date for me. There was like, I want to achieve a certain thing. And once I get to that place, I want to take that and then go, and go and venture into another, I am not like a farm kind of guy, but I wanted to own a whole bunch of land and then just like, rent out the land, like for people to, have their cattle herd through it or graze the land, or even just like sublease it out for farmers or something like that. That's what I've always wanted to do. It's like passive income, and it's like you could just be peaceful, don't have to deal with shit. You don't have to deal with the hustle and bustle and all the politics of things. It's just small country living. I think that's like ideal.
I'm already there, bro.
Yeah,
the view is great.
Oh, thanks. You're beating us to there.
You can come out and hang out with me sometime if you want to. I'll give you a taste of it.
Oh, I've had a taste of it and I loved it. That's why I was like, man, like
Nashville, that's not country enough, dude. You need to get away from those metropolis areas.
Well, I like to be somewhat close enough to where, like, 20, 30 minutes away from, a major town would be pretty cool. I don't want to end up being the backwoods and end up being where the hills have eyes folks live. And,
I'm 20 minutes away from like Walmarts and hospitals and shit. That's all you need. And then I live out in the country, and like I've got, forests between me and my neighbors. So, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it sounds like you like the off the grid idea like I do, except the only difference is I would like to have a large piece of land and share that communally with like-minded people that share the same worldviews, values, and all that. And
shout out to Easy together. And the Patriot for their $2 donations.
What's the dude with the glasses name? I haven't met him yet.
Farney, man, how's it going?
Bernie?
Farney.
Or
you can call me Kyle if you want. I don't care.
All right, Kyle. Let's just do Kyle. So Kyle, I have a offer for you.
Yeah.
I'm creating a new country called Conservataria.
All right, man.
It's everything that Glenn and you just said. It's basically like pushing back towards like homesteading, off-grid, self-sufficiency. We have Christian morals.
Yeah, you guys go move there, bro.
Oh, shut up, Dave. Shut the fuck up. No one's talking.
You're gonna go there too, you degenerate.
Nah, bro. I just told you I'm becoming king of Canada, Mexico. What are you talking about, bro?
No one's talking.
I'm taking over Canada, America, and Mexico. I am making it all one country. Fuck it. I want Cuba too. So we're taking.
You see what happens? You see what happens every time we try to make progress?
You know what? Hey, I've been to Haiti, and Haiti is fucking beautiful. Like, I'll just go to Haiti.
There you go.
Haiti.
I'll let you have Haiti. Like after we invade,
yes,
we invade Haiti and
fucked over by the Clintons.
Can Mexicanize it? How would I say that? Can Mexicanize? Yeah, after
Like,
we can
like basically
Mexicanize
colonize it.
Hades for you, yeah. We'll can
Like,
Mexicanize it for you, and then you
hey,
can have it.
hey,
Those
Speak.
people
Can I
are the most
finish my
nicest
I'll
sales
people
drop
pitch?
you
ever.
there with your 99 virgins. You'll be good.
Hey, Speak. Can I finish my sales pitch before you fuck it up with your socialism and your authoritarian
99
bullshit?
virgins, huh? Never
Yeah.
mind. We will talk about that later. Go ahead, Fi.
Okay, thank you. Before the communists interrupted, Farney. So, Christian Foundation,
Dictator. Thank you.
capitalist economy, and then a libertarian government that does fuck all because we don't give a shit about government in conservatariat. It's just there for like the evil retards, like Speakeasy. Like if he comes over and starts fucking shit up, then we'll invoke the government. But if it's only good and
Excuse me.
intelligent people,
Excuse me.
we don't really need government.
I'll have all the power. You couldn't do shit.
So, anyways, Farty,
We'll
if you're
sink your
interested,
whole island, okay? Relax.
I'm gonna start this like
You
kind
ever
of
seen
Amish
Battleship?
community. Will you shut the fuck up, dude? Adults are talking. Let the adults talk for a minute. So, Farty, it's
Shit.
kind of like the Amish methodology of like isolating yourselves from all the fucktards, like the one in this room, and then creating a value community that has like standards and meritocracies and all that sort of stuff. Anyways, it's more homesteading. It's more focused on teaching people how to live right. Again, but going back to the homesteading self-sufficiency thing, we're going to teach our people how to in a worst case scenario, you just grow your own food, survive. But that's like a real bitch way to go through life. Like, obviously we can
Is there cars there?
Is there what?
Cars.
Of course, dude. We have all the technology.
Are you guys building them yourselves too, or what?
We will. Instead of outsourcing them to socialist countries and funding their
Are you
fucking
making like
commie
a
bullshit.
white Wakanda?
What?
Like a
I
white
like
girl
Wakanda.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. You get to start a new civilization that
forever?
automatically has all the technology and infrastructure.
Yeah, I have a
Fuck is
car
this
right
for?
now, dude. There's a car in my garage. I'm not gonna burn it just to start conservataria. That would be.
Well, how are you getting it over to the island, bro?
There's no island, dude. It's in the fucking United States right now.
It's in
already
United
started.
States. You're gonna start a country in my country? I don't think so.
Yes. All
I
right.
don't
Listen.
think so, bro.
I'll talk to Kyle.
That'll
and
end
you
real
listen.
quick.
I'll talk to Kyle and you just listen.
All right.
And see if you
Well,
can
I'm
follow
just
along.
telling you, it'll be a part of Canada, Mexico, and that means I own it. Didn't you hear me already? I'm gonna be the king. Hello.
Okay, dude. You can have Canada. You can have America's
Canada,
hat,
Mexico.
dude. You can have America's hat and beard. I don't give a fuck. We're
America,
getting shit done
bro.
in America.
All of them.
We'll come for you next. Don't worry.
Listen,
After we get all the shit straightened out in America, you're next on the list, buddy. So you better buckle your fucking seatbelt.
With the brains of Canada and the heart of America.
Canada ain't got no brains. You just lied.
And the food of Mexico.
The biggest brains in Canada is.
I was gonna say the food in Mexico. You're right about that. But let's let Fi finish his thought.
Big. All the biggest brains in Canada fled. So now we got your Petersons and your Crowders. So you got no brains.
You think so, huh?
That was the only brains you had. And those weren't even.
What do you think goes on in all those territories where it's inhabitable, huh? What do you think we're doing up there?
Whatever Justin
You
Trudeau
gotta think
wants.
real long and hard about that, bro. What do you think we do up there?
Whatever Trudeau allows you to do without guns.
You should do some research about what Canada's doing in the territories, my friend.
Without
be
guns
careful.
and with frozen
Tread
bank
carefully,
accounts.
my friend.
Does it involve maple syrup?
It's too cold there for maple syrup, bro.
Poutine? What are we talking about here? Anyways, Kyle. So see, this is what happens when Americans try to get shit done. There's always some Canadian retard in the room that wants to sell you socialism again, as if that it worked the first time.
Where are you from again, Fernie?
So, I'm from right beside you, bro.
Yeah,
we're less than an hour drive away from each other, man.
Yeah, you better watch out, bro.
Yeah, bro.
This is one of the soldiers I'm sending. You better be careful there.
Wait.
I'll
Marty's a Canadian.
I'll infiltrate for you easy, man. Don't
watch it, boy.
Oh man, I thought you were American. Sorry,
No, sorry, man.
I
No.
misunderstood you.
Oh, I know, right? I would say that to address K5's point about what do you do when somebody leaves is there's plenty of ways you can prevent worrying about having to buy them out and stuff. So you can have it that either one individual owns all the land, or you can have it that the land is owned under like a corporation kind of style thing, right? Where it's a separate entity, and then you could get bought out of your share of it, right? So there's a bunch of different ways you could do
Not
it.
if I own all the land.
You could also do it that if you break a contract, like you have certain rules that if you break it, you get kicked out and you forfeit your rights to the property, right? There's a bunch of different ways you can go about it.
So are you interested? Are you in or out, Kyle? I didn't hear your response.
Listen, anarchy world will never work. Okay,
It's not anarchy, you fucking retard. Libertarian is a government. Stop eating crayons. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
You and your buddy Andrew don't know what the fucking definition of anarchy is and what a libertarian is.
Okay.
Read a fucking book and then come and debate us.
Okay, buddy. We don't know.
I do have an interest in that style.
Hi-Fi, can you explain to me
Yeah.
just real quick?
Sure.
When I build my cartel and come stomping into your little fucking conservatory or whatever.
Okay, here's the first thing you gotta
what do you
get
do?
through.
I just want to know, what do you do?
The first level of defense you have to get through is called the National Guard, and so it's
How,
it's a
bruh?
well-regulated militia that is what you people call militaries, and so they're armed to the
so you're
fucking
gonna
teeth.
use the government.
They're armed to the fucking teeth and ready to defend their own lands. This
Okay.
isn't like foreign, proxy war bullshit. This is you're on our territory now. Like if you're stepping into our country, you have to get through our private property.
Wait a minute, hold
to
up.
get to us.
Not on your wait a minute. I'm talking about in your little conservatory place.
Yeah, my conservatory place. Everyone's private property is a border you have to cross. You have to get across somebody's private property to get to us.
Okay, so this is gonna be a private property on American land.
So imagine
so you still got American laws.
So imagine you look
just
over
to be clear, it's still under America's laws.
No, it's under conservataria's laws. Fuck.
How is that possible if it's in America?
Because we're going to eventually replace them. America is dwindling away in the fire that it's on. It's
okay. So like if I come into there and steal the cars from there, who do you call?
Again, so first after you get through our National Guard,
you're gonna have a National Guard around this little private property.
The well-armed.
What is a National Guard of 2? What do you mean?
No, we'll see how big it is. It may be 100,000. It may be 1 million. We don't know. We'll see what the official number settles on. The thing we don't need is a standing army that's getting paid out of tax dollars during peace times. Like, what the fuck are they guarding when there's no one invading or attacking us? So,
have you brought this idea up to Jay Dyer?
So when are you just like have them on?
I haven't met Jay Dyer yet, but I've heard.
Do you have them on call or something? Like you're waiting for it to happen?
Do you know how fire departments work? Speakeasy. Do they just stand around in their fire trucks 24/7 and they're just like, "Hey, me, bro," because I like to drive.
That's what I'm asking you, bro. Why couldn't you just say yes? They're on call.
So here's what happens.
You know how fire departments work? Yeah, I know how fire departments work. You doorknob.
Let me explain it to you, you fucking retard. So when someone's house catches on fire. You immediately activate the volunteer fire department, and they get all their shit together, and they go over and put the fire out. And once the fire's out, they go
literally wrong. There's literally firefighters that stay at the fire station waiting for the call. First off, you know that, right?
So the way
hold up, you know that part, right?
So the way a National Guard works.
Okay, you're not going to answer anything.
Invade your
you're not going to answer anything. Eh? I get it.
You activate the entire fucking military. Everybody gets their guns and tanks and airplanes, and they go drive to the cartel war, and then they start shooting everyone until they're all dead. That's how you solve an invasion.
Oh, okay.
And then when all the cartels are dead or the invaders, so I don't give a fuck who's invading. I don't care if you're communist or socialist or Canadian.
Okay, so just to
Or
be clear,
Canadian.
this is a private piece of land in
Yes.
America.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. All
And
land is privately
You're
owned.
gonna
and
have your
libertarian.
own. You're gonna have your own laws
Yes.
in this place,
Yes.
but you're also gonna use the National Guard of America to block it.
Yes. The National Guard will be basically a volunteer army. Anyone can join the National
yeah.
Guard.
So the
Talking about
National
his
Guard.
own- He's
Oh, so
talking
you're
about
gonna have
his
wait,
own
sorry.
National
So you're
Guard,
gonna have
not
your
US.
own National Guard?
Yeah, yeah.
So if you
Is that
don't
what's
join the
going on
National
here?
Guard, then you will default to having to defend invaders on your own private property. So like if you basically say I don't want to be part of this well organized militia, then you're going to be left to just defending random people, invading your land. So it's kind of a give and take. It depends on how you want to approach it. You're free to defend your land on your own, but obviously that wouldn't be a good idea.
Okay, so to the idiot Smokey, sovereign citizenship is a retarded fucking statement. Sovereign and then citizenship. How can you be a citizen if you're sovereign, you fucking moron? You can tell me I don't understand. You guys are just retards. I think sovereign citizenship is a real thing.
This is the
You're
debate.
just a retard that thinks sovereign citizenship is a real thing. Fucking
This
moron.
is the debate between ANCAPs and libertarians, which gets old pretty fast. But that's a whole different.
Holy, you don't understand what sovereign citizenship
ANCAP
is.
is theoretically possible, but you have to have good, intelligent people, which is why it's a no go from
Ashley,
the
you just got here too. Why doesn't she come up and join the conversation?
Yeah, Ashley, let's talk politics.
So
Come on.
you realize that libertarianism and Christianity don't
Because
fit,
you
right?
come in the conversation
actually, they
halfway
do.
and then fucking act
Oh,
like
Okay,
you know
now you're in my wheelhouse, bro.
This guy hasn't answered one question that was asked of him. He just keeps dancing
Hey,
around. the question.
Kyle, actually, it's called conservatarianism or Christian libertarianism.
Yeah, but that's like
exactly
an oxymoron, though, man.
No, it's not.
Yeah, because you can't just let anybody do anything with their own body, which libertarianism would say that you're allowed to do whatever you want.
Are you allowed to overlap them as much as humanly possible, but have priorities like one governs the other?
What's stopping people? The whole thing that libertarianism is based off of is ownership of property, and they view themselves as
Christians can't own property,
right?
And Christians aren't individually free and responsible.
But there's not something that is saying that you're allowed to get in the way of somebody else doing something with their own body.
Non-aggression principle, and it goes further into Christianity. Even takes the non-aggression principle even further and says that you're not allowed to do immoral acts like kill, steal, and lie.
So you're going to arrest people for lying?
Yeah, it's called perjury and fraud. And
No. If you say your wife looks pretty in a dress, but she doesn't, are they getting arrested?
Sure, in conservataria.
All right.
Because we got standards, bro. We're Christians
man.
first.
Okay, so you're okay with anything. You're okay with anything happening as long as it doesn't harm anyone else.
Correct. That's the
So
libertarian.
just to be clear, you're
my
cool.
point, yeah.
Just to be clear, you're cool with like two brothers fucking.
Two adult brothers.
As long as it doesn't violate any Christian morality, then you're.
Wait, no. What'd you just say? Sorry. What'd you just say?
As long as it doesn't violate any Christian morality, you're free to do whatever you want.
Wait, Christian morality?
But that's now impeding on the whole.
So now it's not about if it harms anyone. It's also about the Christian morals.
One more time, Kyle. I'll go.
Well, it was. I think he said Christian
so that you understand
from the beginning.
Is it possible to have a Christian foundation that allows the maximum amount of freedoms, a libertarian government, as long as it follows Christian morality? Is that physically possible? Yes or no?
Well, you're having, what is your foundation? Is it Christian principles or is it the non-aggression principle?
It's Christianity. Foundation means priority number one.
Yep, exactly, yeah.
Is Christian, then it's a capitalist economy, and then it's a libertarian government in that order of priority.
All right, man. I
So,
just don't.
so the only catch is we will argue with the left-wing libertarians, the libertarians who subscribe to immoral socialism. Granted, that's the debate. There's the debate right there. Now, once we separate those people, the only people who are left are conservatarians and whatever, bullshit left, lib sock, fuck, immoral, devil worshipping. I don't give a fuck. Whatever they want to do in their country, fine. Have fun. You're not welcome in my country. So, anyways, I'm only talking to conservatarians. That's the only people, the only citizens of this country. Now, do you understand?
Yeah, I don't understand like how the libertarian aspect comes into it if it's just Christian principles. Like, why do you even care about the libertarian
Are you familiar
aspect?
with the XY political compass? Are you familiar with that thing?
Explain it, please.
The 4-quadrant political.
This is just gonna
compass.
keep
It's like
jumping
it's
all
got
over
X,
the
Y.
place, bro.
Shut
That's
the
what he
fuck
does.
up,
He'll never answer anything directly.
Shut the
He
fuck
just jumps
up,
all
Speak.
over the fucking place with this shit.
This is what I'm talking about, though.
I asked him a
disagree.
simple question, and
Hold on,
I'm trying.
real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah,
I
go
think I've talked to IFI a lot in voice chat. I'm not saying I agree with IFI's ideologies whatsoever, but I'm following his logic. What he's
Okay,
doing is
thank you.
answering the question.
Thank you.
Yeah, he hasn't answered any question I
Okay,
asked
so
I've
directly.
heard him
so-
answer several.
by the way, Glenn,
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
would you like me to present a
Thank you.
compass so that we can talk about it? Would that make it easier? Yes or no? I'm trying to use words, but I can use a picture if you want me to. I'm fine either way. Anyways, the
You can
standard
put it in the
political.
back.
A picture would
chat
be
if you
great.
want.
No, that's
Okay,
fine.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. Let me
A
present.
picture
Sorry.
would be nice.
I didn't
So
unmute
the
myself.
question was, with a Christian foundation, how could this then be what a libertarian society is? Basically, is that what you're saying? And you're wanting to understand that?
Hold on, let me just put a picture on the screen so so we can
Yeah,
talk about it.
I don't hear the ought for why we ought to have a libertarian society.
I'll get to that. I just want to make sure you understand what I'm talking about, and then we'll talk about it. So just give me 1 second, because Speak doesn't like it when I use words. He prefers the pictures.
Okay, dude, you just don't answer any fucking questions.
Okay,
dude.
I'm gonna
You
answer.
just don't answer any questions, guy.
I'm gonna answer
You say you're gonna have your own
Okay,
country
Kyle, do
within
you
a
see the
country, which is
picture in front of you?
retarded as fuck already
Shut the fuck up,
at
Speak.
its own.
Hey,
Okay.
Kyle, do you see the
Yeah.
picture in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand that the green
talking
and
about the
purple
purple,
squares
or-
are both libertarians? They're the libertarian half of the debate.
Yeah, you're talking
Okay.
about wanting a purple square society.
Okay, right. I am the purple square. I don't give a fuck about the green square, even though they are technically also libertarians. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so what part
Okay.
of
Oh my
authoritarian
God.
do you disagree with? Like, you're
Guy's
like, I'm
an
not
idiot.
understanding what you're
The part
even
I disagree
advocating
with
for.
is that in order to call yourself a
So, IFI, in your world,
Oh,
this world
fuck.
you're talking about, would prostitution be okay?
I was talking to Kyle. Is it okay if I finish?
Oh, you don't want to
You're not
answer that
constantly
one,
getting
right?
interrupted.
Because you don't answer any fucking
I would like to
questions
have a
directly.
You're
productive
so
conversation.
silly,
It's all
Speakeasy.
retarded.
I would
You
like
know
to have a
this is all
productive
retarded, guy.
conversation without you
Yeah,
interrupting.
yeah.
That's what I
You
would
just
like to
know
have.
what
Speak.
your take
All right,
is.
so you know what
Well,
we're gonna
and
do
your
about
tactic, Speakeasy, is just to come in and be rude and make fun of people as if they're the stupid one.
Fi.
We
I'm
get
Actually,
it.
he
gonna,
called
Everybody's
me
got this
retarded
shit.
first, Ashley. So if you were paying attention to the whole conversation, he actually
No,
attacked me
Speakeasy,
with
I know you,
add-ons
and I've
first.
heard you many times in the past
No,
do the
you
same
haven't,
thing.
though. You
Oh,
just
I've
make
never
an
heard you.
assumption
I've
now.
never been on panel with
Yeah,
you
you're
talking
just
for
making an
hours.
assumption now.
You asked me to come up here, so I did. Fuck off.
Yeah, to not to make assumptions.
You
I also
asked me to
asked you
come
up
up here
here.
because you have a hot head. You didn't like what I said in chat.
I also
somebody
asked
needs
you
to
up
wash
here,
their
Ashley.
balls. This episode was brought to you by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company, a game changer in men's grooming. Crafted with natural pheromones, it's designed to elevate your alpha status, masculinity, attractiveness, and charisma. Each bar is meticulously formulated to invigorate your sense and leave you feeling confident and irresistible. Unleash your true potential with Tactical Soap and command attention wherever you go. Order now by using the link in the description of this video. All right, kids, can we play nice?
I hope so. Hey, Kyle, would you like
So
to
hold on,
continue our conversation? Yes.
Fi, I'm gonna give you like 2 more minutes.
Oh,
Then I need you to land the plane. All right, because Ashley hasn't even got to chime in on anything yet.
Yeah, dang it.
So go ahead, Fi, 2 more minutes, and then I'm gonna let Ashley go ahead and get in.
so anyways, Kyle, I'm the purple square. That's all I'm arguing. If you recently caught the argument between Dave Smith and what the fuck's his name? I already forgot.
Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson. If you caught that debate, you'll understand that Dave was arguing all libertarian, both of those squares, and Andrew was arguing the top right square, which was not even closely on the same page. The bridge between those two people is conservatarianism. So I'm arguing conservative values with a libertarian twist. And so I would argue both of those people because neither one of them are right, but they're close enough to have a productive conversation. Meanwhile, speaking in the top left corner is so far off the radar, he's not even in the conversation. That's why he gets mad, because he's like, oh, guys, I'm going to play too. But it's not even in the same ballpark. So there's no point of arguing with those people. So anyways, that's it. Thank you for my time, Glenn.
Can I take up the rest of his time?
Sure.
All right. Like, I'm confused. Like, are you basically just saying that you want small government where it has like the minimal functionality that a government should have, and that's it? Is that all you're arguing for?
That is the libertarian position. Correct. Yes.
So just smaller government. I'm all for small government.
Yes, that's it.
I don't think most people are like against that idea.
Actually, Andrew Wilson's very against it, and that's why they were debating it. And so he wants the highest form and power of government, including a Christian theocracy, to run his Nazi totalitarian dictatorship. And so if that's what you want, you should vote for Andrew Wilson. If you want small government, you can vote for Dave Smith. The problem with Dave Smith is he doesn't address the question of conservative values, or even he didn't even bring up the economy. I'll tell you right now, Dave Smith's an ANCAP, so he's already on the good guys team, but that's a whole separate debate.
Yeah, I have more to say, but I'll let Ashley go first, because she.
Hey, yeah, I'm here. I'm moving, literally like moving into a new place. So that's why.
Oh, really?
Back and forth. Yeah.
It's good to keep moving.
And you came here to ask for help, didn't you? You need someone to help move your stuff.
Got to provide the pizza and beer. Come on.
That's the fair trade.
All right, so Ashley, what were you wanting to say? Ashley, you're still there?
Thanks for sharing, Ashley.
She's too busy moving.
She just want to tell us she's moving.
I'll stop talking when Ashley gets back. So the thing is I actually kind of addressed this with Andrew the other day. I gave a call in, and just to be clear, I like Andrew a lot, but I have shown him before that just because you have like an authoritarian Christian society does not mean that your society will be more Christian in its practical way. And I used the Constantinople example. So if you look at that, right, they had insane amount of power where the king was Orthodox Christian, and yet prostitution was allowed to be rampant. He had corrupt people under him all over the place, like a corrupt tax collector, a corrupt lawmaker, and some of the worst atrocities were happening under him. He did do a lot of good as well, but I just don't see like the hyper authoritarian necessarily solving these issues. Not that I'm necessarily against that idea. It's just, it's this similar issues arise when you have absolute power. I generally would lead to, less power for those in control, because, you can't really dictate everybody's individual choices throughout society. They're going to be, sinning regardless. We're all going to be sinning until the new kingdom, right?
So what I'm hearing is you're not a fan of the Dark Ages, and we shouldn't bring them back.
I'm saying that you can make good arguments for both sides, right? So
Really? What's a good argument for authoritarian Christianity?
because authoritarian Christian society would put up more barriers, and the barriers are good because they help eliminate options, and then you can truly be free. When you have like too many options, it's like when you go to the grocery store and there's 50 bottles of ketchup, you actually get anxiety and you get paralyzed by the amount of choices.
So you
So
need
to
the
have
government to make only one choice for you. The government ketchup is your only choice.
Well, you still have freedom under those societies. It's just it's a different style of freedom. It depends on how you actually look at freedom.
I thought it
Like
was an inverse relationship, that the more freedom that you have, the less security you have, and the more security you have, the less freedom you have. It's you can't have both at the same time.
well, the issue is if you remove the boundaries set by the authorities, now you're actually just trading who has control over you or what has control over you. So now your sins become your leaders, and your selfish desires become your leaders, and things like this. Money becomes your new leader.
Money won't solve the problem, but it's the second most important factor, which is why capitalism is the only option. There's no debate about socialism versus capitalism. That was settled
And
decades ago.
that's why I was kind of concerned, is when you mix libertarianism with capitalism, that's just breeding like
Freedom, liberty, and personal
degenerate society.
responsibility. That's why you have a Christian foundation that prevents the degenerate society.
It
If you
sounds
have a
like a very
better system,
materialistic focused society, what you were talking about there.
if you have a better system, I'm all ears.
No, I'm saying like you're never going to have like a great system. Like I could be in support of what you're offering there, but I could also be in support of a, you know, Christian authoritarian society.
You're welcome to try it.
But I think probably the best way to go about it is the Symphonia thing that you hear Andrew talking about, right? Where it's like there's separate rules, right? So the moral stuff and all that, that's the church realm, and the functionality of the society is the secular realm. They can still be believers, but I'm saying secular realm as in the government's kind of rules. But like I said, I hate the government having a lot of power. I think that they should have power in certain areas, and that's it.
Do you think the government should enforce religion?
No, but you could. That
Well,
depends on what you mean.
I was
Like,
saying if you're in a Christian like theocracy, right, or a Christian government, then it's kind of already implied.
Sort of. That there's the debate. That's the $1 million question, Glenn. Is like, where do you draw
So,
the line?
so the
It's like,
thing is sorry.
because you're gonna uphold the Sabbath, right? So that's probably gonna
Yep.
be part of the law,
Yep.
right? So
Yep.
if you're
So,
not at church on Sunday and you're working somewhere, you might get in trouble, right? That's part of the law.
that's not, that's debatable, but I see your point. So, I'm willing to err on that side. I'll hurt people's feelings to enforce the Sabbath, as opposed to just saying, let's just cherry pick the ones we like and just, don't really subscribe to it.
So are you going to punish people that are doing their farming on Saturday? Or are you going to only punish them if they choose to go to market on Saturday? Well, sorry, not Saturday, but it'd be Sunday because it'd be the Christian Sabbath, right?
Farming's a debate. Are you farming to feed yourself or to make profit?
Both. Making
Eh,
profit
no,
is ultimately to feed yourself in the end, right?
you can lie to me, but you can't lie to God. So, if you tell God the reason why I'm farming today on the Sabbath day is because I'm starving to death and I need to eat, that's not immoral. If you lie to God because you're really farming to make some extra profit so you can buy that boat that you always wanted, then you're farming for profit, and that violates the rule of Sabbath. So it depends
Well, if
on
you're
it whether or
farming
not.
to profit to
Yeah,
buy
how would
things
you
that will help
know?
other
Because
people.
God's not going to tell you that. So how would you know to enforce that?
The same way
Explain
we
that to me,
know
I-Fi.
Yeah, you wouldn't be
the
able
same
to
way
enforce
we
that.
know
That's the
all
problem.
intentions on whether or not murder was premeditated or whether it was accidentally manslaughter and so on and so forth. We know.
So wait a minute. No, you can't just say the same way we know. explain to me how you're gonna discern the person that is farming for
Okay,
profit
Speak.
or just for food.
So, this guy's neighbor is going to watch him farming and then take the food over to his family table and feed his family.
He's
Or
gonna watch him in his house.
his other neighbor is going to watch him
Farmers.
take his crops to the market, sell them for money, and then he's going to take that money over to the boat dealership and buy a boat. And then his neighbor's going to say, "Good sir, you said you were growing plants to feed
Oh,
yourself."
so you're just hoping
But
everyone's just gonna be honest and
But
tell
we
the
have
truth
the
all the time?
receipts showing you walked over to the boat store, bought a boat with the money you profited from Saturday's
Okay, so
farm
you're just gonna
harvest.
make up these like specific situations that you hope is gonna happen every time? Is that what you're just hoping every single time? It's just gonna be somebody going to the fucking market and then going to the boat, and it's always gonna happen like this?
Humans are imperfect, Speakeasy. We don't get everything always right, but we can get most of it mostly right.
So you would just probably not enforce that law hardly ever, right?
Yeah, that's what I said, Speakeasy. You're such a good listener. Thanks for sharing your thoughts.
Well,
So-
no, this would be the conclusion to what you just said, because you wouldn't be
Dude,
able to discern
I
it.
liked you
Because
better
when-
before when you weren't a complete asshole and just like a clone of Andrew Wilson, your buddy. So, anyways,
Yeah, see,
if
this
you
is
listen
the
to what
weird
people are
thing you
saying,
all keep saying now. This is like the weird little thing. Are you all jealous that like me and Andrew are friends, or what is it? 'Cause,
No,
like, this is like the thing that you guys have
I'm
all
bummed
turned
out that
to
you're
now.
becoming
Like,
one
it
of his
seems
little
real
clones.
weird.
I'm
When all I've been
bummed
doing
out.
is trying to question your logic, and you can't even
Are
fucking
you
answer anything
listening when I
directly,
answer
right?
when I answer your
Like,
question?
I
And
asked
you say,
you
"Oh,
whose
well, what about
fucking
this? What
National
about
Guard
that?"
would you use, and then you
What
acted
about
like
when
it
I
was
answer
the
your questions and then
National
you
Guard of
don't
America, and then
acknowledge
you
it?
said it was your
Speakeasy.
own, and now you're just talking while I talk the whole time because you don't want nobody to hear how fucking stupid you are.
You're right. I'm doing exactly what you're doing. So enjoy your
No, you're
medicine.
not. You're
fuckhead.
not.
Right now, I was really wondering where's the closest Starbucks because I could use some coffee. But then titties. Starbucks and titties. Like, they should have a Starbucks titty shop. Like, just like the mermaid was topless originally, that's how these fucked up. Who owns Starbucks?
Oh, and here comes the stalker squad to the chat.
What's going
up, Easy?
on?
What's up, Glenn? Thank you,
Man, these dudes are all fucking such fucking clowns.
Got Weirdo
I
John.
know. I agree with you. No, I just saw Hi-Fi on here, and Hi-Fi is. I don't know if you guys been around Hi-Fi. He doesn't get to the point. I'm sorry, but I'm here to rebuttal every.
Oh,
Thanks for sharing,
you're going
Robot.
robot, bro.
All right. Terry,
Yo, what's crack?
what's going on, man?
What's the crack?
Very interesting post you find.
Yeah, man. Like I said, the whole based Orca shit is a lot of bollocks because like he literally did not even tag Zerka in the whole shit, and the only shit like he literally done like 3 or 4 tweets, including the replies back at you. So it's like, let's not get the actual PDF file. Let's get the PDF file's friends. Like,
Yeah.
where's the logic here? Do you know what I mean?
And like again, there's no definitive proof that that's what he is. There's a lot of bad behavior that could allude to that, but you know, we'll just have to wait and see where the chips fall.
But like that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I linked you the tweet where it's like based out of 10 because you can see it's like he kind of slowly gets like more and more pissed off at him. But even at that point, you're kind of saying like, hang on a second, why are you not going after Zerka? But he probably knows that Zerka's going to be able to flip it and go, nah, we were just saying that she was underage on stream or some shit like that. You know what I mean? That's to say, like I said, the shit that Speakeasy showed about Zerka is very sus as fuck though. So like I said, it's basically kind of like I said, you're kind of in a rock and a hard place Base is in a rock and a hard place now because he has the shit that he has the lies basically that he's going to try and come at Andrew at, and then he has the lies that he's trying to come at you at now. Like I said, I think it was either you or Speak that was saying basically like this is just trying to get out of the debate. He knows he's fucked. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what he's doing. He's a fucking.
I can't
He's
say for
using this.
sure.
Well, I know you're saying you can't say for certain, but I'm gonna say that based off of how the whole fucking thing has went, and this out of nowhere trying to fucking like paint you out as like this fucking PDF fucking supporter or something. Like it seems like a snaky fucking way to get out of the debate, just trying to fucking be the little bitch that he is. Again, dude, this guy does all the shit that he says other people do. Like he's a little snake, and I knew you would realize it for yourself. I didn't think he was gonna like go at you for you to fucking see it. But yeah,
Yeah,
he's
like,
a fucking
I mean,
he's a snake.
Like I just could not like comprehend like how like I mean I figured like eventually one of these days that I would be on his hit list, for a show, like, or his pointing me out as something I did wrong, whatever. But I didn't think like I do enough dumb shit in my life, like to give you some legit reasons to fucking correct me, right? Or criticize me. But not manufacture shit. You know what I'm saying? Like to embellish and imply shit that's not even there. Like that's the part where I'm just like, yo, what the fuck? Yeah, old Joe, you could come on up, bro, if you want.
It's completely fake though, because like we're saying, like with the whole thing, like why would he not try to address Circa publicly about it? Why is he coming after you? You know what I mean? And the only reason is, like, in terms of like the last major thing between you two is the debate with Andrew. You know what I mean? So like I said, it's
well, that's like I said, that's the only thing that to me makes sense.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, just making sure.
You're a little quiet
What's up,
though.
y'all?
A little quiet, but we can hear you. Hey, Glenn, have you brought this up with Base?
I'm not privy to this new drama.
Hold on one second. Let me. I'm gonna try to pop up Weirdo John's mic real quick.
Cool.
Go ahead, Weirdo John.
Yeah, I was just saying I'm a little out of the loop about what's been going on. What did Base Oracle do this time?
Well, just being the backbiter that he always fucking is, right? And he fucking
all it was
he's trying to say that he's trying to say that fucking,
here, I'll just play the video.
It's just more panel versus drama, weirdo. Same as
yeah,
usual.
It's this thing with the. And that's what I know we went down rabbit holes and stuff because I jumped on because of what you guys were talking about initially. Getting back to
who got unvaxxed semen. Not to make this all right, go on,
like cuddling with the little kid and all that kind of shit. Like, yeah, bro, I understand that this part of the internet is a very, very, very small percentage of society. However, it is growing, and I get where Base is coming from. Like, we have to hold each other accountable by all means necessary. Surely, we don't want our young men and women out here doing all this. There has to be some sort of accountability there. We need to teach our kids something. So that's what I'm watching for.
Glenn said we should shame people.
Well, Glenn.
So
no, this is his words.
So what's with Glenn and Zerka? He collaborates with him?
Well, I mean, look, it's not all about Glenn Zerka. The core was Zerka, and when I brought this up to Glenn on Twitter, right, these messages I brought up, I'll just bring them up again. So getting at, to me, as far as I'm concerned, he is Zerka apologist, right? It's okay if he's promoting the.
Okay, first of all, like, let me point out, like, I have to do this every time. Okay, this is what he puts on screen as if like this is what he sent me. This is not what he sent me by any means. He sends me this right here. So I didn't see no picture. I didn't even read this. This is all he sent me. So just so you guys know, all right, just for clarification.
Rabbit holes and stuff because I jumped on because of what you guys were talking about initially. Getting back to
who got unvaxxed semen. Not to make this all right, go on.
But cuddling with the little kid and all that kind of shit. Like, yeah, bro, I understand that this part of the internet is a very, very, very small percentage of society. However, it is growing, and I get where Base is coming from. Like, we have to hold each other accountable by all means necessary. Surely, we don't want our young men and women out here doing all this. There has to be some sort of accountability there. We need to teach our kids something. So that's what I'm watching for.
Glenn said we should shame people.
Well, Glenn.
So
no, this is his words.
So what's with Glennon and Zerka? He collaborates with him?
Well, I mean, look, it's not all about Glen Zerka. The core was Zerka, and when I brought this up to Glenn on Twitter, right, these messages I brought up, I'll just bring them up again. So getting at, to me, as far as I'm concerned, he is Zerka apologist, right? It's okay if he's promoting the PDF files. He would still be friends with Zerka, right? He'd still be friends with him. Not a deal breaker. Oh, you doing some PDF shit? No problem. Oh, it's not me, not my problem. Who gives a fuck? Oh, we promoting it to the youth? What about the young men affected by it who it rubs off on? What if one of those young men does act in a way that affects your children at some point? However, the idea that there's nowhere in here like, yeah, that's fucked up that Zerka been promoting being a PDF file because it's just a joke. But now that he got actually caught, fucking doing it with a 15-year-old, he got nothing to say other than, well, I'd be open to being his friend. I'd be okay with that, right? No big deal. Fuck you.
Yeah,
that's cool. No. I just want to say it again in case nobody clipped it. Fuck you.
So
there
like
you
go. He's implying that I'm what I support Zerka's, whatever Zerka's doing, that I am somehow a Zerka apologist, based off of two posts or two replies to his post, where one, as I stated in the very beginning of all this, I was filming and I didn't have time yesterday to open up and read shit. Like, I got a message, I just looked real quick because I had a few moments. I'm like, what is this? I don't know what the fuck's going on. So I simply said, like, what am I supposed to apologize for something he's done or said or whatever? Like, what? Like, what now? It's Zerka. Like, I know he has an issue with Zerka, so it's like anytime Zerka does something stupid, I'm pretty sure to expect, like, well, isn't this something that you called your friend? Okay, sure. What did he do now? What did he like? Why expect me to apologize for this? Like, I don't know what's going on. And then when I said that, like, I'm like, I don't hang out with the dude, but we're friendly, like, we're cool. Like, I've never yet explained my like connection with Zerka and what it's based off of. And so it's like no, I don't, like, we're not friends, we don't hang out every single day, but I've had friendly interactions with them and I wouldn't mind considering him, being friends with him. And it was just simply as that. He takes that as, oh, okay, so I promote and support PDFs and all that stuff, and then he runs with this narrative, and it's like, okay, nobody said that, but why are you implying or creating a whole bunch of shit for no reason, unless you need to find a way to the only thing I can think of is get out of the debate.
Hey, Glenn, may I offer 2 cents?
Like trying to apply some shit to you, like, just because you associate with Zerka doesn't mean anything for you. That doesn't. You're not out doing the fuckery that Zerka's doing. And I think the problem with Zerka is, like, the shit he gets into constantly partying, the people he's around. There's always some weird shit going down in that house or whatever that they're at. So it's a weird fucking situation. I don't know much about it. And we all know Zerka's a fucking cokehead. So, but how that relates to Glenn?
Well, it's not really coke. He's more of an Adderall, guy. But sure.
Well, everybody out there's on Adderall. It's their miracle Superman drug, right? They're all.
But like, I'm more inclined to agree, like, in the lines of thinking of Speakeasy, that, like, this is an opportunity to get out of the debate, to attack me and then say that, like, oh, I don't want Glenn to moderate because I don't associate myself with Zerka friends or Zerka whatever, or Zerka apologists, as he tried to make me out to be, is just a way to get out of having to do the debate, because Andrew said that one of the criterias of it was that I was moderating. He had a base had to cover my cost to the to Detroit, and you know he had to pay you know Andrew $1,000. So now, if I'm not moderating, you know, maybe Andrew won't do it. I don't know. And maybe that's what he's hoping. Maybe that's exactly what he's hoping. He's hoping to, you know, he says he doesn't want me to do it. He wants a new moderator. And he's hoping that Andrew will say,
You can't ask
no.
for a new moderator. Fuck him. If he doesn't go through with the plan he already made, he's fucking backed out. He's a pussy.
Yeah, I would agree that that's the at least the goal, in my opinion. You know, that he has, you know, but who knows? I mean, again, I could be extremely wrong and off, you know, off base with that.
Hey,
But
Glenn.
it's the only thing that seems logical to me.
Hey, Glenn, would you like a second opinion?
Sure.
What I'm hearing, I haven't been keeping up, but I heard enough. It sounds like the Raging Tomato Jasmine deal all over again, except now
Yep.
it's just a different flavor.
Yep.
And secondly, have you brought this up to Based? Have you asked him
No,
to
so
come on
he
panel
decided
and
to
discuss it?
I've only made those 2 posts to respond to him, right? Because I was filming yesterday on set, and so by the time I'm like getting home, like I'm getting told that he's already doing a stream about me. I end up watching the stream, you know, and catching bits and pieces here, and I, you know, end up rewatching the whole thing. And before his stream ended, I end up, you know, sending a message in the chat, and I was like making a whole lot of assumptions I see here, you know, like just kind of like letting him know, like, I see what you're doing. This is, you know, whatever. If this is what you want to do, go ahead, you know, be my guest. And then he's like, oh, why don't you come up? And before I could come up onto, you know, this, you know, stage, he ends the stream.
Okay.
So like he's the one that initially came out and did all this attacking and making all this, not even having a conversation with me. And so because he decided that he is going to attack me publicly and not have a conversation like man to man,
Then
then
that's on him. I got you.
Then I have to then also in return clear my name and point out the bullshit publicly and call him out in the same order. Because if I do it behind, you know, privately, I'm either 1, condoning and not addressing the things that he has said, and 2, he may never retract his statement or, you know, try to right the wrong.
That's on him.
Yeah,
I agree.
So
okay, I was just curious if y'all made any attempt to talk about this.
Nope, he's only did it through the post that he did on Twitter, and that was it.
Well, no, in Glenn's defense, like he just said, he did try to make an attempt from chat, right? Requesting to like come up or clear the air, right?
Well, I just said, like, you know, it's like you're making a whole lot of assumptions here, like, you know, and he's the one that said, you know, come on up. And so before I could even come on up, like click the link, he ended the stream. So what was he gonna? He wasn't wanting me to come up while he was live streaming and address this. Well, he wanted me to address this with the stream off.
Maybe, I don't know.
But the thing is, after he already said what he said, no, it doesn't work that way. Because that means I would have been able to hold him and correct him for the bullshit that he said publicly, and he didn't want to do that. He wanted to go out and go ahead and attack me publicly, you know, and no, that's not how it works.
And do you remember when Sarah wanted him to talk to him offline as well? You know, that's how some people prefer private channels. Some people prefer to do
I would have appreciated and probably, you know, had no issue if he would have had like a conversation before he did his little thing or whatever, if he wanted to run with it, just to kind of get more a clarity of where I was and if what do I know or whatever the case is. Because you can't gauge a whole lot from my quick, responses on Twitter. Like, they were just quick, rebuttals. So a wise person would be like, I don't really know a lot here. He's not really saying this or he's not really saying that. Maybe I should reach out to him and inquire more to get more understanding and clarity before I do something like this, but it benefits him to do this if his goal is to make sure that the debate never happens.
Maybe.
Yeah, that is his goal, man. I knew this was gonna be his goal from the very fucking start. I said it the very next day. I said it on stream. I was like, he's gonna do anything he can to get out of the debate.
Oh well, he's here, so.
Okay.
He appeared.
Speak of the fucking
Definitely
ding-dong
not going to
idiot
be a
here.
panel discussion here.
Hey, Based, can you settle?
Hey,
can you
easy.
settle-
Take the peanut butter dildo out of your mouth.
The peanut butter dildo.
Yeah, I'm not really
There
sure I
you go.
understand that.
There you go. Yep.
Peanut
Hey,
butter dildo.
That was a good one, buddy.
Hey, Based.
It was a true
Did
one.
you write that down before you came up here, or what?
Hey, Based.
I know you.
Is that what your
talk
mother
slow,
uses,
so I'm
Base?
guessing your brain works slow
Based
too.
Oracle.
What up, hi-fi?
Hey, can you settle a debate with me real quick? I was about to bet Glenn Lawrence $10 that this is just the Sarah Jasmine affair all over again. Was I right or wrong?
So me calling out Glenn about constantly coming up with some sort of empathy for anyone who does anything bad that has clout that he can call a friend, right? Time and time again, you've said, Glenn, that we should shame men and women who are doing the wrong thing. How
But
much
you didn't
more
shame
wrong
Zerka.
does it
You
get?
didn't shame Zerka.
Oh, okay.
You didn't shame Zerka. So
Okay,
what
and obviously you didn't watch or listen.
What are you talking about?
Ellen DeGeneres. If you actually watch the video, you'd see plenty of shaming of Zerka for his actions.
I looked up your tweets. You tweeted at Glenn. You didn't tweet at Zerka. Why?
Oh, so me responding to Zerka's post, me retweeting it doesn't tag him?
You didn't retweet it, and you didn't tag him.
Yeah, I did. I quoted
Exactly. That's
Zerka's
what I'm talking. You
tweet.
got nothing to fucking say.
Exactly.
You're
I'm
an absolute
correct and you're
stooper.
wrong.
You're cooking waffles.
This
That's
is why
what
you
you're doing.
don't ask lesbians
You stop
anything. I got
waffling.
you, Teriyaki.
Waffler.
Very good.
That's what you are.
So was that a yes or a no, Base? Was I right or wrong?
What was the question?
The question was, remember when you had a beef with Sarah and Jasmine about standards and you felt like she wasn't living up to your
ethics,
standards?
morals, right? And just coming
okay.
at the Christian purview,
Is
right?
this the same
where
thing?
does what Zerka's doing become some sort of ethical non-boundary to the point where you would say, oh yeah, I would want to be friends with him, instead of Glenn pushing back whatsoever at the fact that not only did I bring this up to Glenn last week about what was already going on, promoting this to children, etc., but here he gets caught with what, a 15-year-old, and it's no big deal, right?
And how's that Glenn's problem?
That's how you would pick your friends.
How's that Glenn's problem? How's that Glenn's problem?
Okay, yeah, no, great point. Yeah.
Explain how is it Glenn's problem?
Well, obviously it's not. That would become Glenn's
exactly.
friend.
So why are you fucking
right, yeah,
tweeting
you
and
should
trying to
make
cause
friends
drama?
with the
Why are you
pedos. Makes
tweeting
sense.
and trying to cause drama?
Makes perfect
Why are you trying
sense.
to cause drama?
Wait, why
I
are
be
you trying to
causing
wait?
drama?
See, this is the
What
problem.
drama
You're
did I
framing it.
cause?
Because you're framing it as if Glenn knew about the 15-year-old and knew about all this other shit, and he's
No, I
saying, yeah, I
actually tagged him.
support him doing that. That's the way you're framing it.
I
Even the way
actually
you
asked,
showed
is this
the
his friend?
receipt
I
was
asked,
not
is
the
this
way
your
it was
friend?
presented.
I asked, is this your friend? And Zerka, Glenn said, I think, right, that he's not, but he would be.
Right.
So, yeah, you're right. That was a great response. right? Gets caught with a 15-year-old and promoting this to young men, young women on the internet, right? Millions of views, but somehow that's friend worthy. That's interesting.
What's Zerka's response? Oh, that's right. You didn't call him out because you're a pussy.
I've got a better question than everyone on the panel.
I actually tagged him. But,
Glenn and Based are in the room. They'll feel free to talk to each other. Hey,
I
Glenn,
got nothing to say. Like, I mean,
Based
you already
is in the
showed
room.
your
Go ahead
hand.
and ask him your questions.
Like, I don't have to ask him anything. He already showed his hand.
You mean like, I told the truth? Yeah.
No, you didn't tell the truth. You fucking fucking made up a bunch of shit. You implied and assumed a bunch of shit.
Such as what? What did I assume?
That I fucking opened up the tab on what you tagged me in. Like, you assumed that I read it. You assumed that I had the time that I'm just sitting around just reading shit. No, I was on filming on set. I got a notification, quickly looked at it. Like, and why do you think I said, what am I supposed to, what now? Like, what am I supposed to do? Respond or apologize for something he's done? Like, I don't even know what the fuck's going on. And then you're like, oh no, all I asked is if he's your friend. Okay, sure. Then if this is all you're asking, cool. Yeah, like we don't hang out, but yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to being friends with them. Because you don't know.
Because he's a child? That's why? I mean,
no, because you don't know.
Oh, because he got clout.
And can you pull up that tweet?
You keep on implying that it's about clout. I haven't done anything with anybody that has had clout intentionally. Like, I could use Pearl if I wanted to get clout, and I never do.
How do you not? You bring her up all the time.
Like, what I'm saying, I don't use her for clout. I'm not on her network. I don't go on her channels. I don't do anything like that. I keep our friendship. So no, I'm not dick riding people for clout. But it seems to be like you seem to be like to create unnecessary drama to create clout for yourself. To try to
pointing out the truth.
To be like a more moral arbiter. One, I never said I supported anything Zerka did. I never said that I promoted anything Zerka did. I never said that I even encouraged people to go watch his channel. So why the fuck are you even implying that or even saying that?
Because your friends are a reflection of you. You do realize that, right?
Just because I am friendly with somebody and I'm cool with them, doesn't make that they are a reflection of me.
Look at the word games you play, right? Just because I'm friendly.
And pull up the tweet that he sent earlier.
He said friendly in the tweet, man.
No, that's fine. But I just said your friends are a reflection of you. I didn't say who you're friendly with is a reflection of you.
He's not a friend with Zerka. He even said in the tweet.
Well, he has said that on my stream. He said, "Yeah, I'm friends with Zerka," but
again, if you watch the rest of the stream, I'm cool with Zerka. I don't have a problem with him. When me and him were together, we was cool. We worked out.
How does him touching kids not create a problem with him, Glenn?
And how does that relate to Glenn? How does he touch kids relate to Glenn? You stupid fuck.
That wasn't the question, lesbian. So how does him touching children qualify as a friend? I'm asking.
Yes,
because Glenn said we should shame.
Why are you not bringing this up?
And meanwhile,
the
excuse now is, well, I didn't read it. I didn't read it. So why respond if you didn't read it?
Listen, Glenn is
That's a weird thing to do.
I don't know why you're not listening when he already said to you that he doesn't know the whole details about the.
So why respond then?
All right. Because you tweeted to him.
Oh, okay. Because you tweet somebody, you should respond without reading. That makes perfect sense. Easy.
So,
what a fucking retard.
Glenn a
he just said that. What do you mean? I'm just telling you what he said.
I'm just telling you what he said.
He's literally retarded. Like, I genuinely think he's going to
like repeating me, bro, or what?
Right?
So just watching you fucking squirm and try to back out. Right, because we should shame.
No, you just don't.
We should shame people, right?
Talking while people are talking, you retard. Yeah, shame people. Like how I shamed you out of deleting those fucking kid talks you had on your fucking shit with your shorts, right? Why'd you delete those amigos out, huh? Why'd you delete the amigo where you were talking to that young girl about love and shit, you goofy bitch?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie, Oracle. You had a short up there where you were talking to a young girl on Omegle about love or some bullshit like that. Now you took that down and you left up the other one though, where you're talking to this fucking kid.
I've
and saying,
had hundreds
I'm
of
5% white
Omegles.
nigga, bro.
Yeah, okay.
I'm real cool, bro.
Okay.
So you're a racist
So somehow,
and you like going on Omegle?
yeah.
You know
okay.
why you go on Omegle, bro? Why you go on Omegle for?
Well, I don't go on Omegle, but I
It
did.
seems you do though. You have you literally have.
Yeah, okay, so
you don't
what
go on
did
it
I
now that
do
it's shut
wrong?
down.
Yeah, keep making shit up easy.
You don't like you don't go on it now.
Yeah,
that it's
keep
shut
making
down, but
shit
you have
up.
shorts.
Right.
You have shorts. Wait, I can.
You
bring
have
it up right
shorts. You
now.
have shorts. Oh
I
my
can bring
god,
it up
you
right
made
now. Here,
shorts.
bring it up.
Oh
Bring
my
it up,
god,
man.
you made shorts.
What is this? What is this? Bring it up. Bring up what I have in the back here. What is this? What are you on there, stupid? What is that? Stupid? Huh? What does that say? What's
Oh
that
my
say?
god, Omegle.
4K based.
Omegle, exactly. Stupid fuck. Why'd you delete the ones with the young girl there?
Actually, I
Huh?
didn't delete any Omegles.
Yeah, you did, because it's
They're-
gone.
Oh,
It's
okay.
gone,
All
bro.
right.
Where is it?
Yeah.
Why isn't it there no more? What happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I called
you
you
really
out
got
about it
me.
on my shoulder
yeah, that
one day,
was
and all of a
what a
sudden you're
gotcha.
gone.
Somehow this is going to dissuade from Zerka and his boy promoting OF to little kids,
No,
to
because
little
you tried to
kids.
put something on
No,
him
no,
that
you're right.
wasn't
Oh,
there.
you
I
made
just
an
showed you.
Omegle.
I just showed
Therefore,
you.
let's
I
distract
just
from the
showed you how
whole point.
stupid you look.
That you know,
showed you how
friends
stupid
getting
you look,
caught
and
with
you're mad about it.
underage
Huh?
kids. Wow.
Why are you not bringing this up to Circa?
I reposted his comments, so my
Oh,
understanding
you
is
didn't
he
tag him.
was
So-
tagged
so
in it.
you didn't
Oh,
tag him.
okay.
He was
I
tagged,
tagged
but I
him in the
didn't
YouTube
talk to
video. The
him.
same with
I
Glenn.
talked to
Same.
other
Actually, he
people.
was tagged first.
You didn't tag him
Right?
in the tweet where you attacked Glenn
Trying
and you
to
didn't
put
attack
fucking
Circa.
bad labels on people for no
So
reason.
this is your
Jack.
whole argument that I
Goofy fuck.
didn't directly tag him.
You
in
have
the
no
tweet.
issue
That's
with
your
Circa.
whole
You have no issue with Circa.
argument.
We have
You
tweets
don't-
of people
yeah.
saying that he's based.
That's the whole argument.
This is
Tweets
the
of you
way
saying
to
he's
get out
based.
of the debate. Why don't you admit that, bro? Yeah. Crickets, right? Pussy.
Fucking speechless.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought. That's
That's
what
it.
I thought.
That's literally that's it.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
just
so
showed
anyways,
it yourself, idiot.
Yeah. Anyways, Zerka tagged in post automatically because it's a post quote. Yet you're lying here and saying, "Oh, you didn't tag him."
He's not tagged. You can go to Twitter. You can click the X.
Well, I just did,
can search
and
into
it
it,
says
and
this
if you click
post
the
is
track-
unavailable. So, but nonetheless, was tagged on him. That's why
How
it's
many-
unavailable.
how many posts did
Stupid
you tag?
fuck.
How many posts did you tag Glenn?
I didn't tag Glenn in. Oh no, the first one. That's it. Said Glenn, is this your friend? And what's the
tagged him in
answer?
the YouTube
The answer
video.
is yes. I would be
You tagged
friends
in
with
the
him
YouTube video, didn't you?
because apparently he has no
Glenn had
moral
nothing to do
boundaries,
with the action,
despite
but
the
you wanted to
entire
get clout. That's why you did
Christian.
it.
Really?
Because
Right?
Glenn had
Really?
nothing to do with it.
Really, I don't have any more boundaries because I choose to wait to see what the dust settles before I determine who I'm going to have in my life and who I don't have in my life.
Did I not show you the video last week and you watching it while we're on VO Pod
video?
and you're like, oh, I didn't see this. I didn't know about this. Right?
What
and I'm
video?
talking
I don't
about
don't
these.
recall what video on VO Pod.
You don't recall?
I really don't recall.
Okay, because
Well,
clearly
there was a
I gave it
video
to you and you said on VO Pod, oh, I'm watching it right now. You don't remember that?
I really don't. I mean,
Oh, okay.
probably. Again, that was a week ago. Don't really recall.
Yeah,
And
it's
again,
a long time ago.
why do you think I'm an apologist? When did I ever apologize for anything Zerka did?
Yeah, so constantly.
No.
people-
Answer the question. Answer the question. When did I apologize for anything Zerka did, or has done, or has said?
Okay,
or has
so what
behaved?
is your stance
No,
on it then,
answer-
Glenn? So
Why
what
do-
is
I
your
don't
stance
fucking
then?
owe you an answer.
Oh,
I've
okay.
already
Yeah.
told everybody here where
Because
I
you don't want to
stood on
speak
it.
out against somebody who might be able to
But-
give you clout, right? You
But
want to
if
keep
you
that door
actually
open.
If you
Gotcha.
watch this whole fucking stream, you would see that I've actually talked about it several times.
And if Glenn didn't speak out against people who would give clout, why did he speak out against Rollo?
Against Rolo, because apparently Rolo
So he did speak
backstabbed
out,
him.
does he? So he does speak
Wait,
out against
it
people
wasn't
for
until
clout. So
Rolo
you're full
complained
of
about
shit,
Pearl.
Baze.
Then it
You're
was
full of
oh,
shit.
Rolo bad
You're
now.
full of shit, and you've just
No,
been
it wasn't
exposed.
until Rolo
Why
did what
would you
did
do
and
this to
lie
yourself,
about
you
me.
stupid cunt?
Then I said anything. Okay, like nobody is fucking. I've never once, never. I probably have made more jokes and puns at Zerka and his behavior ever since I met the dude than probably any of the streamers out there that have worked with them.
Yeah. So again, once
And I have a
this
whole
all comes
catalog.
out,
I have a whole catalog that you can go through.
right? So
You
once
will
this comes
never,
out,
you'll never have heard me ever say that he is a good for people to watch, that people should go watch his channel and go support him, or that I agree with Zerka on anything.
yeah. So he would qualify as a friend, right? You'd be open to it. Just getting at
Based
the
off-
point where apparently there's
How is
no
he a
moral
friend if he's
boundaries when
open
it
to
comes
being
to
friends?
clout.
Nobody friends if they're open
No,
to being friends.
based off of my already interaction with him, what it's established on, yeah, I've already told everybody in here on this stream why the door would be open to him.
Okay. So, you know, Ted Kaczynski, I mean, is there any lines of who you wouldn't be friends with? Would you just go to a
Again,
you know,
under
like
the
a-
circumstances of how our interaction started, that's what makes the difference.
that's what makes the difference, not the fact he gets caught with 15-year-old. That doesn't make any difference.
So
good
Base,
point.
If
Good point.
Zerka came by and said, you know what, I did some crappy stuff in the past, I'm turning away from it, I'm turning a new leaf, you're saying that he's not able to be friends with him at that point? Like if he
No,
gave up all that
I didn't say
degeneracy and
any
all
of that. I didn't say any of that.
Well, my point is that just because Glenn says he would consider being his friend, you didn't ask a follow-up question like, what are some things that would stop you from being his friend?
Yeah. What
Right?
are
Like, I'm
some
just
things
saying it-
about this PDF file?
Does he think
Apparently,
all-
right? Like
all
that's
he's
no
trying to
problem.
use this is a
See, here's the
clout
thing:
That's what he's doing. He's
missing
trying
the
to throw
forest
a
for the
clout. That's what he's
trees as
doing.
usual, right?
That's
Just
what
to
he's
make
doing.
the argument.
I'm not
you're just
saying
trying to
Glenn never
imply
once
that
said that
never
he
said anything.
isn't for like that he's for that. So like I don't know what you're talking about.
What
Yeah,
I'm
but he said
talking
also
about
that
is
he'll
the
be friends
further.
with
I
him,
mean,
right?
here's what it really comes down to. I don't promote Christianity. I haven't promoted any religion. Yet, Glenn, you have, Andrew has, clearly. And when
Yep.
it comes down to it, it doesn't seem like you really stand on anything.
Well,
right?
you
You
don't
just go
even
wherever
know
the
what-
wind
realize
blows,
that Jesus
wherever the
was-
clout
Wait,
wind
what do you
goes.
mean by
Christianity,
promote it,
right?
though?
Like,
I
speak on
just
that.
wondering what you mean by promote it.
You don't
sir.
even know enough about it to
'Cause they
even
say they're
speak on it.
Christian?
So what are you talking about?
What do I not know enough about to speak on?
So if they're wait, I'm just curious because you're saying they promote it, so they say they're Christian, and you just said you're not Christian, right?
Right.
So then why the fuck you have anything to say about it? Mind your fucking business, bro.
Yeah. Good point.
So
Yeah, it is a good point. What do you have? What do you even know about Christianity, you stupid fuck?
the very
He's
thing
Uh,
that
what do you
you're
even
not-
know
No,
about
he's-
it?
What about-
let me explain. Let me explain
What do
what
you
just
even
done.
know about
Let-
it?
Let me
What do
explain
you even
just
know
done.
about it?
Let me
Right,
explain
okay.
what he just done.
Christianity,
He's trying
what
to do
do
this
you know
destiny
about
thing. He's trying to be destiny. It's like, oh,
Easy. You don't have to be a
what you
Christian
think?
to know anything about Christianity. I don't understand where you're going with that one.
Well,
Yeah,
the fact
he
is
doesn't-
that
he
you
doesn't
know that
believe
No,
in
no,
it.
I'm
He
not
doesn't-
qualified
What
to
does he
speak
know
on
about
it.
it? What do
so,
you know
yeah.
about Christianity, Oracle?
I know the 10 Commandments. I know that coming up with
Uh-huh.
reasons to be friends with PDF files is probably not the way of Jesus, right?
So you know
Okay,
that
so
Jesus
if
hung
you know
out
the
with
10
degenerates,
Commandments
right?
and you know what it is to be a Christian. Nice, good job.
Yeah.
Good
Like
job, bro.
Jesus hung out with
You're a smart
people
guy.
that were
Apparently more than
ostracized
people
by
who,
society.
You're a fucking smart guy.
You know what? I won't even get into it.
the
Leave it
reach
alone.
is so crazy.
Get into
I actually
whatever
think
you
he might have
want,
thrown it
bro.
back in.
Hey, Base, do you mind if I chime in?
Go for it.
Do you remember our recent discussion about the whole Sarah Jasmine incident and Glenn, by the way? Glenn was also involved with that conversation. Do you remember how I was saying like I appreciate the intent of your message and your passion and your energy, but I feel like you're kind of like sometimes you present like a standard that you're saying you subscribe to that the room doesn't follow very well because they're like, who are you to like promote such hardline Christian morals when you're not even a Christian yourself, or some other weird example like that. And so all I was trying to tell you was like, I don't disagree with you, Base, but I feel like the way you interact with people gives off this weird image, like
Clout chase.
that you're like, a lifelong Christian and you've been defending this lifestyle, forever. But but you're just an agnostic, bystander, and they're like, who are you to even, speak on this subject? And so I don't know how to properly phrase this, but I think the room is clearly showing you their objections. And getting back to just you and Glenn base, this is pretty simple. Again, as before, I understand your need for standards and imposing them on, content and your message. And Glenn, this is something you should address with base. He feels like whenever you even just associate with people and say, like, I would potentially be their friend, he feels like you're compromising any sort of Christian standards you have. And so that's his complaint. And whether y'all agree with that,
I don't answer to him. I only answer to myself and God. So at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck if he doesn't like who I would be willing to be friends with, or if I don't hold the same standards as him, because I do know that, what the Bible says, and I do know what God's will is, and that God's will says is to share the good news, to not turn those away. All right. So why would I turn someone away?
Glenn, because again, from his perspective,
I don't care, but his perspective is it's not biblical. So I don't need to understand it. If you're going to accuse me with it, and you're going to come at me about something, then that you're saying that, I'm not holding up a standard that you don't even know what the standard is.
Glenn, I'll give you my perspective. So from my perspective, I understand the point he's making. So like, we as Christians have to keep each other in check, because if all you do is associate with devil worshippers, murderers, liars, and thieves, and you're not doing it because you're out there trying to preach the gospel to them, but you're just hanging out and having beers with them and going hunting and fishing with them, and then before you know it, you're joining all the same clubs that they hang with, and then you just compromise your entire lifestyle into all of their life choices and standards. That's the point. The point is, it's there's a fine line you walk when you start by guilt of association. Like, obviously, Jesus telling a prostitute she needs to change her way of life is not saying Jesus is as guilty as the prostitute. But if all Jesus did was hang out in whorehouses all day and, drink beer with all the patrons and stuff like that, that would send a different message. And so I think what Based is trying to say, without maybe not being so nuanced about it, is that that's the angle he's coming from. He's saying, like, with all these, very ambiguous terms, like, yeah, me and him are good friends, we're buddies, I don't see anything wrong with what he's doing, blah, blah, blah. That's what he's reading into the conversation.
I never said so. Okay, just because he's reading into something that I've never said, that makes him an asshole.
By the way, Glenn, about 10 minutes ago, he said, okay, I agree, some of these conversations were too ambiguous. And then he directly asked you, what's your stance on this topic? And you didn't answer. So maybe
I've already answered it in the stream several times.
Just answer it right now to him, to his face. And then
I don't owe him anything. He didn't come to me privately and aside, be like, hey, can you give me some clarification on this? Because I'm having this, I don't want to misunderstand your position. He didn't come to me privately. No, he wanted to go out here and just try to blast it all out there as if he knew something and try to imply that he knows something about me or he knows where I stand on things. And he was lying. That's lies. So he has no problem lying and misleading people.
So what I'm hearing.
Where did I lie? Where?
Hold on,
by saying that I'm propping him up, that I'm doing all this shit, that I support this type of whatever behavior. That's what you said.
So
you do. You said it's for behind the paywall, right? This kind of behavior behind the paywall.
You literally said Glenn would not call him out because he wouldn't call out anybody that wouldn't give him clout, but he's called out Rolo. So you did lie. Stop talking shit.
Oh.
And just even the way that you even set this up, you imply that like you allegedly showed me a whole bunch of shit.
There has to be some sort of accountability there. We need to teach our kids something. So that's what I'm watching for.
Glenn said we should shame people. Yeah, is that not a fact, Glenn?
So,
right? Didn't you say we should shame people?
So what's with Glenn
Absolutely.
And you collaborate
Yet you don't shame the people around you that do this shit.
You don't know what I do.
Oh, okay. So you do that behind the scenes, not on YouTube.
No,
right? On YouTube, you usher them in.
Anything.
But behind the scenes, you shame them.
You don't know what I do.
Okay. The core was
all right.
Zerka.
I guess you win on that argument,
Twitter,
right? Nobody knows what anyone does.
I'll just bring them up again.
But let's
so
not
getting
over
at,
talk. Oh, what is
to
this?
me, as
You
far as I'm
just said, oh, let
concerned-
me pull up the tweets. Oh, and then this is the first thing you would pull up?
And women out here.
What's the
doing
first
all
thing?
this.
Just listen.
The first
There has
tweet?
to be some
Just
sort
listen
of
right here.
accountability there. We need to teach our kids something. So that's what I'm watching for.
Glenn
If you
said
guys
we
go
should
back to-
shame people.
Well, Glenn.
So
No. This his words.
So what's with Glennon and Zerka?
Yeah,
What,
where was the
elaborate?
lie?
Hold on, right here. Be quiet.
I mean, look, it's not all about Glenn Zerka. The core was Zerka, and when I brought this up to Glenn on Twitter, right, these messages I brought up, I'll just bring them up again.
Oh,
Well,
this,
let's go
I'm
through
just
the
gonna bring
injuries.
them up again. I'm gonna
Right.
bring them up again, and the first thing you pull up, as if you're just bringing up these these
So-
these
No,
tweets
this
again,
his words.
is
So what's with Glennon and
is
Zerka? Can you
this
elaborate
picture
with that?
of Zerka?
I
Did
mean,
you
look,
send me
it's
that?
not all about Glenn Zerka. The
No,
core
you did
was
not.
Zerka, and when I brought this up to Glenn on Twitter, right, these messages
It
I
was
brought
in the post I tagged you in.
No, you
Glenn.
was not.
so
It was in the
That
post
is
I
not
tagged
the
you in.
post. That's bullshit.
No, it is. That's
not.
where I got it from.
No, it's not.
Okay. I guess if you say it's not, then that
I
makes
could
it
pull, I
true.
could pull it right here.
Well, you can pull it up, except
I'ma
Zerka
pull
deleted
it
it.
Post you tagged him in was from Zerka, which is what you just said, you lying cunt. That post that you're showing right now is from a girl called Kira. You stupid
It's within
cunt.
the thread, dumb
Oh, it's within
lesbian.
the thread. So Glenn has to read a whole fucking thread.
No, he doesn't. You should
What- what
respond
are you-
without
what are
reading.
you
That makes
talking
more
about?
sense.
What are
Yeah,
you
no,
talking
you
about
should
here?
always respond
It's
without
in the
reading.
thread. It's somewhere there. Yeah.
No, that
Fine,
makes
it's fine.
perfect
Why
sense.
did you see
This
that
was
in the
not-
thread, Glenn? Oh my god.
What he actually sent me was that. Hold on. That.
Yup. Do you see what is quoted there is the thread? I said crazy. Who would have thought? So
Yeah.
if you didn't
Oh,
read
where
it,
do
if
you
you
see
didn't
it,
have
Glenn?
time, like you said, then why bother responding?
'Cause
Oh,
I said
he's such
I
a
don't know
stupid
what
cunt.
you're trying to imply or wanting.
So that's
Answer
how
is
you would
the
read it. Of
behavior
course you wouldn't know. You
it's
didn't read
a
it.
question. It's a question. I'm asking. So what do you want me to reply to about his behavior or comments on something? Like what? You know? Oh no, I'm just simply asking if this man above is your friend. Okay, cool. But
Yeah,
then
Glenn, look,
that's not what you show when you're saying, "Oh, let me just pull up the tweets again." No, you show this picture of whatever is going on, alluding, trying to imply that you sent me that, and then you're showing everything else.
Oh, okay.
That
What
is
difference would it
honest-
made if I send
that
it to you,
is
the
fucking
picture?
Honest and manipulative, trying to paint a narrative that was not the case.
Okay, where's the lie?
The lie is that you're deceiving. I said manipulative. You're manipulating the facts that one, you never sent me that picture. If you sent me the picture and with, is this your friend? Then I would have been like, what the fuck is this?
What? Why would you have said that? You can tell from the picture her age? That doesn't make any
No, I
sense,
just
Glenn.
feel like, what the fuck is this? I don't know what this is.
Yeah,
What?
and apparently you didn't have time to read it. So what does that mean? What is your point?
My whole point
he's
is
not.
you're
He
making
doesn't
a-
have time to waste on losers like you dumb
Bro,
cunt.
if
Oh, just
Yeah,
8
no,
hours of making a
sure,
stream, but not time.
because-
Good point.
because I
Yeah, because he's not
Yeah.
sitting reading the fucking tweet that you sent him.
Actually, he is right here. You
He
fucking
still
idiot.
hasn't read it to tweet.
I don't have time except for right
He
this
still
moment.
has not read the tweet. He has not clicked into the tweet. The tweet has been deleted since.
At the moment that I
holy
sent
fuck,
this,
dude.
at the moment that I sent this, I didn't open anything up. I'm just like, what's going on?
So why
Oracle,
respond?
what's your like definitive proof, by the way, of him with a 15-year-old?
Like, yeah,
If you read the tweet,
No, I'm
talk-
asking you right now. I don't need. I'm not asking you to read the tweet, retard. I'm asking you right here. Tell me what it is.
Just read the tweet, bro.
Right. So you don't have even definitive proof of that. So now you're saying that Glenn backs up something that you don't even have proof of? Yeah.
Okay,
Fucking
no. Good
retarded.
point. Good point, Easy. What's your definitive proof of anything that anyone's done?
Okay, now you're gonna do that. What's your proof that he was with a 15-year-old?
No. Is this in dispute? Well,
See how you're gonna
is this in
dodge
any
the
dispute?
question. This is what you've always done.
So,
Anytime
I
I
would
press
say,
you on
what
anything,
would
you
be
just dodge
good
it every
proof would be
fucking
if,
time.
Yeah, so
got,
if you
like,
read through
Every
the thread,
time.
yeah,
Answer
if you
the
read through,
fucking question.
there's
Answer it.
proofs within it.
What's the proof?
And obviously, this whole tweet, if you even bothered to read it, which is in this video, it's him saying, it's not my fault. I didn't know. Checked her ID. So what is the actual dispute here, Easy?
I asked you what's the
Oh, I
proof.
asked you. Okay, yeah. So you have no dispute.
All I can see right here, if you're looking at it, you fucking moron. All I can see right here is I met a bitch through Podcast Girl who IDs everyone. I checked ID and her friend.
Okay, yes, that is
No
all
way
that you
this
see right
woman
there.
can be this
And
clout hungry and
it's
evil
shown in
because
full.
she is. What else comes after this? What is this?
Well, you will see in the video, won't you? Or I'm sure you already did. So you're asking a dumb question as usual.
So it's
because I put the entire tweet, as you put it, within this video several
whether
times.
he knew or not.
Is your proof based?
Again,
What is your proof?
You don't know.
Stop. Is it in dispute that he even knew her age when it happened?
Asking me questions that are already answered within this video.
Oh my lord, dude! See
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, is your memory too fucking dumb? Like you can't remember what
Is
you
your
said in the
memory
video?
too dumb?
You're implying that everything you read on the internet is true, then, right?
That rotting brain must be the reason for that receding hairline.
Yeah, this would you're saying this could be a setup that Zerka set himself up, right?
No,
is everything on the internet
asking,
true?
Did he know? Is it in dispute of him knowing she was 15 or not?
He is disputing that he knew beforehand. That's where the dispute lies.
How do you know he knew?
No, he said he's disputing the fact that.
Yeah,
people
so
are
he's
claiming
saying he
that
didn't know her age when it happened.
That's what the tweet says. If you read the
Okay,
tweet,
so
which is
not
not
only,
on this page.
So it's not Zerka intentionally went and fucked a 15-year-old. It's Zerka.
Whoa. Is this not the same Zerka that for the last year been talking about how he is a PDF file, and here he gets caught being a PDF file, and your argument is, he didn't know.
Define PDF file.
Two
Define
things.
PDF
I don't know. I don't follow Zerka.
PDF
I don't need to define it. He's the one saying it.
Motherfucker, because you
I
don't know
need
what
to
it is.
define it.
You
I'm
don't know
using
what it
his
is.
word, his language.
You don't know what it is. Because a PDF file is someone pre-pubescent, you dumb motherfucker.
Thank you, Ellen DeGeneres. Anyways, or should I say Ellen
Are you running
DeGeneres?
again? Are you going to run again? You're
With
running
that
again.
said,
He's going to run again.
he's
He's
been
gonna try to
promoting
run again.
that picture. In fact, even if it's not true, what would you say about the promotion of him saying he is such a thing?
So this is in dispute of Zerka even knowing it happened. Glenn doesn't even know all the details of this, but yet you're condemning Glenn for saying he's not opposed to being friends with him. Do you see how stupid that is?
No.
No, you don't?
No, I'm not retired. So with that said, same as usual, let's apologize for those doing the wrong things instead of shame them.
Nope, nobody's apologizing.
Because now it's, do you have definitive proof that this happened?
No one's
even though here he
apologizing
is
for anyone.
admitting, I checked her ID, blah, blah, blah.
You just admitted you don't have proof.
And you just said that he checked her ID, so she had a fake ID, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
how the fuck would
easy. Ask him the question again.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, without the peanut butter cock.
If he without the peanut butter cock, like what do you watch in your spare time, dude? Like the weird shit you come up
but
with.
listening to you is
it's all gay shit, dude.
So
like,
with that said,
fuck,
obviously
bro.
you know what it is. Trying to derail into where's your definitive proof? You don't have proof. You're not an investigator. Where's your proof?
Ask the definitive
a
question.
whole thread of him talking about how he didn't know her age.
Right. So
and for somebody who's putting this out to the public and
so,
associating with, for instance, Jack
so
Doherty, whose girlfriend going around to malls recruiting little kids.
Or did it happen?
And instead of showing
lied
any
to?
outrage towards this, outraged at my take on it. That's amazing.
No, I'm outraged that you.
If that's not
putting it on
apologetics, I
Glenn.
don't know what
it's
is.
It's not about your take on it. It's about you putting it on Glenn, you fucking idiot.
Oh, okay.
Well, even this whole
because we shouldn't keep our quote unquote friends accountable, even though that's what Glenn has said.
He has no sort of evidence, even for Zerka.
In fact, Glenn said that last week on VO Pod, how he keeps his friends accountable.
Zerka, because the whole Zerka thing is in dispute, but then he's trying to put this on Glenn. This is fucking hilarious.
No. Glenn put it on Glenn. He says he keeps his friends accountable.
Channel.
Yeah.
Oh my lord, bro.
I don't know if I'm an idiot for still waiting for a response.
Yes, you are. That was the right answer.
Like I said, you're
No,
still
no,
a good
you don't
one.
know, and I'm just letting you know. Yes, you are an idiot.
Where's your
So.
definitive proof for Zerka?
I'm sorry, sir. Like, okay, I think it's great that you say that you're a Christian, but like, you make it actually look like it's a freaking show for you. And like you're saying here that you're a Christian in this, but you know what? When you're saying that these men are losers, you're supposed to be the guy that they can count on.
Contradicting your own beliefs
It
when you
says to
speak.
love thy neighbor. You shaming them and calling them names is not you loving thy neighbor.
I swear
that is you sitting here judging them, and the Bible even says do not judge. But yet you're judging.
You call them non-stop names. You say you can't stand them. You don't want to deal with them.
It is not what is said. It is what is perceived in your perception. Of yourself.
Remember?
Looks like you are false, is what it looks like. I believe that you're a Christian, but you're not living yourself biblically.
Inside and you're
fast forward. Fast forward. Someone press fast forward. Let's go. Wrap it up. I swear it was his question. Wasn't it a yes or no for him? I don't know where she came from.
It's fine.
I came from because I was called on, actually.
Yeah. So the issue was she had a.
What are we supposed to be looking for here, Glenn?
Because she takes Christianity very seriously.
Right, but the difference from me and every other Christian YouTuber pastor.
I can't hear you.
My interaction with
so I don't give a fuck about
but
what she
it's
said.
always been around.
So wasting my time.
I'm a woman. I'm not supposed
I know,
to
but
speak to men and
what is
correct men.
this?
That's a man's job. I speak to
I'm just
women.
confused.
I speak to women and correct women.
This is how me and Zerka even started even talking. How we even met up.
I know, but I don't understand.
You're never spread the gospel. You don't know my life. You don't know what I have done.
The other thing is John has a gift, and his gift is that when he talks, a lot of people listen. Like it's been pretty meteoric the way he's grown. We have some disagreements about certain things.
It's like a train wreck. You can't look away.
I feel like there are a few albatrosses around your neck that are going to keep you, because we were talking about this other. I think you have a potential, and there's a level to your potential you're not going to get past, because there's certain things that you talk about, and you've talked about this before. You know,
I'm gonna do something I've never done live. I don't think I've done this offline or live.
What the fuck,
But
Hi-Fi?
I'm just filling time, bro.
Because one, your husband is one of the best people I've met. I immediately clicked Christian ally. But number two, when you rewatch this podcast, you will see this is the first time in history. Before I even knew it was her husband, I said, "Are you finished so I can go to the bathroom? Because I don't want to be rude." The reason I said that was not only is she a Christian, but she was doing great the whole show until they started double teaming me, and I'm like, what the fuck? Because I was talking to him. But I am sorry.
No, and I
For what?
apologize
What
to
are
the
you
table,
sorry for?
like-
I am sorry. I got it that spicy. With these girls, I'll go at it all day. Not you.
And I
We
wasn't.
Christians stay together.
Oh, sure.
Zerka, what's up, man?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man, I had to talk to you. You had words with my wife last night.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, what the fuck's up with that, bro?
I mean, she started it.
She started it.
Yeah, she started. Ask her, bro. We'll rewind the podcast. She started attacking me because I guess she didn't like that I do a lot of blow with the Bible. But think about it. Most people do blow at the club. I'm halfway there. When I stop doing drugs, I'm a full-on Christian. You do blow.
No, I do not. But what you said that women, you just said earlier today in this video that women are evil.
Well, they have.
You said all women are evil. Actually, is what you said.
All women without a husband are definitely crazy, bro.
But
okay,
you know,
and if God came down and said no, they're not, that would be a debate. I'd say sit down.
What do you,
these bitches are evil.
What do you think of when? So let's say if you were going to get married, would you want to marry a Proverbs 31 woman?
What is that?
Oh,
she's 31 years old. You're saying?
No. Who can find a virtuous and capable wife? She's more precious than rubies. Her husband can trust her, and she will greatly enrich his life. She brings him good, not harm, all the days of her life. She finds wool, flax, and bustle, busily spins it. She is like a merchant ship, bringing her food from afar. She gets up before dawn and prepares breakfast for her household, and plans the day for her servant girls. She goes to inspect the field and then buys it. She had power. She went and goes to the fields, inspects.
Bro,
it,
this girl's 1,000 years ago.
Hold on,
Get
hold
a
on,
time
let me-
machine.
let me-
OnlyFans whores.
No, let me finish.
Yeah,
let me finish. Let me
she's a
finish.
real gem. She's
Let
a
me-
merchant of OnlyFans.
Let me finish. She goes, inspects the field, and buys it. With her earnings, she plants a vineyard. She's energetic, strong, and a hard worker. She makes her dealings are profitable. Her lamp burns late into the night. Her hands are busy spinning threads, her fingers twisting fibers. She extends a helping hand to the poor. She's open her arms to the needy.
Is this Adam 22's wife? What are we talking about?
This is in the Bible, Proverbs 31. All right. She makes her own bedspread. She dresses in fine linen and purple gowns. Her husband is well known at the city gates, where he sits with the other civic leaders. She makes belted linen garments and sashes to sell to the merchants. She is clothed with strength and dignity. She laughs without fear of the future. She speaks, her words are wise, and she gives instructions with kindness. She's carefully watches everything in her household and suffers nothing from laziness. Her children stand and bless her. Her husband praises her. There are many virtuous and capable women in the world, but you surpass them all. Charm is deceptive, and beauty does not last, but a woman who fears the Lord will be greatly praised. Reward her with for all she has done. Let her deeds publicly declare her praise. That's a wife. That's the kind of quality woman that you would want to marry, right?
I want her so bad, dude. That was like a movie in my head right now. Dude, I live in whore times.
Why?
Don't why me like you like those fucking you got those glasses on too tight, dude. Look around.
But when you
bro,
say,
that moved me, man. Dude, that doesn't exist. And I kept thinking
You
of
don't think
this.
that exists?
No, the whole time you're talking about as she's walking and there's merchants and everyone's happy. It was a stone road. We don't have it's a different time, bro. I live in
Do you don't think
end time.
you don't think there's women like that now?
No.
Then I got an anomaly.
I got more faith in never finding that woman than God. And
But I would say I'm blessed with my wife because I see these qualities and characters in my wife. And this is not just me defending her, she's my wife, but I wouldn't marry her if she didn't resemble that to me at all.
When did you find her? How many years ago?
6 years.
6 years?
6 years ago.
Where did you look?
I was at the gym and
shooting trend.
I was shooting trend.
Is she fitness industry? She's ripped.
She's a competitor.
Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah, she's a competitor.
So golden brown and ripped, they're always competing.
Oh yeah, yeah. So, but you know what? Like I found her. I mean, they're there. I think they're few. I think they're few and far in between. Do you think those are right?
Yes, I do. I know where you're going.
So why do you guys pray to the engraven images?
No Catholic in history has ever prayed to a saint.
Why did they?
They've asked for blessings.
Why do they pray to Mary? Isn't that an engraven image?
No Catholic.
You could say that, but actually they do. Just because you say it doesn't make it true.
Show me one.
My grandmother.
Okay, she
No, they pray for intercession.
Because
she literally.
I don't know what this is.
Dude, I'm so lost. Like, are we still talking about something? Or
No.
Oh yeah. And then she lights the camera.
I had a thought like an hour ago, but I think I almost forgot it now.
He's showing context of the relationship he had with Zerka.
Like, that's literally what happened.
I don't think that's what they're debating.
No, because Base was saying that Glenn would never call Zerka out. But literally the next day, he's calling out Zerka.
He's calling him out constantly in this whole interview. Yeah.
Says thou shalt not.
Yeah, having a conversation. Yeah.
So why, if the Bible says, if God says thou shalt not worship,
But stuff happened after this
what is your
conversation,
argument
so
against? So you're saying,
I think that's what they're talking about now.
Because we're the real Christians.
Damn, hold on. This is my first time getting stumped in 4 years. I knew I should have prepared.
I know.
Because when you said your grandma, when I go to mass, I've seen.
I know you have.
fucking snake, bro. When you said the grandma, there was an old lady I was staring at doing that in the church. How did I not remember? Because to me it was harmless, but the way you made it sound was like demonic, bro. Like holy fuck! When you said grandma, I saw that old lady at the church who smiled at me. And she was going up there. I have too much shame, so I just stay in the back of the church, right?
Oh, dude, that's where I sit.
Yeah. You at the back?
I sit in the back.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm first one out, too. I'm like, yo.
I'm gone.
Yeah, very contentious.
I have tattoos and everything.
Oh, yeah. Because you know what? Every time
I hate the hat thing. I take the hat off always, but then I don't want people to be like, Zerka's here.
Every once in a while, I might take my hat off.
I can't do the stand and hat on. I have to put on my heart, you know.
Oh, like you're a patriot?
No, like I feel like, would you walk in God's house with a hat?
Well, you know, the Bible says for men not to wear coverings on their head.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, you want me to show you that too?
No. But I'm gonna be honest. No one can follow all that.
No. And that's the beautiful thing.
Is piercings bad, dude? They're pressure point systems for
the Bible
pagan
says,
times.
look, we all fall short of the glory of God.
Yeah.
We're not saved by works.
And you guys are the shortest. Rainbow Clan is the shortest. Protestant Rainbow.
Here's the thing. You're talking about your works, right? The Catholic Church did all these works, right? But the Bible says you're not saved by works. There's nothing that you could do or I could do on this earth that punches us into heaven.
But works spread the gospels,
yes,
bro.
Works help, but you're not saved by that.
But you're saving.
You're helping. You're
So
doing.
you're helping. You just admit you're helping
But yes,
save.
but you're not. You don't get into heaven by how many people you convert.
That's fine quantity.
But do you see what I'm saying?
I know.
It works mean little. God says, the Bible says you are saved by grace.
Your church, like, oh, it's here, it's there. Well,
You know where our church is? You know where our church is? The Bible says where two or more are gathered. God is with us.
If you're a president and you're going to war with demonic forces, right?
Yep.
If you're king of the world, you gonna have a Catholic system, or you're gonna have this scattered Protestant system?
I'm gonna have a system based on God's word.
That's the Catholic system right there.
Really?
Yes. For thousands of years.
Really?
Yes.
Are you sure about? Are you sure? Are you
saying
how much you want to bet? How much you want to? How much
You're saying you don't want to live in a
how-
Catholic theocracy? That's what you're saying.
No, I want to live in God's law. The way that the Bible.
Pick a time, any time in history. Which time are we thinking of?
None of this. There's no time in history where we lived by God's law. I think God wanted relationships. That's the whole story of the Bible. And
But
I think
you're
religion.
saying Sneeko is not going to go to a community and a clan that teaches him to have a better relationship.
Hey, Glenn, you trying to
You don't
debate
believe
soul scripture and shit? Some point.
Here. This is what you
I'll
need.
do
You don't
that.
need a pastor.
Hey, Glenn, can we pause for a second? I'm gonna bail
over.
here in a second. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Are teenagers going to do good reading this alone?
He would do a lot better than listening to Sneeko. Do not have sexual relations with your brother's wife, for this would violate your brother. Do not have sexual relations with a woman and her daughter. So no, you can't have a mother-daughter fantasy.
What?
Do not have sexual relations with a woman and her daughter.
Why are you looking at me like I'm a woman?
I can see that you probably.
A woman and her daughter, 18-year-old daughter, at the same time?
I don't know. Have you?
Not yet.
Don't do it. Don't do it. While your wife is living, do not marry her sister or have sexual relations with her.
Oh, that
For-
that one
for
I'm going to
they
repent
would-
for. I'm going to repent for that.
Or they
And
would be rivals.
The sister's always hotter than my brother. That one, I'll easily.
I got the hot sister. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, my wife is hotter than her sister.
Is she in the room right now?
But do you own your sister? That's the question.
Next
Glenn.
topic.
You
don't have to
shut up,
laughter. We want it on the microphone, right? People are laughing
Oh,
at
yeah.
what I'm saying.
Do not have sexual relations.
Shut
with a
up,
woman
weirdo.
having a period. This is
Oh, I'm 100% success rate except once. I fucked up once because I cheated.
Do not defy yourself by having intercourse with your neighbor's wife. Do not
Actually, that's
practice
Andrew's question.
homosexuality. Having sex with another man as with a woman is a disdainable sin. A man must not defile himself by having sex with an animal. A woman must not offer herself to a male animal to have intercourse with it. This is a perverse act. Yeah, it's
Very few.
Where does it say that?
Here we go.
Yeah, how is libertarianism going to stop that?
Why is
huh?
it corny?
Because you
Why
know
is
I
it
got
corny?
it right, and
But
you
I'm
want
asking,
me to remember the footnote.
Don't change the
no,
subject.
Footnotes want to know the scriptures.
But is that even
Uh-huh.
a tactic?
Yes,
Run,
yes,
run,
it is.
run.
13 or John 14?
What does John 3:16 say?
Oh my god.
And I'm asking
This
you.
is not effective.
No, I'm asking you for.
I think I can solve this as soon as this video's done. Just waiting.
For
Oh,
God
no,
so,
no, no, no.
I'll help you. For God so loved the world,
That
he gave his only begotten Son. Yep.
And
whoever
whoever
believes
worships
in
him
him
will have everlasting life
and not
peace.
perish. Yeah.
And not perish. Keyword. But here's the
But
point.
what does John 3:17 say? Because everybody knows John 3:16.
No. Cokehead doesn't remember the.
Let me tell you why.
I need the story. I can't have the word.
Because there's a lot of people that will wear the Christian badge, right? And they say, I'm a Christian, but they know very little about this. But here's what I'm getting at. John 3:17. For the Son of Man did not come here to judge the world, but to save the world. That was what my wife was getting at you about. Get the point that she was making, like in the sense, like if we're gonna save, and we're all struggling because we all fall short of the glory of God.
But,
okay, do you agree that you fall short, you fail. You're not a perfect Catholic. You're not a perfect Christian.
I think I'm the biggest failure.
Oh, absolutely. But see, here's the great thing about it, right? There's grace. But what she was getting at, because just like if you had a brand and Sneaker was your brand, representing your brand, right? And he's wearing the Zerka logo, and he's like making the Zerka logo look weak or look stupid. Man, would you want him to represent you?
Here's the question: if I said to your wife, I screamed at her and I got 100 million views, and then after the scream I said Jesus is king, and let's say 10 million people converted, would you have shook my hand for converting 10 million, or would you be like, yo, I'm on trend and that's my wife? Like, which way would you go?
I'll be honest. I'll be like,
you do both.
I'll do both. I'll be like, that's my wife.
Yeah,
smack.
I would do both.
Good
too.
job at converting 10 million or whatever. But when you're pressed against it, you don't know what you believe.
You can say that to
billions. No, okay, so, I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you though.
I don't need to remember all of it.
But you should know where it is.
No, I should.
Why? Because that means
that would take time from my crusade of converting people. I gotta make content.
Okay, convert me. If you don't know where you're saying and what you believe is, how are you going to convert me?
Okay. But let me stand the throne.
Okay, so
I'm doing other good deeds. Why are you going for the jugular? Leave her throat alone.
You went for the jugular. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Do you and this is where I examine my own life. All right. I will tell people, like, look, yes, I was a pastor. Yes, I believe in God. I am not a role model.
Yeah.
Don't look up to me. I tell people, you know what? Do your own research and get the Bible and read it your damn self. Yeah. See what it says in there. Stand for what you say. You believe this. And here's the question. I'm challenging you, Zerka. I challenged you today, and you couldn't help me find anything that you believe in here. And then this
want me to destroy you?
No,
I'm about to win.
No,
you don't want this.
No, this is what I'm asking you. This is what I'm asking you. I'm asking you this for you. Is you want to get to know God better? It's right here. It's in here. You don't need a sermon. You don't need some priest telling you what this says. God gave you the ability to read. He gave you the ability of understanding. And you articulate.
Give me the ability to fight, and it's not with you guys who gave up. It's with the Catholics like Nick. You want to be with Nick and me. You don't want to be just reading all day. Come on.
I want to read.
You want to fight.
Man. I want to read till I understand what I'm fighting for.
When they want to make all of our kids,
why?
You're just gonna keep reading. I have to go. Hey,
why? Hey, don't you want to know who your enemy is?
The teacher.
Who's that? Where did it come from?
The demonic.
Exactly. Where did that come from?
The devil.
Okay, then how do you fight the devil?
By reading. Wow.
By knowing God's word. People are going to be won over by the Bible-beaten, suit-wearing pastor anymore.
Yeah, I gave up on that thinking.
I do think that people will be saved from guys that look like me and you.
Yeah, I do.
But here's my challenge to you.
Wait, why do you think that? When did you entertain?
No, I believe this since like maybe how long I've been saying this, babe? Like 6-7 years now.
Okay.
The church does not like if Jesus went into the church today, he wouldn't be recognized.
And he's out of here.
Yeah, base left, dude. So you can probably stop the video now.
5 years, 4 years, 5 years, in 2020, 4 years. I've been saying that for about the last 4 years. That if Jesus walked into a church today, they would kick him out, or he wouldn't be in there.
Base left.
That would be a debate.
I know.
so you don't need to show him the video anymore. He's probably not even watching. Here's my 2 cents. I'm getting ready to head out here in a minute. I just wanted to final thoughts. Here's my final thoughts. It sounds like Based assumed that you read the tweet and all the links, and assumed that you were talking about all the details of all the links and all the tweets, and that's why he's upset. It sounds like you said you didn't read all the tweets and all the links and didn't know what he was talking about. You were just simply asking, like, what are you talking about, bro? And he perceived that as you saying, like, you don't see the problem. Like, he said, like, here's the problem, Glenn, but you're like, no, I don't even know what you're talking about. I didn't read the tweets and the links. And getting back to Base, he's very, very picky about, standards and morals and stuff like that. And again, you said, I considered this guy a friend, meaning I will talk to the guy. I don't agree with everything he says. I will talk to the guy. Therefore, he's my friend. Base is saying, no, if you have standards, you should never call people you disagree with your friends, because you're endorsing their lifestyle, behavior, beliefs,
So
whatever.
everybody that I disagree with, I can't call him a friend.
That's between you and
I have to agree with somebody 100% of the time.
I'm not agreeing on either side.
This is a good like synopsis, because I've missed a lot of this. Like,
okay, so I think that's what happened. I think it can be solved in about 5 minutes without anyone else on this panel. Just you and Base talking to each other directly. I think y'all can solve it in about 5 minutes. And I'm heading out. Kyle, did I make my point to you, and did I answer all your questions? Yes or no?
No, but there'll be a future conversation.
Okay, I'll be around. I have a channel.
Yeah.
If you want to talk, I'm available. Sorry,
Sounds good, man.
make it clear. I'll try harder next time.
I believe I understand where you're coming from at the very least.
Sweet.
But,
That's a start. Yeah. We can work on that. So, thanks for having me on, Glenn. I thought I could solve it a lot quicker, but it got way too dragged out into the weeds. So I think it's way more simpler than the panel's making it. But
no, it would have been way more simpler than him making it the way he decided to do things.
I was waiting for Base to confirm what I just said, but he just left, so now we'll never know. So I'll let you guys figure it out on your own. But
before you go, the brutal thing about people like Based is they go around talking about subjects that they have very little knowledge on. You shouldn't be talking about but then when somebody's calling you out on your lack of knowledge, you should listen and shut up.
Right.
Because he doesn't know what he's talking about when he says that you're not supposed to hang around the spiritually sick. You are supposed to. How else are you supposed to guide them away from that sickness?
I've been around all parties above long enough to know that we all have something to contribute, but sometimes we get caught up in our little dramas and bullshit. And so here's a perfect example.
Dude, it's just annoying, man. Like that's not
This
not
is
friend
creating
behavior
drama that
what he's
someone
doing
created
right now.
on his own.
I agree with what I'm sorry, I don't know your name in the top right corner with glasses. I agree with
Kyle.
Kyle, Barney, whatever you want to say.
Barney, Kyle.
Me and a friend of mine who, like both of us like debate, we've said that same thing before. I like Base, by the way. Just find that he's a all right
I'm
guy.
not saying I have hate for the guy. Or
No.
I
just wanted to say that real quick. But I agree. I do think that sometimes he does try, like specifically when we was talking about things with Andrew Wilson and the debate coming up. This was one thing we noticed was like, but are you Christian? Are you religious? Yeah, really ought not to start bringing someone's religion into it and start quoting Bible scripture and blah, 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 blah. Like, I agree with that. It's kind of like, if you really aren't some type of theologist or, you've not really studied this and practiced it as your religion, you're not going to understand all the nuances of it. And it does kind of make you sound foolish.
Yeah. It's disingenuous to go around and claim that you understand when somebody is or is not something, but you don't even know what that something is.
I don't think that it's disingenuous, only because the way I would define that would be you're kind of intentionally doing it. I think that he means well by it, but I think that he does need to take that advice if he's listening and maybe do more research and studying in on it, and maybe in the meantime avoid that strategy.
Well, yeah, exactly. And listen to people when they're trying to educate you on it.
I wasn't here for that part, but if
he kept over talking whenever somebody was trying to educate him on it.
if that's true, I can't speak to that part because I didn't hear it. But yeah,
That's
I feel you.
why
I feel
Glenn
you.
and Base should get a room and don't involve a panel. It'll get solved a lot faster. But
Yeah,
that's just my
yeah,
2
because
cents.
you guys both, as far as my understanding, have always liked each other and got along pretty well. So it would be nice if you could try to solve it together. Yeah.
It's not hard. It's just like they solved it with Sarah and
He
Jasmine.
didn't. No. You have to understand. There's a way of doing things, and a way not to do things. And if you do something with you're making a whole lot of assumptions and allegations and statements based off of little to no facts. What is the motive behind it? Is that wise? Is that a wise thing to do?
I agree with that. Yeah.
So unless there has to be another motive, either you're stupid, right?
Well,
or
we all heard, Glenn. You heard how it went when I asked him if he's doing this all just to get out of the debate. He went completely silent.
Oh
so
no, I
this
don't.
is
think
clearly
that at
what it
all.
is.
I don't think that at all. I think.
Well,
That's
yeah, that's
incorrect. No, I'm not saying that just. To
I
disagree
get
with
it,
you,
but you're
Speak-
just
I'm not saying that just to.
taking up, bro.
I'm not saying that just to disagree with you, Speakeasy. I'm saying that because, without giving away too many details and stuff, like I know that he's still actively preparing for this and very much so looking forward to it. So I disagree with it. I mean, you can have
And
your
why
opinion,
didn't he
that's fine,
answer
but
to that here earlier?
I do not.
Right.
I do not know. I cannot say, but I'm just saying. My opinion is that he would not give up this debate for anything. It really means
It's
a
a lot
lot.
to count from.
Okay.
So
Well, I don't really trust people that leave panels and then say I was about
Yeah, I
to
can
cause a
see
bunch
that.
of chaos on that guy's panel, but I decided
Oh,
not to
now
tonight.
Who's in the
that I
bottom
know what
right,
you're
by the
talking
way?
about.
I
That
didn't
you
catch
know
your
what
name
happened
either.
that night.
No. I know what I know is he went to left the panel and then went to a Discord and cried and said he was gonna cause chaos, but it was too late for him.
Oh, never mind. If
So
anybody
look-
wants to know what he's talking about, I've had a long
silence doesn't
conversation with
equal
Speakeasy where me and three
compliance,
other,
by
hold
the
on
way.
real quick, but where me and three other people told him exactly what the context of that meant. But I understand your anger.
So
silence
who are
doesn't
you in the
equal
bottom right,
agreement,
by the
so
way? If
on
you don't
that
mind
note,
me
I'm
asking,
gonna
like,
silently
what do you
leave the
go by?
panel.
Or
Bye. Thanks for having me, Glenn.
yeah, be
Have a
well,
good day.
man.
Bye.
Bye, I5.
So who's in the bottom right now? I didn't catch your name.
Oh,
or
that was
tag.
Weirdo
Yeah, my
John. Nick, buddy.
apologies. I'm so sorry. My name is Ashley.
Ashley. Okay.
Ashley, let me ask you a question. If
Yes.
your friend,
Nice to
if
meet
your
you,
friend calls you out publicly for something, but didn't come to you and drag you aside and have a private conversation about it, would you be upset with that friend?
Yes, absolutely. I've
Yeah,
run
exactly.
into this.
And
I've run
that's
into. I've run
my
into
point
this.
too, Teriak. Yeah.
Yeah, I've run into that very scenario before, and I was not happy about it. But luckily, that did resolve. So, but I feel
Yeah, but the damage can already be done, right? So, for
It
instance,
depends,
like
but I feel you,
I
yeah.
when I was in high school, right? There was this horrible rumor, and I won't go into the whole thing because it'll take too long. I don't mind doing it on a future time, but there's a whole rumor going around about me. And instead of my friends actually like talking to me to verify if the rumor's true, what did? They participated in the rumor as well. And it sucks bad. And yes, my friends and we did solve it later. But guess what? The damage was already done.
Yeah.
They already did all this reputation destruction to me. And that is what I personally do not like about people doing what Oracle's doing right now. And that's why I was trying to tell them, dude, what you're doing is not being a friend. You talked about Glenn in a previous panel that I saw you in, and you were acting like Glenn was your friend. Friends don't go and destroy their reputation without any facts on the guy. They clarify behind closed doors and say, yo, man, what's up? Like, I've known you for a while. This doesn't seem like something you'd support, man. Like,
Well,
why are you
let's
supporting
not
it?
only not only this. The fact is, the whole thing is in dispute of if Zerka even knew the age of the girl to begin with. Like,
Yeah, but all these things could have been discussed in private, Easy. That's all I'm getting at. You know
yeah,
what I
but
mean?
like that's
It's-
my point.
Glenn
Is like
could say
he
his
blew
side
up
and say, I'm waiting on
something
the
on
facts and
someone
stuff.
else that's not even fully confirmed yet. So like something that's not even fully confirmed yet, and then to put it onto someone else, that makes no fucking sense.
I'm not going to touch that one right now, but I disagree. But okay.
What do you mean you
No,
disagree?
but regardless,
John
somebody heard
Zerka. John Zerka
Glenn's
saying
side, then
but
at least.
I'm just here to discuss the Glenn.
But
thing.
yeah, we're talking
I-
about
I
Based.
think
Based
that's
has
it, yeah.
no evidence, but he's still making his claim, and then he's dragging Glenn into it. That's
Yeah.
the whole issue here. You don't even have enough evidence to call out Zerka.
John
And he
Zerka's fair
didn't.
game,
And that's
but
and
if
that's
Glenn,
and that's
but
why
if
he
Glenn
didn't
is
call out
his
Zerka.
friend,
And that's hang on a second. Let me finish point.
Oh, sorry.
He doesn't even have enough evidence to call out John Zerka, and that's why he didn't call out Zerka. But what he's trying to do is trying to throw shit at Glenn to try and get him. Oh, him and Zerka are best buddies. He as if Glenn was there at the situation.
What I have a problem with, and what I said from the beginning, was just because you sent a couple tweets at me, and you could tell my response is very neat. Like I don't know what's going on. I'm like, what do you want me to do? Apologize for something the guy did? Like what? And then he's like, oh, is your friend? Like, okay, yeah, we're not friends. Like we don't hang out every day, or we don't hang out regularly. But we have had friendly interactions, and I wouldn't be opposed to being his friend. Well, why wouldn't I be opposed to being his friend? Because I just laid out the where our whole interactions started from, and it's always been even here, this text message from him. He's like, yo, Glenn, I need help with something. I only trust you. It was about ministry. It was about prayer and stuff. It's like my interactions with him has always been about, his questions about religion, God, or, he asked me for prayer one time, if I could pray, keep him in my prayers because he was going through something. And it's like, so that's what I've always, my interactions with him has been based on. And I've only been on that podcast that you guys saw, the one with Rollo, Mike Sartain, and him, and the one I would just happen to be on with Alex from Playing with Fire, where he just happened to show up unexpected. I don't hang out with him.
Yeah,
he's hit me up every once in a while when he's had a question or something.
And see,
I don't
now
keep
this,
up,
what
I
you're
don't
saying,
keep up with Zerka.
Yeah.
Like,
If Glenn had come to, Glenn, if Base had come to you and you guys talked like this, that would have been way smarter. So I'm agreeing with you on that part. Totally. Yeah.
And so, and here's the other thing.
I think he was too presumptuous and jumped the gun, I guess is, what
Well,
I mean?
there's consequences to this too, though, because
exactly.
I think he wants a scapegoat, and Glenn is the easiest target. And he doesn't. I don't know if he actually wants to do the debate or not, but it seems like, for one, it's at this point. And to immediately point.
Man, your
fingers
connection
at Glenn,
sucks today, bro.
Oh, you talked
I thought it was me.
Okay.
It's been tough to understand you all day, man. Not to be rude. Yeah, but
Like every other word, you're rubber banding really bad.
Damn. All right. Well, I'll try to fix it.
So
would someone?
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, man. I just wanted to let you know before you go into a whole.
Just pop back in, John. Just hop out and hop back in. Sometimes that helps.
Not to be a time waster, my apologies, but can someone just quickly explain why I don't understand that angle of I just literally don't. The angle of this being a way to get out of the debate.
Oh,
How's
okay.
that? Oh, because
So-
you two were supposed to go together. Is that what it is?
Yeah, well,
Okay,
the whole debate was contingent upon me being the moderator. Him having to cover for my travel cost. And so if I'm not the moderator because now he has an issue with me, or he starts an issue with me that makes me not want to be around him, well, then if the debate doesn't happen, he could say it's not his fault.
Right.
To me, that's
because if Glenn's not the moderator, that he'll just say, well, the part of the deal we agreed to was Glenn was the moderator, so I'm not doing it now.
Speak easy, my apologies. I didn't mean to, yeah, but I just honestly, as I was asking the question, I was like, oh, that's right. Here's my opinion still is that I really don't think he's trying to get out of the debate, but what I do think he did was not think this through. And now
the
Right, but now if it,
ramifications to this.
right, he didn't think this through, which is something, you know, sometimes I get frustrated with him myself because he's done it to me before too, and I don't think that was the intention behind it, but he did kind
Yes,
of
but
shoot
Yeah,
himself in
but
the foot
like
because
Glenn's
it's gonna
saying,
look
there's
that way
damage
now.
that's
Right,
well,
that's what I'm saying.
the question is, it's like, okay, so now he has branded me as you know, a PDF file, an apologist, or that I promote such behavior. Like that type of rumor and bullshit lies, right? Could really damage a person's, you know, reputation, their career. There's a lot of, you know, negative consequences that could be on the aftermath of this, and it's not as dismissed as, oh, it was a simple mistake. No, that there's no simple mistake when you look at that, especially when you
No,
knew
because
like
it
he
could
didn't
have
have
been discussed privately and more research done
and
before. Yeah.
exactly. So when you choose not to do your due diligence and you choose to just start slandering somebody, it does beg the question, what is the intent of doing so?
Right. You're right about that, but you're very right. But just
And
having been
if
through
Glenn was a
similar
bigger
experience,
creator, if Glenn was a bigger
uh-huh.
creator, I would assume that he was doing it for the clout. But
Right, but
Glenn is,
anyway,
you know, not to put his channel down. Right? I'm not a
I
big
get it. I'm a
creator
few
either.
thousand behind
Like,
you, Easy.
yeah, I'm not a big creator either. You know what I'm saying? But that's
Listen
the
to
thing.
Easy
Like
getting big head after reaching 5K.
only like
yeah,
actual
I see what you're saying, but
explanation that
you
makes
could
any
read all kinds
logical
of different
sense.
things into
Jeez,
it. Well, you
don't
interrupted
let
me
me
first.
finish.
With all due respect, you completely interrupted me first, and I really don't care if I'm interrupting you now because that was rude. So, what I was saying is that I completely agree with you, and that is a very logical deduction to come to. But what I do think, just because I've seen Based have a pattern of doing this, is that I don't think that is the reason he did it. I think he just made a boo boo, and
So
he's
he's
going to
just a
see the
whiny little
consequences
bitch.
of it.
But here's the other
He's
question.
gonna see this
that's
now.
it.
I hope
He's
he
just a
learns a
whiny little
lesson
bitch.
from
Well,
this.
where's his morals at then?
If he does this a lot, that shows a lot about his character. Then, if he
Well,
you just
by
said he
a
does this
lot,
a
but
lot, that's
he doesn't
sad.
accuse people
That's
of being like
fucking
a PDF
sad.
apologist. What I'll say is that I don't feel like
Backstabs
he
his friends a
adequately
lot, guys.
prepares. I don't feel like he adequately prepares to argue points in a debate. And I feel like he jumps to conclusions, and it seems to be pretty. I've always thought this, that like, wow, you know, you really need to learn a few things, like do your research, do your homework, read about these things, do mock debates, like actually do your homework, right? Before you just jump to these conclusions and you make yourself look like a hothead, you know?
Well, the question I have is that where's his morals in this? He's being the moral police. He's trying to be the arbitrator and the standard of what is good morals and what's bad morals. But he decides that he's going to assassinate someone's character or attempt to assassinate someone's character based off of little to no information. The moral thing is not to do such a thing without doing your due diligence and being properly you know, informed on the matter before going public and making such statements. So
especially if it involves somebody that you're a friend of.
He's actually told Glenn is the one with the 15-year-old.
Not even that. It's the level of the depth of consequence his statements could have on someone else.
I would like to hear you guys have that discussion because that's a good question.
What is the discussion though? Because he already did what he needed to do, or he decided to do.
Well, the question of where's his morality on that, I'm curious as well. Like,
Well, he also just left a chance to have the discussion. Like the video was almost done, we can tell, and he just dips out. He doesn't say goodbye. He doesn't say sorry, I gotta go. He doesn't say like I would like to continue this discussion at X time when I'm free. He just dipped out. And I think the reason he dipped out, this is just speculation, is because he saw the very thing that he was accusing Glenn of not doing in that video. Glenn was calling out all the degenerate behavior of Zerka in that video. And I think that's partially why Glenn was showing that video. He called out the fact that he talked rude to his wife, called out the fact that he doesn't like the sexual degeneracy he does, talked about the fact that no, not all women are, just a bunch of sluts and idiots and evil and all this and that. They called him out nonstop during that video. And he's like, no, he's just having a conversation. It's like, how do you call somebody out if you're not in a conversation? That's how you call them out. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Maybe he doesn't think that's how you call them out, because the way he calls out is not during a conversation. He calls them out when the other party can't even stand up for themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's done that. That is something.
And not to mention,
got
like,
a habit of doing now.
when I did get onto his stream yesterday and I made a comment, he's like, come on up. And before I could even click the link to come on up, he shuts down the stream. So
was this after you guys were already? This was after the call out and stuff already.
Oh, this is towards the end of his stream. I finally got able to get a moment to get on because people were hitting me up about it, and I got to a place where I'm home and I could log on and hop on, and I make a comment and I sent a comment in the chat and to let him know I'm here. Right. And he said, come on up. And then before I could even click the link to come on up, he shuts the stream down. Well, why would he do that? If you wanted me to come on up, why would you shut the stream down? You're publicly attacking me. So why would you? So you want me to just go backstage when the stream is off? Well, and then to deal with this? Well, why would you want me to do that?
Yeah.
Because
if you went up there and pressed him the way. Sorry, if you went up there and pressed him the way that I did just now, asking him, what's your proof even about Zerka? And he said, and he says is, well, this tweet right here, he says that he didn't know her age. So he's saying he didn't know her age. That's your proof of everything, that he knew her age? Like, this doesn't even make any fucking sense. It looks stupid when he got pressed about why he even had a
30-year-old man that has openly admitted to loving to go to frat parties because you can hit on teenage girls that sneak in sometimes, and you're also having to even question whether or not the girl that you're snuggling up with and whatever else with might be underage. I still think that's kind of fucking gross and weird. I don't like John Zerka, and I do think that he's a piece of shit. So that's why I don't like that argument, but I do care about what was said about Glenn, because I don't think Glenn's a piece of shit.
Girls
but the thing is,
I don't care if there's way more to it. I've had a debate with John Zerka before myself. I know a lot about the dude, and I'm not a fan.
So if a guy likes an 18-year-old, does that make him a PDF file? Ashley.
Maybe her internet or something.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, if a man is turned on by an 18-year-old,
Hello?
if a man
we can hear you now, Ashley. Yeah, he's just repeating.
Oh my God. Okay, I hear you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
If a man is turned on by an 18-year-old, does that make him a PDF file?
No.
So what's your thing with going to?
Can an 18-year-old look like they're 15, right?
No. My whole thing is Zerka says he wants to go to the frat parties to get with teenagers. 18 is a teenager technically. So
yeah. I did not ever say that he was a pedophile, did I? I'm sorry, did I?
That's what Basis is trying to make the claim on.
Right, I'm not talking about that. I was literally just talking about John Zerka and why I will not be defending him. But I never said.
Yeah, but you just said because he wants to go to frat parties and get with teenagers.
That's correct.
But the teenagers he said is 18.
No.
19.
And what I'm talking about, that's not what he said. He literally just said teenagers that sneak in. That's what he said. I know.
Was this on Fresh and Fit? Was this on Fresh and Fit?
No, it was not on Fresh and Fit. No, it was not. I've debated this guy before.
What was it on?
Again, remember that you're doing these things and you're like, well, do your homework. Do your homework.
What was it on?
Guess what? Like, you don't know who the fuck I am. You don't know what the fuck
video was it on?
I'm not here to debate.
I'm not going
to defend him.
He said multiple times on Fresh and Fit that it was 18 and 19-year-old.
You're going to look real cute when more shit comes out. It's fine, though. I don't care.
But wait a minute. So, see, this is where you're getting it wrong. Who defended him?
Let's go. Tell me.
Who defended him?
Who's defending him?
Who defended him?
There, who defended him? What?
Yeah, you're
Hello?
acting like we're
Yeah,
defending
yeah.
him.
Why are you even saying stuff like you guys are gonna
well,
look real cute when stuff comes out? Like nobody's defending the guy here. I don't even
I
like
am
Zerka
taking it.
personally, but you know, I can
I am
understand being friendly with the guy. Like,
right.
Take it
I am
personally, that's
taking
weird.
this
Yeah.
as okay. Anyways, I am
sorry,
taking
go
this.
ahead.
No, me too. I am taking this as exactly you guys defending it, and then also sitting here trying
How
to
we defend him?
How
are we defending him?
May I continue and I'll tell
Asking
you.
questions is not defending.
Let her finish, guys.
Again, I can have my own opinion, and my opinion is that it sounds like you're defending him and you're getting all uppity over like, how could we even say this? Blah blah
We're
blah.
speaking in a very calm monotone.
That's precious. But anyway,
let her finish her whole statement, please.
But the clip that I'm talking about, since you wanted to challenge me on that, that was actually what really started to get me heated. It was actually a clip that was filmed with somebody's cell phone at a restaurant where he was very drunk. Not the one where he was leaning over and passing out in the booth. This was outside when he was actually drunk and passed out in the street. And he was talking to like some frat boys. And that's the clip I'm talking about. It wasn't on anyone's show. It was a leaked clip. I've debated John Zerka. I know a lot about him. I've accused him of similar things, but not being a pedo. I've never said that. I do think that he's full of a lot of really disgusting, degenerate behavior. I think he's a walking meme. And he admits to a lot of this stuff himself. He admits to being fake and phony. He admits to being a walking meme. He admits to liking teenage girls. He does not always clarify that it's 18. Again, I'm not saying they are. Again, I'm not.
He said multiple times.
I said he does not always. Listen, always. I didn't say he doesn't.
Again, you've not said anything that we are disagreed with on the panel.
You literally questioned me and wanted me.
I questioned you. I didn't disagree with you.
You
questioning is not
okay,
is questioning disagreeing.
You're
Is questioning disagreeing?
To your tone. You're
Is
feigning
questioning
ignorance to your
disagreeing?
tone.
Is there? Oh, so it's tone police. Is that what we're doing?
Can I? Okay. How would you take it?
Is questioning defending?
How would you take
That's my
it?
question. Is questioning defending?
Not if it's done in good faith, which is what I'm getting.
Exactly. So we're not defending him.
Which is what I'm
So
getting.
stop
to.
making that claim because
No,
everyone
I
here
will
has
not.
made it clear
I
that
will
we're not
not.
defending
You
John
stop
Zerka.
being a fucking bitch. How about that? Listen to me.
Calm down. Calm down, Felicia. Calm
No,
down.
I'm
Get
not
those
going
emotions
to
in check.
calm down. Why
Calm
don't
down.
you? Why don't you stop trying
Calm
to
down.
act?
Calm down.
See, isn't that?
Yeah, you're
that's
saying
what
that?
I'm talking about. Like, it's guys
Actually-
that actually don't have a real argument, and so they start doing this whole like it's honestly low.
I'm literally calling you out because you're saying we're defending John Zerka.
I
and
said
that's
you
the question,
are
and now
acting
you're
low.
getting emotional.
Let me tell
You
you.
are
I'll
acting
say what
low-brow
I have
too.
always told. I've told John this myself.
Thank you.
I told him, dude, you need to be careful that the character that you are presenting does not become the character you end up being.
Exactly.
Like you are playing this character because, like I said, I have talked to him behind,
have to.
off camera, in Vegas and stuff like that. Like, and he has reached out to me in messages and stuff before, and I have told him, like, dude, you need to be careful that, like, is Ziggy Stardust. Do you guys remember that whole thing with Ziggy Stardust? Right?
Yes.
Okay, so he had to stop being the character Ziggy Stardust because that's what he was becoming, and I told him the same
John's
thing.
even said himself that he is sometimes blurring the lines between this
Yes.
character and yes,
And I have told him, dude, you
and
need
he's
to
developed
watch
a really
yourself.
bad substance abuse issue.
And I told him, I said, you need to watch yourself because you're going to find yourself, if you get yourself in a situation, even if you didn't do anything wrong, but you have portrayed this behavior and you portrayed this character, like this is who you are. At that point, it doesn't matter. People will not believe you.
Yeah.
And, I've warned him about that. I've told him to watch his step with his behavior. I know
Exactly. No one's defending him or
I
his
know
behavior.
that he likes to manufacture drama. He tried to manufacture
Yes.
beef between me and him over him arguing with my wife on Access Vegas, right? Like he's like, hey, let's make it seem like we're gonna fight or something. I'm like, dude, I don't do the bullshit. Like if it's not a real fight, I'm not gonna like pretend anything,
Yes.
He's like, oh, but the views, we'll get so many views. I'm like, dude, I'm just here to have a conversation with you. Like I know. So for me to say that, like, could he be manufacturing this drama? I think 95% of the shit that he comes out with is manufactured bullshit. So to say that I know for a fact that this instance that everybody's talking about, that I only read into after Base's stream, you know, there's no definitive anything. There's a lot of circumstantial stuff, of course, but
see, that's a very smart way to fucking put it. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that.
But we've been saying that since the
So
get-go.
for me, like,
No.
So no one here was defending Zerka.
Right, that's literally what I said,
No,
and that,
no,
and
it
you
isn't.
said
No,
it
it isn't.
sounded
You were
like I was
defending. You were defending
defending.
blurring.
He's emotional.
You were
That's why he's
defending blurring the lines between ages of consent. I just don't want to have that argument.
Wait,
Look, here, let me be clear, Ashley. I've heard Zerka say specifically that he is into underage
like,
girls
see, this
on
is how
Sneaky's
stupid shit
stream.
gets spread.
But what Glenn's saying is it's tough to know when he's joking around as part of a character.
I know that, and I agree
and
with
when
that.
he's like
I agree
being
with that.
serious. So
that's why for me, like,
I know, I agree with that. When
That's why for
somebody
me,
says
I'm
it
not going to
intelligently and
speak on anything.
non-combatively,
That's why for me, I'm not going to speak on anything and give my opinion on if this is real or this, you know,
and that's exactly what I said too. I don't know that it happened at all. I know that I think he's a piece
I
of
said
shit.
Sneaky, I meant Sneeko, by the way.
Like,
you don't know that it happened. You literally said to me, no, with the way Zerka is, and I know a lot more to that story. Like, now all of a sudden, like,
Oh
you're
no!
literally,
Don't you
like,
put
you
words in my
literally
mouth.
now
Go back and watch it before
earlier
you
you
open your
brought
mouth.
up, and
Don't
again,
you put words
just
in my mouth.
always
Hell no,
talk
I
when
did not.
talk. It's
I
been
said
like this the whole time
exactly what
since you've
Jeff
been
is
up
saying
here.
just now. When they're
Holy
hidden,
shit,
when
man.
they're
Easy.
All right,
It's
you
not
gotta
what you
make
said.
that
mentioned
accusation.
earlier,
not
I'm
what you
not
said,
just
Easy.
trying to
It's
be
the way you
against
said it.
you, Easy. I'm not just trying to be against you. Glenn repeats the
No, it's literally
exact
what he
same
said this
thing.
time.
She
That's the
agrees with
difference.
Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's you couldn't have been more obvious here.
Okay, that's okay.
Holy.
I'm glad you're not taking the stream down, right, Glenn?
No, it's going to
Okay,
be left
good.
up.
Cool. I'll make my
And
point
so-
later when I can actually talk and I'm not pissed off by a bunch of schoolboy douchebags.
Yeah, no need to get emotional, babes.
Well,
okay?
you should
So
let
what I,
talk.
hold on,
Why?
guys.
That's what
I was
women
getting
do.
at-
We get emotional, silly. I'm just proving you
so-
right.
Then
Why are you
don't get
telling me I
mad
have
when
to
we
be my
call you
female
out for
nature?
being
I'm trying to give you
emotional.
some advice.
So
You
what
might
I'm getting
actually
at,
get ahead in
what
life.
I'm getting at with all
Thank
this
you.
is like,
That's very masculine. of you.
even
All of a
now,
sudden I'm attracted
No
to
problem.
you.
No problem. Just keep rocking.
even now, if somebody asks me what do I think of Zerka with all this information that we don't know for certain, would you still be willing to be his friend? Yeah, because the way that our relationship established has always been about talking to him about faith, encouraging him in his faith or his alleged faith, right? You know, and wanting to help influence in some form of positive way if need be, for him. You know, I would do that for anybody. You know, if he hit me up right now and tell me like, you know, hey man, he could really use some prayer and, you know, someone to, you know, to hear him out, I would be that ear. I'll be like, fine. Yeah, man. Cool. Let's talk. Let's hear what you got to say. You know, like I would still be that person. Why? Because I don't want to shut out the opportunity to help benefit him and positively influence him to help him become a better person. I mean, isn't that why everybody say to get in this space to help people out? And I genuinely mean it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, no, I'm not going to close a door based off of unverified information. And just because the public, you know, demands that this, you know, everybody do that. I don't know for a fact yet what really took place. I don't even know if it's manufactured drama that he normally does, or if this is a legitimate, you know, crisis or incident. So for me, it's like, I'm not going to speak on anything until I know for certain the information that is out there or whatever the information is solid. Until then, I'm just going to sit back and be like, you know what? You know, I hope it's not true. But if it is true, and I said this earlier, then you know what? Somebody should be, you know, calling the police, and he should be having to face the consequences for his actions if there was any criminal activity taking place.
Yeah.
You know, and
I believe you always have said that and been that way. And I will admit, I personally have had a very negative experience with John Zerka, and I have very much, I have a lot of disdain for him. And I just don't think that I would ever want to defend him, but I would also never accuse him of something that hasn't been like proven. I'm just saying, like, he does flirt with the lines
He
of the
does.
ages of consent,
And you
and
know
he
what?
talks
And if,
about this. And
and
when
if he
you're
ends
kind
up
of,
getting popped for it,
like, in my opinion, like kind of almost feels like defending that or trying to challenge that, I just don't think that's ever a wise stance to take, which
and
is why I
I'm not
respect
defending
Glenn's
him.
stance, which is why I respect your stance, Glenn, because you're saying, like, I don't think it's wise either.
Yeah, I don't
So-
think it's wise. And I've even told him, like, dude, if you get yourself in a situation with the character that you portrayed and nobody believes you, well, then you know what? That's your own making here. And you never want to be caught in that position. And this could be one of those situations. If it's legit, if it's a true thing, then he could be, throwing his life away. And there's consequences.
So Ashley, if you don't mind me saying, you did go kind of 0 to 100, and I think that
Yeah, I really did. I got triggered.
Yeah, that's okay. And you're explaining the reasoning why you've had bad times with this guy and all that. I would say just be careful about doing that. When you notice yourself getting emotionally triggered, it's probably best to slow down.
Yeah,
and
I usually,
think, because,
that's good advice.
Yeah, because like what you just did is the very thing that we were having a discussion about with Based Oracle.
No,
where
it
you,
isn't. No, it isn't. It's different. But
Please hear me
I see the
out. Please hear me
correlation.
out, because then you can actually see if what I'm saying is true or false. Is you made the accusation of something that we were doing that we weren't doing, which is exactly what Based Oracle said Glenn was doing. And
I never
instead
made
of
that accusation about you, actually.
well, okay, fair enough. But you said these boys, so I didn't know if you were lumping.
It's just me.
Everybody.
No, I
in.
specifically said earlier I wasn't talking about you, that I was talking about the Irish Eminem and speaking.
Yeah, but fair enough. In
I get under
Ellen
emotions, you know what I'm
DeGenerate's defense, you could have asked, like, "Are you defending him?" Right? Instead of
No,
just
I
saying
could have.
he
I
is.
could have, but I was
Yeah,
getting.
that's all I'm saying, Ashley.
No,
I'm not.
on
Actually,
that
I have that effect on women. What can I say?
On that one, I agree with you. I get where you're coming from, and you are right. And on
Yeah.
a different on a different day, I would act totally different.
It's all good, Ashley. I'm just trying to help you out. That's all.
No. I genuinely appreciate it. I'm not being like. I'm not kidding. I'm not whatever. I don't even know words right now. I've been up for like
You're
over
not just
24 hours.
pandering to me. I get you.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
I mean,
no
like,
worries.
But,
this is where actually this is where I stand with
Oh, sorry.
like this whole scenario. Is that
Can I say one thing really quick though, while it's in my head?
Yeah.
Is that I was getting a different attitude and all this kind of stuff from the Eminem and the Speakeasy, and I kind of get into it every now and then. So I definitely don't apologize for what I said about them, and I still think that they were being a little bit more defensive than I personally would publicly be for a situation like that. And I also think they were being mocking and rude.
Okay, well, again, I tried to ask you how I was defending him, and then it went into this whole.
Well, I
thing
know, but
here.
that's because then
And
it was like
you
you guys just kept interrupting. We're like, tone police and this and ooh, and making fun of me. And so
interrupting like you just did me while I was talking. You mean? You've literally interrupted. Please watch
I
this
wasn't
back
making
after.
fun of
You said
you.
you were gonna watch this back. Please fucking watch it back.
Yes,
after,
I
'cause you've
interrupted you.
every time I fucking talked. Every time, man. You
You
can't
did it to
fucking
me
listen and
too.
talk at the same time. You understand that, right? Holy fucking Jesus!
No, I
And I
don't.
think it's
Like, if
safe
you just
to
want to
say
hear
that-
yourself,
please
you
explain
can
it to my
record it
wondering
onto your
again?
computer and play it back to yourself, right? You don't have to fucking come on streams and derail the whole fucking thing to hear only yourself fucking talk. Holy fuck!
I think
I
also,
don't really think that's
like,
what's happening.
fuck, man.
I think also your previous bad blood, as you
Yeah.
both said that, is part also probably getting in the way of being able to, hear what people are saying, and you guys are kind of talking past each other at times. In this, but like what I'm getting at the end of the day is like, all of this could have been addressed properly and responsibly if Base was very concerned, if he really held that view, or he thought that there was that, or even had the inkling of, thought that maybe this is where Glenn stands. He could have got clarification by reaching out. He could have sent me a message like, "Hey, could you give me a buzz when you get a chance? Because I need to ask you about this. Because I'm taken back, by by this, you know, like, and we could have, you know, I would have responded when I was able to, you know, free, and we could have had a conversation about the whole thing, man to man, privately, and none of this would have taken place. But instead of doing the responsible thing, he decided to go ahead and make accusations, make statements, imply, you know, what my behavior or my morals or, you know, what I stand for or what I support. And again, this is not like he's just saying something insignificant that like I, you know, am cool with people that I don't know, like I don't know, like I'm pro tranny or something like this, you know, something like it's not as, you know, consequential. But to say someone is supportive of PDFs and that behavior, and to say that this person promotes or props up or, you know, all this shit, this type of, you know, behavior, or this kind of person that does this behavior, with one not knowing for certain if Zerka does those behaviors at all, but you know, he's damaging reputation, potentially damaging, you know, even potential employment, you know, or, you know, projects that I could be getting on just by somebody overhearing and taking what he's saying as some type of truth. And that's the problem that I have. It's the level of severity of his actions that he's done that's my problem with it. It's also, you know, again, it's the intention, I don't know, but this level of severity of the consequences that his, you know, behavior did, and then just to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, he just left because he didn't want to face the music.
Speaking of, I have to go, and I'm sorry to interrupt. But
No worries.
Oh,
I
look,
didn't
now
want to
she's
do
running
that.
away. Doesn't want to.
I know, exactly. I was like, God damn it. But genuinely, I am just on edge, and I do apologize because I did come in hot and made a bad impression. I still don't know how I feel about the blonde guy. Speakeasy, I love to love, I love to hate him. He's a cool cat. Jeff, it was nice to meet you. You're really logical and kind. And Glenn, everything that you said here, I can't find any fault in, and I agree with you. So I hope it works out.
By the way,
guys.
it's Kyle, and
thanks
yeah,
for fun, guys.
no worries.
Have a good day with your moving.
We're
I'm
all
really not
human.
trying to
We're
be
all
a dick.
flawed. Just,
Ashley,
you know.
go to my YouTube page, same name, Teriak, right? And check out my memes, and then you'll understand.
Okay, I might do that. Actually, I was about to say something mean, but maybe I will.
And Teriak's actually a pretty good debater, in my opinion.
Really?
And how about
And normally I am too. To be quite honest, and I normally, Kyle, normally don't get this all like just.
It's all good, Ashley. We all get in our feels sometimes.
Have a good day with the rest of your
It's
move.
my period. All right, I love you guys. Bye, Glenn. Bye, guys.
Bye, Ashley. Have a good day.
Be well.
You too. All right, bye.
All right, guys. Well, you know, I think I said my final statement already about this. Like, I have no interest in speaking on this matter any further. You know, I hope some people take this as a learning experience. As of to me, I have no reason to not continue to moderate the debate if the debate is still to be, you know, on. I still have no problem being impartial. You know, as a moderator, I could compartmentalize these things. The moderating of the debate is based off of rules and a structure that I will, you know, just have to follow and enforce. And I have no problem, you know, fulfilling my my commitment to that. So if he still wants the debate, he could, you know, the debate is still on. I have no reason why I wouldn't want to continue it. The debate is really between him and, you know, Andrew. So I guess at the end of the day, it just really depends on him. Again, I don't know if this was all done to get out of the debate. It's hard not to see those dots connect. based off of just the manner of way he handled things. But we will, we're yet to see whether or not that is actually the real reason or what. But as far as I know, the debate is still on. Andrew hasn't said anything to me about anything. I don't think Andrew would cancel the debate over this either. So it's really in his court, and he will eventually communicate where he stands on that. But go ahead.
I was just gonna say, do you mind me making just one more comment on
Yeah, sure.
Like,
I mean,
yeah.
you guys are more than welcome to talk about it. I said I'm just.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
done.
yeah,
I
fair
already
enough.
said what I needed to say.
Beat the dead
He
horse,
He was too bad he wasn't here to hear what I had to say at the end, but he might be watching or playing this back later. That's cool. At least
I think in the
hear
conversation with Ashley, a lot of it got like very cleanly tied up as well with how everything went down and what the story is. I was curious. I had this question in my head earlier. I was curious what your response would be. Would you say that the way that you responded to the tweet is very similar how you would respond if, say, like Ben Thorpe was the person instead of John Zerka? Because it seems like there's a lot of overlap there, right? Where it's like, hey, you could be friendly to Ben and all that, and you'd maybe consider being friends with him in the future, but he'd definitely have to repent of things, change his ways, right?
Well, okay, if it's under the same circumstances, because again, mind you, like when I, had the opportunity to check my phone in between, the scenes of the film that I'm working on, it was just a quick minute, right? I checked to see if I had any text messages, and then I checked my notifications, and then it was just brief. And so if it was under the same circumstances, I probably would have just responded the same exact way, because I wasn't aware of what was going on. If I don't know what was going on, like, and knowing that like Base has this like he has done this before where he's like, he makes me answer for other people's behavior, right? Like, but you said you're cool with them, right? Like, like again, like, so okay, what did Zerka do now that I have to answer for? Like, what would you want me to apologize for Zerka now? Like, like what am I doing? So I don't know what's going on. I probably would have responded the same exact way.
Yeah, and that's why it does seem like moral grandstanding. That's why I was mentioning the whole point about Jesus, because I think it's a perfect example, right? Because the tax collector, that was the most scandalous person to be associated with, period, in that society, right?
And fishermen were typically
murderers.
thieves. Fishermen were typically like thieves and stuff.
They were low lives and all that. Like they were looked down upon in society, right? Like. And the thing is like Jesus didn't come for people that are healthy. Like he came for the sick, right? And how are you supposed to help them? Yeah, exactly. So that's why I was saying I wanted to see if there was consistency, because I think it's perfectly reasonable to say that you can be friends with somebody if they repent. Like, and they bear fruit that they've shown that they've repented and all that, right?
Friends is like, someone that you interact with regularly, someone that you are, you have close, you do things, in person, you do things with them, you're like they're your homies, like those are your boys, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, you'd share a meal with them and stuff.
Yeah,
like but if you despise somebody, you're not going to share a meal with them.
Yeah, but like if someone that reaches out to you for help and you're cool with them, but you don't really, you're not that deep with them. Like it's different. And
it's just like business and just being a normal, kind person to somebody you don't really know that well, but it's like to sit there for something that just happened that isn't confirmed to just go, now you need to decide. It's like the Me Too movement or whatever, and it's just like cancel or whatever, and then trying
it's
to
mob
get
mentality
else
kind of
around,
nonsense.
and it's ridiculous. it is just moral grandstanding. And
Well, it's virtue signaling.
It's basically and I think it's just for content, really, and I think it's just an excuse to find a reason to not to distance himself from Glenn for some reason. He might have some kind of something that he doesn't like about Glenn or whatever. He's jealous or something. Who knows? And this is just a scapegoat way of doing it. I think that might be what it is.
Yeah, and again, like I said, like the way I played the video of like where my interaction with Zerka started from, to kind of show you the relationship. Like it's like this is what it's always been based on. It's what it's always been surrounded by. And it's like I said, it's very similar to mine and Pearl's. Where that's where me and Pearl started, talking and become friends off of, was based off of her reaching out to me about religion and her faith and stuff, and I'm grateful that people feel that they could come to me and ask me these questions, that they think that I'm approachable enough.
Rolo 2.0 or whatever, because the thing is that you were didn't like that Rolo was trying to tell you who you can be friends or associate with and not. And it's kind of the same thing where Base is trying to tell you who you can associate with or be friendly with or not. So
well, the problem with what I said, it was similar between Rolo and Base in this, is that Rolo intentionally lied and made things up and ran a deceptive narrative, about me, and Base did too, because he didn't know for certain anything, and he just ran off with what he wanted the narrative to be without knowing anything for certain or for fact, and that's dishonest.
Right.
And
So,
out
like,
of dishonest narrative.
if the John Zerka thing, right? Let's use this example here. If it came out that he knew her age before it, and like we had the proof of this because like we had his like text messages or whatever, and we knew that he indeed knew she was 15 and went in through with it and all of this, right? And then Glenn was saying, "Yeah, I still want to be his friend." I would question Glenn. I'd be like, "What the fuck, bro? Why?" But again, he's taking something that's not even fucking proven and then trying to say, "Oh, look, this guy's a pedophile and Glenn supports him. Look at this. Glenn's a pedophile supporter." And it's like, dude, that's you're just fucking
just
trying
straight
to
up
like
slander.
throw this way left field, bro. That's not what happened here. So like it's a bad fucking mark to try and put on people, dude. It's especially men on the internet. It's fucking gross.
Exactly. I mean, I had, and people already, like, well, most people know that I have no problem. I've already talked about false accusations that I've had to deal with, and to me, this is exactly another form of false accusation, to a degree. I mean, no, it's not to the same legal,
what it seems like is
consequence that I had to endure to clear my name, but for the sake of the false accusations being public and having to deal with the court of public opinion, there's a very similar, experience in it. Like, although it didn't get to the severity of, when I was, having to deal with that case, it is very, it is very, just to say like deja vu to a degree.
Man, I understand why you and I fought so hard about the punishment of false allegations being that way. Because you and I sound like we both had to deal with the same nonsense, baseless rumors that.
Oh yeah, I mean, like
it happens all the time to men all the time.
Well,
and it's just basically it's guilty until proven innocent for a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, but I think it can happen to women as well. It's just usually different, right? So like,
but like
a woman
anything
will
that's like
spend
a
alone
sexual
time with a
nature.
guy in high school, and then all of a sudden they claim that she's a slut and that she screwed the football player or whatever, and all the girls will backstab her. like it's just what humans do, dude.
And
It's why
the
like we
fact
shouldn't
that,
gossip and stuff, right? Like,
well, and
sorry, go
it's
ahead.
like it's the fact of the nature of the allegation. I mean, I hate
Yes,
all
yes,
false
yes.
allegation, period. But the level of nature, what it has to surrounding around, is the part that's like, this is like this type of stuff could be very career ending. This type of stuff unfounded. It's very irresponsible of somebody to make such things, and to be like this leader of moral whatever you're trying to be, the level of responsibility that one lacks, or maturity of one lacks, to do something so irresponsible, knowing that the potential of such grave consequences, or case of misjustice, or it could be a factor here, just really shows the level of either ignorance or stupidity, or selfish gain, and because he had an outcome.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
I know
saying?
exactly what you mean, guys. I have all types of crazy allegations right now that get spread about me all the time. I know exactly how it fucking feels, but
But
again,
I
like
don't
you
want to.
said, you've addressed it today, and like you never have to address it again.
Yeah, I'm done with
anytime
the
someone comes
conversation.
and says something to me, I just be like, "Go watch the live that I addressed it." Fuck off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's while we're still
I'm not
on the
gonna let
topic.
that shit, like, that's what they want, because the more you address it, the more that stain stays on you.
Yeah, and like I said, like I've said about with Rolo and all this, like if Rolo decided to come back and like say, "Hey, I'm sorry for the bullshit that I did," I'm not working with Dude no more.
And
You know?
yeah, and Glenn, I've said this a bunch of times, man. It's kind of a thing to be happy about in a way, right? Because it's like, do you really want to go down the road with somebody that's just gonna like turncoat on you like that when it really matters? Like, I love it, but like I embrace it now when people betray me, because it's just like, thank you. It could have been much worse time that you betrayed me, right?
Well, I always go like, "I appreciate you for finally showing me your colors," and I thank
Exactly.
you for that.
Yeah.
And like never mention this idiot again until he backs out of the debate.
Like again, I hope he doesn't back out of the debate, because
he's going to, bro.
I think everybody is excited to see this debate. So it would be.
But remember, Andrew said he doesn't have to stream it. It's part of the deal. So maybe nobody will see it. It's
that was a weird part.
Oracle's not gonna fucking do it. Well, because he wanted to do it on video, and then Oracle's like, "No, I want to do it in person. See if you're a big pussy." So Andrew fucking added in, "Okay, it doesn't have to be streamed then." And it's fair, guy. Fuck off. You wanted to so bad, right?
I mean, that is true. Like,
it was just to prove. It was literally to prove. Like, I called what Andrew was gonna do before he did it in my head. I knew he was gonna call out his bluff, because it was a bluff. He didn't really want that fucking debate to happen like that.
Well, I mean, bluff. Because like
Andrew was like, "I'll call out this bluff right fucking now."
I mean, like,
well, just kind of like the surprise reaction to it.
What is he gonna do? Like, is he gonna bring a bunch of receipts and video? I'm gonna prove you're a grifter.
That's the stupidest debate topic I've ever heard of in my life, bro.
I think Andrew was saying they might change the topic, but
as far as I know, the topic has not changed.
Okay.
There hasn't been any indication, at least to me. As far as I know, like nobody has told me that they're changing it.
And the whole proof.
Try to prove that.
It's impossible to prove, really. Like,
that's the thing, and like the whole thing is on Oracle now. Like everything's on Oracle in that debate, because this is a debate of Oracle's claim. This isn't like a topic they can debate opposite sides of. This is literally just a claim Oracle is making, and he's gonna come and try to prove it, and Andrew's just gonna make him look stupid.
Well, like I said earlier, like I really think Oracle just needs to stop even talking about Christianity, if he's not gonna research into it, like he just sounds like he's an
And
idiot
if he's not,
when he
and he's not Christian, he doesn't hold to it. He just,
that's why I
he's a
called them out
controversial.
earlier, and
He
you know,
just likes certain things.
I instead of asking him at first, I said, so you're not a Christian?" And then I said, "Why are you even talking about it?" But then I asked him after. I was like, "What do you know about being a Christian?" And he says, "I know the 10 Commandments." I was like, "Oh, good. You know everything about being a Christian now, bro. Good job, bro." Like, this is what
the
you're coming
ironic
in with?
thing. The ironic thing is, if he knows that the 10 Commandments, right? He knows that you're not supposed to bear false witness. Yeah, that's the very
Right.
thing that's going on today.
Well, it's also a debate tactic that I see him, deploy. At least from my point of view.
This is why I never, when I'm debating, bro, I never bring up religion, the Bible, nothing, right? Because this is the common tactic people will do. Right? Oh, you're
Yeah.
not very like look what happens to Andrew almost every. You're
Well,
fucking
I always
smoking and
go.
drinking. You're smoking
I
and drinking. You don't have morals, or you don't care. So
Yeah,
like that's why it's good to always debate in the view of like someone that's a consequentialist, right?
I
Like
totally disagree with you, Easy, because if they're going to come at you with that style of tactic, they'll just find something else to come at you with. It doesn't. So I would recommend to keep your religion as part of the discussion, because they're
no, you
using their
can't use
worldview.
religion in a debate
I
when
will, and
someone
I'll
doesn't
continue
believe
to do
it.
so. If you believe
Yeah,
it to
but
be
like
true,
you're just
then
gonna get like this. You'll just get shunned. Nobody will care to listen to it. You
they'll
don't
do
get
it
very far.
anyways, man. They'll shun you anyways, man.
No, dude. How many
Well,
debates
like,
have you done?
here's the reason why I see both sides.
Lots in
And,
person, not as many
I would
on
say that
YouTube.
I would say that implement the Bible when it's necessary, but only when it's necessary. You don't if you are stuck always arguing based off of the Bible, which is understandably, if it's your foundation, that's great. But the point that I'm getting at is that you won't be able to, you're fighting something that if somebody doesn't share that worldview with you, now you have created a whole nother argument that you have to get them to agree
I
to
dig it. Well
is
said.
get to your worldview and to where you agree with the
And it never works, bro. It
will
never
never
works.
get there. Yeah.
Because they'll
No,
just
I'm
be like,
not
I don't
saying
give a
make it
fuck what your
only
sky daddy
argument. I'm
said.
saying make it part of your argument. That's all.
But
And,
how?
and
Like,
it's
if
only
they don't
when it
believe,
matters,
wait.
like
So
if it
if they
connects
don't
to the
believe in
scriptures.
God, right? If they don't
Okay.
believe in God, what good to them is your argument from God?
So say you're a young Earth person and somebody believes in old Earth, and they're arguing with old
I
Earth.
just said they don't believe in God.
No, you misheard me, I think. I said if party A is a young Earth believer, Christian, party B is an old Earth non-Christian, you do not think that party B is going to be using all old Earth kind of terminologies in their debate and stating them as if they're facts? They're going to.
Like, wait, so like
People should use their worldview in the
party.
debate.
So party A is gonna use evolution, is what you're saying.
Macroevolution, for example, yes. Even though they
Right.
know
So
that party
like
B doesn't believe in that.
yes, you wouldn't debate somebody that is trying to debate you about evolution using the Bible. Yeah, you wouldn't do that
No,
because
I'm
they would just
saying,
say,
oh
"I
my
don't give a
gosh.
fuck."
I'm saying the evolution person is going to still talk as if evolution is true to somebody that doesn't
Right, but
believe in evolution.
Right, that's the point,
So?
though. If you want to prove them wrong, you can't use you can't use God when they don't believe in God. That's
There's
the
going to
thing.
be a built-in
Think about what
language
you're
barrier,
saying. You're
communication
saying
barrier.
that the evolution believer can't use evolution to prove that that their point is true.
No,
Because I'm not even talking about the
That's not
religious
what
person
I'm
here. I'm
saying. Oh
talking
my
about
lord!
the
I'm
evolution
talking
person.
about the religion side.
And I'm talking about the
He's
evolution
using
side.
Right, but there's lots of
as an argument.
sciences. There's lots of sciences that would agree with parts of
Macroevolution is
evolution.
not
So
a
you can debate evolution without using God, right? Like for example, like you can use
I'm
the
not
fact that
talking about
carbon
debating
dating
evolution.
is
I'm saying
okay. You're not getting it, dude.
Yeah,
Why are you
no,
arguing
you
for
know
the
what?
you're
evolution
not getting
side?
it. Is my point.
Why are you
Their
arguing for
religion
the?
is the
Oh my lord!
macroevolution, and if
Oh my
they're going
god!
to be debating somebody, and part of the debate says that
All
evolution
right, just
shows.
don't take my tip and keep doing what you're doing and see if it works for
All
you.
right,
buddy.
don't
Hey,
no,
guys,
man, you're not
I want to welcome
understanding
Joe
what I'm
Cool.
telling you.
How are you?
How you doing, Joe
I
Cool?
got a lot to chime in on. You and Bass had a breakup. That's what I really wanted to talk
Yeah,
about. But on this evolutionary thing here, we
oh my
agree. The
gosh.
guy, the evolution guy, the Bible guy is going to use his. The evolution guy is going to refer to Darwin. I think Glenn
See,
and
Joe Cool gets what I'm saying.
wait. But I still agree with their point as well. There will be a language barrier where you will spend all this time debating your sources, and you'll never be able to progress.
But
Because
they're
I
still
bring
going
up
to use them.
Ecclesiastes. Yes, but it'd be better if we stayed out of the Bible. They got a good argument there, right? Because
So are
that
you
leads
saying
to
that the
quagmire.
evolutionary believers should stay out of Darwinism and stay out of Big
No,
Bang and
your
all that?
point isn't to make them believe in God. Your point is to disprove
Easy,
their
you're
worldview.
really not
That's what
understanding
a
what I'm
debate
saying,
is.
man.
So again, you could use something
No,
like
you're not.
the carbon dating, how fucking inefficient it actually is,
We're
where it
not
takes the
talking
littlest
about
bit of contamination to fuck it up. So that's one argument you could use against evolution, right? You wouldn't say, well,
the debate.
evolution is wrong because God said. Like they're
No, I'm
gonna say,
saying the
fuck
debate
you.
topic isn't even evolution. I'm saying if the debate topic is, say, sexual dynamics, and they're
Right.
referring to evolution showing
Evolutionary psychology or something, right?
exactly.
I could come up with
That's
that.
my point.
Right,
So
I
why
could come
wouldn't
up
they
with.
be
you could
allowed to
still
throw that
argue
in
this.
as a point?
Okay, you
I
could
could come up
still
with.
argue this. So do you think like psychology just isn't real at all, or
No, bro. It's one
He's
is
saying like
based
if
off of.
they're he's
Go
basically
ahead.
saying like, okay, let's say if they are someone that believes in evolution or you hold the value, like, you know, give credit to, well, just evolution in general. And the conversation or the debate is over evolutionary psychology, right? They're, you know, they're gonna still you know, use evolution to a degree
I would agree.
for their argument because it involves their argument or involves the topic it's in itself.
And you're going to
right?
use
So you
religion
use
because
the
it
same
involves
thing to disprove
it's
them.
involved in the
Don't you
topic.
get it?
But evolution,
That's what
I'm
I'm
going to be
saying.
using science to prove my side. You're going to use Bible.
No,
That
no, macroevolution is not science. It's a religion,
Well, I'll use
bro.
well science. I meant studies. I'll use facts.
Pseudoscience.
That type of shit. So what?
Yeah, it's a fake science, bro.
Wait, evolution.
There is no facts about macroevolution, bro.
Yes,
it's more of a theory.
Yes,
It's a theory.
I'd be.
But I get what you're saying.
It's statistics that are that other people have you know, verified. Yeah, if I'm talking about. And in the Bible, we're talking about just stories that no one could verify. That's the big difference when you're using Bible as your source.
Be verified, like, you know.
Yeah, about 3. Yeah, and
yeah, but not enough to. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
All right, can we go to
way more than 3, but regardless, that's not the point.
Yeah,
the point is
okay,
you're gonna.
No, okay. Listen, at first you said if we're talking about the like, say we're talking about relationship dynamics, right?
Yeah.
And so you're saying you would use the Bible to argue about relationship dynamics?
And
so an example that you could
let
use.
me hear his answer.
So example that you could use, like, is the fact that we were created with different roles in mind, and we are to play those roles. And then you would show that, look, people naturally have an inclination to do these roles. And you could connect it to scripture where that's because it's by design. You could also say that the punishment of going against what was natural design is you're going to exhibit these types of behaviors, which are the very types of behaviors.
I have to go back though to the
oh my
starting of
gosh,
your
bro, you're
sentence.
asking me to explain and then you're interrupting.
No,
Right,
but the starting of your sentence said we were created by who?
Doesn't matter. You're not listening to the full point anyways, man.
Well, it doesn't. Well, you need to tell me. You said we were created. What were we created by?
I don't need to tell you anything. You're not listening.
Yeah,
to the
this is
full,
what they would do
argument.
to you. See, you
no,
already lost
because
the
I would say
fucking
the same thing to them.
Don't you get it? I'm doing to you what they would do to you. They would ask you, what were
I
we
don't
created
care.
by?
You could do that for any point that you bring up is rudely interrupt instead of hearing you fully out. They could do that regardless if you're using scripture or not. That's my
all,
whole point.
all I'm trying to say is like
okay. So again, argue. Okay, I'll mute you. You tell me relationship. One relationship. Don't go into a bunch of them. Go into one relationship
sticking with
dynamic argument.
I think, like, guys, I think really what he was trying to get at the end of the day. What I'm trying to get at the end of the day with it is like the road with the least amount of resistance is probably going to be the quickest route to winning the debate.
That's
now, if you're adding, you know, another like layer to it where that you may disagree, if you don't agree with that individual, adding that layer can only complicate and prolong the debate. And that's all I was saying. Why you wouldn't be
right? Well, that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to show him, right? So, like, that's what I'm saying. Show me like one relationship dynamic argument using the Bible.
That's all I was getting at. Like, sometimes we complicate our lives by adding unnecessary things when we don't need to add them, and sometimes even in a debate we could do that by over flooding like with information and different layers of things when we could just stick to clear, concise, and, you know,
easily provable.
Yeah. Like, if we don't have to add the other layer, that's probably the best route to do it. But if the other layer is necessary to win the debate, then yes, it's beneficial to add it in.
I think you crystallized that argument. Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's important to use scripture during your life. If it relates to it, then you should use it. You should
can you give me one though? Can you give me like a debate argument?
So I was saying that when women are, for example, in their role of being submissive, willingly submissive, right? They're being gentle, etc. The results of that show that they are happier, they're healthier, all that. When they fight against that, they tend to have the negative things that are described as the punishment that for Eve going against Adam's leadership, which is that they're going to start desiring to have desires against their partner, and it's going to cause conflict.
So
then go ahead.
I just want to make sure I get what your argument is here. You're saying the reason women are submissive is because they were created in this role, and the Adam and Eve story would be your.
No, I said that they were designed as such to be, their functionality is to be in line with that. When they are against what their functionality is, bad things arise from it.
And your proof of that is what?
Well, we see that happening all the time. You can go into other ones, such as the fact that the women that are most on SSRIs and all these other horrible medications, they're the ones that are typically more aggressive. They're not submissive. They are more domineering. They're more masculine in many different ways, right?
Well, couldn't you also say that something that's created, if I create a car that takes diesel gasoline, right, and I put regular unleaded gasoline in there, it may still like run to a degree, but it's not going to operate in its best capacity or to its full potential, and it will break down over time a lot quicker than if I use the proper gasoline and use the proper stuff for it, right? That's the same thing I could say without even having to get into the religion aspect of God's creation.
No, but you guys are just letting him escape the whole point here. The whole point was he was supposed to show me how using the Bible is a way to argue for the relationship dynamics.
You wouldn't argue that.
No,
I thought we were created. Women were created to be submissive, and the proof of that, and then he goes into the proof of the world. He doesn't use the scripture for proof. He used the proof out in the world here.
He could come up with
what you're saying is don't even mention God in a debate. My point wasn't using scripture as the only sole part of my argument. My point of using scripture is for people to understand that these truths that I'm saying that they can agree with separate from scripture are already in scripture. And so the more times that they hear that, the more times they'll be like, that book sounds like it's got a lot of truthful information in it, good information in it. Perhaps I should take the time to actually read that book.
So you're saying that using it as like a secondary source that corroborates with the fact that you're using that you're having to support your case. Okay.
Yeah, and also I'm looking at the benefit of the audience in hearing that there's all these like really good truths, right?
I'm a fan of the Bible. Absolutely,
But
I
like,
use it all the time.
All right, never mind. I'm never gonna get to my point. Fuck it.
No, your point was right. You might not be expressing it well, but your point's right. Glenn expressed it well. It has an ability to convolute shit.
Go ahead, Easy.
No, it's all good. Fuck it. It's all good. He'll understand it in the event.
No, I understand what you're saying. You're making your life more difficult, Kyle, by debating, with scripture brought up in the debate, because the debate could become all about, well, you're just believing in spaghetti monsters in space and unicorns and rainbows and magical.
Where did that spaghetti monster nonsense come from? Like, I've heard that 4 times now than ever.
It's but the thing is they're gonna say this nonsense regardless, is my point, right? So it'd be just as disingenuous for me to say, well, you believe that we came from pond scum, like you believe that we came from non-organic life. You think that made organic life? Are you that retarded? Do you not understand how long that the whole debate can always go into these stupid side tangents? That's why if they're going to start doing that behavior, the thing that you do is, okay, all right, fine. Let's say for the sake of argument, grant that God doesn't exist. How is what I just said incorrect?
I don't know.
And then you say, I do believe God exists, but for the sake of argument, let's say he doesn't. And then now show me where I'm wrong.
Yeah, I could see what you're doing. I agree with you. It's doable. I just like
You're making
all I'm
yourself
saying
have
is
a harder time. I agree, though.
I think it's like, again, if the goal is to win the debate, as quickly as possible, that might not be the route to go. Now, if your goal is to evangelize and win the debate, that's your goal. I guess that depends on
that's what it always is for me.
which your position is or your goal is for that debate. And if it's your goal for every debate to do that, then that's
every
no
debate
wonder
that
why
appropriately fits in, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're debating like a cartoon character versus another cartoon character kind of nonsense or whatever, where like scripture doesn't apply at all, then no, I'm not going to bring scripture in at all, right? Like,
yeah.
Sorry to
moving on
there, man. Yeah.
Moving on, Joe.
Yeah, I would love. I met you and Base probably the same day, right? So I was rooting for you guys, and it looks like there's a split now. I mean, it looks pretty serious. I bagged it up a little bit and watched when he popped on, and I don't know, did I interpret that right? You guys are, angry at each other for real, not friends. That's all the shit I was.
He made a very poor decision in making a lot of assumptions and implying something about me that was untrue, with no information to really support anything that he was alleging, and really in the attempt to assassinate my character.
I thought that was too. I thought I saw that too. He was trying to hurt you. He didn't give you a chance. He didn't call you. It was from one. He didn't reach out. He jumped you. I thought.
Yeah, and so from there, hold on one second. I'm sorry. From there, I felt that I needed to respond due to the severity and the gravity of the alleged character, and claims that he was making against me. And so I, did. And when he came up and to try to face the music about it, he couldn't support anything that he was stating.
Yeah,
there was nothing substantial that he could say. And instead of realizing that, you know what, I fucked up, I am wrong, I shouldn't have done that, you're right, you know what, I should have looked further into it. I should have reached out to you and asked you, you know, for clarification here. Instead of doing that, he ran with the narrative that he was running with. And that makes me wonder one or two things. You are either a fucking idiot and you are just dumb and you don't know your ass from your, you know, your thumb, or there was an intention to do this. You know, there was a motive to do this, especially to the severity and the gravity of the claims that you're making.
That means a lot, Glenn. That means that, yes, that he was already thinking of attacking you. That, you know, that's in there. Okay.
And to when, you know, I'm, you know, talking to him and then even playing the video that really clears everything up of my connection or my interaction with Zerka, or why I will still remain, you know, open to being friends with him, because it's not based on clout or hanging out and being buds. That it always have been based on, you know, religion and, you know, talking to him about God and stuff like that. That's he couldn't stick around to the end. He left, you know, as soon as, you know, before the video ended, because he knew that the video painted out the picture of exactly what my interaction with Zerka has been.
There was somebody, I think it was Easy, brought up, or maybe it was Terry Yek. No, I ruined your name there, but one of y'all brought up that he seems to be, he's not just commenting on how he feels about a thing or giving you advice what you should do. He's actually trying to impose his will and make people go to certain places. Somebody had that point.
That was Easy.
Yeah,
Big Easy made
that
that point.
was a good point.
So, I mean, it's unfortunate that he did that, because I enjoyed our interaction up until then. And, you know, it does leave the question mark, like, why would someone do this? Maybe, then the only thing I could come to the conclusion of is that he's looking for a way out of the debate with Andrew Wilson.
That was dope. Somebody else, and is he just sensitive to that? He goes after a lot of people. Maybe it's not personal with you. Maybe when people fuck with people he don't like, it makes him uncomfortable and he flares. A lot of people do that. Oh, he's next to my enemy, I gotta attack him.
Well, that's a very feminine behavior.
I agree.
I would say the people I find that do it often as well, like that you could say as to why they're possibly doing it, is sometimes they feel like they've seen what happens if you don't distance yourself, and so they go on the attack to distance themselves by
that's not,
you know, before it can come around and get them. So
All
maybe he was afraid of the things that he's agreed with John about in the past, and he's afraid that now that this is coming out, they're gonna find that on me. I better distance myself here
and jump on them. I don't want you to rehash all that shit you've been talking about.
No, I was just clarifying for you. Do you have any thoughts or opinions on it? Like, you know, am I reading things wrong in this?
No, you guys did so well. I was so impressed, and I don't think I'm easily impressed. But you guys found all the good arguments. Easy had another one that he didn't get in because he kept getting talked over. It was that how you didn't even ask how much Glenn knew. You're kind of assuming that he knew all these things and he's jumping them. And you made clear that, man, dude's a clown. You know, I don't even pay attention to all that shit. I don't know when he's bluffing and so and so. We keep it, you know, on God. And you showed a good video of he kept trying to straighten other shit and you kept pulling him back. I was satisfied. And I'm rooting. I just want to say I'm rooting. I hope you cats get back together. That's my nature. I want you guys to be buddies and support each other. I'm saying this horribly. You'll be better men if you guys helped each other because you're such good men, both. However, it's going to be hard to overcome your concerns about he was out to get me the entire time. That's going to be difficult. That's my read.
Yeah. You know, like, you know, my thing is I wish no ill will on anybody. Really. I do hope people could use the like situations like this as a learning experience, to say that I would be open to like working with him and being like being, you know, like, you know, as
Yeah.
collaborative as we were.
Right.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I said the same thing about Rolo.
What about
And
the debate? Does that mean the debate's done?
no, so as far as I'm aware, I am still willing to moderate. I'm still willing to uphold my end of the commitment that I made
Right
to
on.
it.
Very good.
I still can be very not impartial. I could be very, you know,
Sure.
neutral and fair.
Sure.
There's rules to like in the structure for moderating that all I'm doing is enforcing the already established boundaries and rules for the debate.
So no biases would come into play.
Yeah, so there won't be any like biases. And you know, Andrew is not the kind of guy that's going to let me like show biases if there was. You know, like we mentioned this earlier in the stream that Andrew will call me out if he thinks I'm being unfair. And the reason why that is because that will ruin his credibility if it shows that I'm leaning or favoring him during the debate. And then that will question whether or not that type of behavior has been displayed or exhibited in previous debates of Andrew's.
Right.
You know, so Andrew would not risk his credibility over this at all.
Yeah, he takes
whatsoever.
it serious. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if Easy's still here, but I didn't know him and Bass had beef. They really don't like each other. I'm curious as to the origin of that shit.
Oh, he don't really like me, you know.
I see.
They don't like people don't like getting called out for shit, right?
Yeah.
That's usually how it
That's what
goes.
it is. I was wondering, what about your friends? Because
he
he
was-
jumps DL about who he hangs with. He jumped Glenn about who he hangs with. So I was wondering, is it because he don't like people you hang with?
Well, this is what I assumed, that it came out of who I hung with, because he just like one day he had a debate with me. I pressed him on something, he didn't like it. And then he went to some other fucking dude's fucking panel that was talking about me, saying, "Oh, this guy does his drama and talk shit," as he's on a panel fucking talking about drama and talking shit. It's like it's the same fucking. He's a loser. He's just some clown. And and I called him out. I did it again today. I called him out because he had like a bunch of shorts of him like debating people on Omegle. Like he used to have a bunch of them. And like there was this one of this like young girl, and he's like debating her about love and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? And I called him out on my panel the one day because he was like, oh, you just wouldn't understand. I was like, yo, I'm not those fucking kids you're debating on Omegle, eh? I'd shut the fuck up about all that.
Did you? I know I've heard him use that argument against Andrew. You just debating a bunch of fucking teenagers and young girls. So it sounds like you're accusing him of doing some of the same thing there. Debating kids, and you know, like as if that's impressive, you arguing with a teenager.
I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't know. I
got
learned
a
about
lot of
Omegle
loser haters. They all stalk me and follow me around. It's weird. It's fucking weird. They're actually obsessed. Like they literally complain so much about me, and then like go to all the streams that I'm on. It's so fucking weird. Like they're literally all sitting in the chat while they're all in a Discord together. It's so sad. Like imagine being that sad with your life. My God, I couldn't imagine.
Like my thing is like, you know, at the end of the day, like I am open to the debate. I'm like still willing to do everything that I agreed to do. Again, like what they agreed upon was that, you know, the debate was gonna be on the 28th. He was gonna pay Andrew $1,000. I was gonna moderate, and Base had to cover my expenses to travel to moderate. I don't know if a financial reason is like, you know, why he did this to where like to get out of the debate or not. That's the only thing I could conclude, you know, why someone would do that.
Yeah, I saw it. It wasn't,
you know,
a bad thought. It's logical that
and I'm not saying it is
breakdown. Right.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know
not
you're
saying it
throwing a
for a
bunch of
fact.
shit
I'm
out
just,
here trying to see what it is because the conversation was cut short. I think it'd be healthy to have a conversation where you guys finish, maybe without all interruption, because mostly he was arguing with other guys where you and Base talk before the debate. So if y'all can possibly clear a few things up and all of that type of shit, and things would go better afterwards.
yeah,
I
like I
don't
said,
know.
I don't know without an apology and retracting his statement,
Yeah.
how much talking there will be able to be done.
I get you. You
I think
impress me more and more every fucking day.
there's a level of uh I guess severity that these allegations that he makes that could be, felt, by me. That hopefully I don't have to deal with any bullshit of it, but it can, especially with the nature of the allegations that he's making. But if he's wants to apologize and to rectify the statements and make a public, it would have to be a public address,
The way
because
he
he
did it
decided he publicly
Exactly.
decided to attack me. Then I'd be willing to communicate about things moving forward with everything else. But as of it is right now, I really don't have any reason to talk to him. I have nothing I need to say to him. I've already stated everything here.
He did well with that. It's not my job to answer his accusations, and that was dope too.
Well, like why do I have to answer for people? Like, I don't have
Who
to
just
answer
come
for
up with
you
shit about you.
Yeah.
No, I meant you said not to you. It's not your responsibility what Zerko does. You were
Yeah.
also saying, it's not my responsibility to answer Base or anyone else who just throws up a bunch of fucking accusations. It's not my job to clear that shit up.
Yeah,
that was part of that's true too. And he asked you directly something, and you told him the same thing. Oh, it's not my job to answer your questions and stuff. Which is right, because as a celebrity, you're gonna get the bigger you get, you're gonna have motherfuckers throwing just spaghetti against the wall, see what sticks, hoping to see what you defend and all of that shit. I wouldn't feed into that bullshit either.
Yeah, and again, like I said, the level of severity of this allegation is the only reason why I addressed it. And it is what it is. In regards to DL and everybody else that decided to chime in, I mean, I know Flo was pretty Flo was pushing back on him a lot during their discourse about it. But if everybody else that was taking that narrative or running along with his
take on it.
Yeah, without doing their due diligence.
Yes.
It shows their
agree.
Where they're at, and
yes, yeah. I spent my morning doing my due diligence because I like both of you cats, and I gotta say, dude's an absolute jerk. He shouldn't tie you to him, and it's shock shit. I call them friends. I hate to see that because friends came up so fucking much as a bad word, but guys who are racist and do horrible shock value shit on YouTube, and I always end up on a panel that I'm on and all of that type of shit, and I'm core.
Oh, you cut out, Joe Cool.
I think he said he was cordial. He's cordial with them, but what I say, the one thing that I'm frustrated most about all this is that later, like today, I was scheduled to put some time aside and do a stream about creating the Andrew Wilson movie. No, it is the Andrew Wilson movie. I make fun of it, but it's the short film, the comedy that we were talking about the other day during the stream, and I even kind of made a little thumbnail for it here that I want to find real quick, because I think it'll be pretty cool to actually get you guys involved in the writing aspect, like helping me create the story. We did get some good bones and a good structure to it, but we yet have a completed, finished story. So that's what I was looking forward to be doing today, not have to deal with this nonsense per se, but we might push it back to later on tonight after I get some rest. Or maybe we'll just do it tomorrow and just take the rest of the day. We'll see. We'll see how I feel after I get some stuff done and we get, see where I'm at with it.
You realize you have one scheduled, right?
Yeah, I do. I know.
Okay.
I think I even pushed it back already. I think I changed the date already, just as a tentative thing. Just so I can see, how I feel when I, after I fall asleep and, get up and stuff.
So, Glenn, are you talking about making like a fictional movie based off of a character that is similar to Andrew, or
no? Yeah. So, we were calling the movie Trad Camp, right? And in Trad Camp,
when are you doing this live, Glenn?
We were good. Well, again, I said I had it scheduled for
2:30, bro.
Yeah, 2:30 this afternoon, but now I am not going to do
2:30, bro.
Yeah, well, it's 12 over here, so we're in Pacific time.
No, but for my time, you had it for my time 2:30.
Oh yeah, because it was already scheduled originally for 11:30, actually, my time. So we would already be in the middle of it.
Yeah,
but,
that's what I'm saying, bro.
I think I already pushed
schedule here, dog.
But I thought I already pushed it back. I think I just changed the day. I think it's the same time, but I changed it till tomorrow.
No, it's the same day, unless you just changed it, because I was just looking at it.
I thought I already did it, but I could double check. But yeah, it won't be.
You did change it. Okay.
Okay.
So you're not doing it tonight then?
And I might do it tonight after, I go to sleep, after I get some of this other stuff I need to get done. And if that's the case, I will let you guys.
Because I don't trust you, Christine. Sorry.
Who's Christine?
I'm just answering a question.
Oh, okay.
From one of the stalkers,
You got stalkers, you got stalkers that want to stalk you, sexually stalk you, or just want to just ruin your life.
All of it, bro. It's weird.
Because there's only one good kind of stalker. And that's the one that wants to, be your lady. Those are the keepers.
Usually those go violent, though, man.
Information.
That is true, but it's just it's a little
bit before it goes violent.
What in life is comes to you without risk?
Yeah, they do stalk,
No
sexually
risk, no
too. There's some of them, some of them would send you a bunch of shit, and then when you don't give them attention, they cry about it and then go behind your back and talk shit. Yeah, some of those bitches in there did that shit. Yeah, that is 100% facts.
Do you remember the Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode where it's Dee's sending this fucking guy his hair and all that shit? Do you know what I mean?
What's
crazy bitches out there, man?
Oh yeah.
And then they fucking follow me around to different chats. Fucking weirdos, man. It's always these fucking pie face, saggy tit bitches always doing this stupid shit. It's weird.
They follow you around,
literally, bro. Bro, they don't. What are they here watching? What are they here watching? They just fucking And they lie all the time. What they fucking like, and then they go watch they play Pokemon and shit on their streams. They don't give a fuck about this shit. They're literally just stalkers, man. It's fucking weirdo shit.
That some people, I guess, don't have a whole lot more to do with their time.
Pretty much,
yeah. That's what I mean. They're terminally online fucking weirdos. Bunch of drunks that sit around and fucking do nothing. It's sad life, man.
Or they're retired and they just got all the free time in the world, and they're like, fuck it, I might as well. I'm
retired.
And
they'll tell you they're retired.
I'm just.
I like you, Glenn. Did I mention that, man?
Not today yet. You haven't mentioned it today, but thank you.
You're welcome, buddy. Simp.
But it's just who knows? I just try to
Dude, I wanted to mention to
Good.
you
I don't want fucking
because I didn't
backstabbing
realize
whores on
like
my
I used
channel,
to watch
anyways.
Rolo all the time. And so I actually came across when he was doing that whole Access Vegas stuff, like when it was new. I watched the episode here and there, just see what it was like. It wasn't really for me. But I did see that John Zerk episode, and I did see you having the interview with Zerk. I'm like, oh, holy crap, I guess I did see Glenn before like I came to his channel. Oh man. It was just such a weird thing, like worlds colliding in my head, man. I didn't want to disturb the flow earlier, so I would
Yeah, they'll always cry and say, a bunch of shit.
Like,
I lied, but every one of them had a chance to come up and prove my lies, and not one of them had anything to say. They all admitted I didn't backstab them. Like, they're all idiots, man. They're just, this is like, sad story.
It is a sad story.
Terminally online, bro. Don't get yourself terminally online. Yo, I've been up here. I've edited 2 videos. I've done my laundry. I swept up.
Oh yeah, I've done the same
I've
thing.
been fucking doing shit while I'm on stream here. While these guys sit there and fucking sit in the Discord and then talk about, oh my god, look at Easy. Oh my god.
I've edited a video. I have done actually answered a few emails as well. Like I've done, I've done some work.
Set up some business meetings,
Yeah,
maybe
like
check the markets.
I did some adulting. Like it's not
I've been
all
pushing off the adulting.
What were you saying about the movie? You were saying it was like an Andrew Wilson thing, or
I'm pulling
Something
it
about
up.
camp,
bro.
Yeah, I'm pulling up. I was looking for the thumbnail. I got it right here. Opening it up. Just give me a second. So, I mean, this is like just a mock-up. This is like for the thumbnail for today, or the other day, but tomorrow, whenever it is going to be. Let's see, screen.
So is it going to be like a short kind of thing?
Yeah, it's a short film.
Yeah, nice.
So like, Trad Camp. Like this is the thumbnail. Let's make a movie. Script writing and the idea. The name of the movie's here. It's gonna have Andrew and Rachel in it so far. And who else do I have listed on here that I have for? Because it's all gonna be like YouTubers. They're gonna be the actors. It's not going to be like, any major, celebrity or anything like that. It's all going to be YouTubers that I collaborate with, let's see. We got Andrew and Rachel. We got potentially Melanie King, potentially Torsha. I know Pearl would be about it. She's already, we've already talked about it. Josie, Kat, Allie, from Real Femme Sapien. Potentially Gina McCall, if her schedule permits. Beaten Cheeks, if we could get Teriak over here in the States.
Yeah, I love Flower.
Jake from Jake Farm or State Farms. No, from VO Pod or whatever. Grid. Potentially Clover Tack. Speak Easy, and I had bass on here potentially as well. So I still got a few more roles to fill out and characters to add on there. But what we were gonna do is do like the rough of the script writing, like put the outline together where we're talking about the couples in the film, each couple, right, and create their character arc. Right, who they are and why they are, having conflict or whatever, and then establish like what led them to go to the camp. Just kind of really just slowly piece it together. So when we get to the point where we're adding dialogue into it, we already have a framework to go off of to add dialogue, and it was that was the plan for the day.
Yeah, so you'd show, for instance, like the couple say why they went to the camp, and it'd be like a separate room, and then it go to a clip of them
it's just
doing
like
an activity in the camp.
No, just basically the entire backstory of like, okay, so who is couple one? Couple one is like a boss bitch and like it's really simpy guy, right? So like we kind of established their character, who they are and why they would be going to the camp, right? And who their connection with the other two couples, because that's part of the whole thing. Like the three couples that are going to the camp are all their friend group. They're all going to this, like, it's, remember the movie was it Couples Retreat?
Oh gosh, I heard of it, but I don't think I ever saw it.
Okay, so it was like a group of friends, like married friends, that end up going on this like couples retreat, getaway thing, and to work on their,
Yeah,
marriage.
it's like marriage counseling, but
Yeah.
in a retreat.
Vince
style,
Vaughn's that
right?
movie's got Vince Vaughn in it, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That movie's
So
fucking
kind of the same premise, but all three of them decide to go to this camp, right? And like all three couples agree to go, and they're going because they think it's going to be some like fun cabin camp, and where they're just going to be able to like have a good time on the lake, but not realizing that there's actually like it's trad camp. So you got you got like Andrew Wilson running the camp, and he like separates everybody. Like he got man camp basically on one side of the things, and where he's like teaching these guys to like do manly shit again.
Yeah.
And they're like, wait, what the fuck? Why are we having to do all this? And then you got like the girls going to like wife school, where they're like learning like etiquette and stop being a boss bitch, and like just stop being a modern 304, like stop being a selfish cunt basically. And so like that's basically how the two groups split off. And then because both couples were on the verge of either destruction, without them really knowing that they were probably there or that close to the end of the relationship. And just kind of see like these guys go from like super metro wimps to like very like stoic and leadership type of guys, right? And then the women going from like boss bitch hoe behavior to very like polite and submissive women.
It'd be fun to have like the women have like their hair dyed and stuff like that at the start, like all these rainbow colors and all that.
Yep. And thanks to Kate,
I'm getting what you're saying.
Thanks to Kat, because she's helped out a lot. She actually helped break this down so far. Like it's an idea, and after reviewing them, like my ideas and her ideas were very much aligned, and we kind of could see like she kind of broke down like the couple characters here, like the boss babe wife. She kept her last name. She hates kids, too busy, yells at husband, thinks she's more important, competes with her husband and everything, right? And then the husband is the simp Coomer husband, soft, does whatever wife says, younger than his wife, home with most of the time, metrosexual, very feminine, weak, dad bod, low T kind of behavior. The second couple has like an Andrew Tate wannabe, like super alpha kind of guy, and then his wife is like the OF whore, like very like Jezebel, like very manipulative and deceptive, and want to be in the eye of everybody. And then the third couple, mama's boy, and like the wife is like the thought mommy. She's very like always about girls' night out, always leaves the husband with the kids type of shit. She hates her mother-in-law. Like she just doesn't. She's not. Neither of these wives are good wives. Have good wife character, but none of these husbands actually have good, leadership or husband character.
Yeah, for sure. And then they leave being like the ideal for both.
Yeah, that's why it's called trad camp, because we're gonna add a little bit of like red pill like jokes in there, and red pill like praxeology aspects in there, very undertone kind of like theme to it, but really the whole point is to make a comedy about certain behaviors that we either exhibit or we display ourselves in times, and or in times of our lives, and we're able to see it on the screen, laugh at it, and take the correction of it. Like, yeah, I don't want to end up like that guy.
Yeah.
So, and then you
Cool,
have
man.
again the camp counselors or the camp owners, Rachel and Andrew.
Yeah, so I imagine like hyper exaggerate everything, obviously, right? Like,
oh yeah,
for both sides.
Yeah, it's gonna be extremely over the top. Like the whole point is like, the Andrew Tate character is gonna be like really over the top, like the 304. Yeah, like it's gonna be like, do you shave your arms? Kind of throw a little bit of Wes Watson in there as well. Just
this motherfucker.
Shave their arms.
This is a really good idea, Glenn. This is a really, really good idea.
Yeah, it sounds fun.
It's gonna be fun, and like I've done these kind of projects before. And we did one in one day. We shot the whole thing in one day, and I think I've already showed it to you guys. That was like the toilet paper Terminator one.
That one was funny, man. Yeah,
hey, look at Ghost sent you something there, bruh.
Oh shit, I didn't even see that. Thank you, Ghost, for the $5 super chat. Prize ending.
W.
Rachel's kidnapped, and men have to come rescue her. Possibly. I think the funny thing is just going to be watching the characters evolve. This is like my goal is to keep this short film anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes max, just because there is somewhat of a character development that we want to display and properly develop and let it go through its process, not to rush anything. So
are you being loose, like fly by seat of your pants, or you like have a set date for when you want this to?
Oh no, so I'm not gonna even think about dates yet until we get we do 2 or 3 passes through the script. Once after we hit our 2 or 3 revisions and we're it's locked down, we feel it like it's a good script. Then we'll start looking at when filming would be. Potentially, just like off the top of the head, I'm not looking at anything until like October, maybe September, the earliest, at the earliest. If anything,
weather-wise, spring might be best then, no? Or is that too far away?
That would be too far away. The goal would try to be get it done by the end of the year, because we're gonna have to obviously raise funds for it, and I want all the viewers that are going to be helping support the project, I want them to have their return of investment in a timely fashion. And, I think we can get it done and shot by the end of the year. If we plan ahead enough, if I could give everybody 3 months in advance notice to kind of lock down this weekend for 3 or 4 days, I think most people can make that work. And depending on the character, they may not have many scenes or, as many scenes. So their time could be shorter. They could leave earlier if need be. So, hold on one second. Let me get this call real quick.
But it's an interesting vibe, John is saying, because a lot of the content nowadays is just all this left-wing propaganda bullshit. I can't even remember the last film I fucking seen in a cinema since fucking Iron Man 3 or some shit like that was the last film I seen. And it's ever since then it's just been like every single headline is just yep, and I didn't even bother fucking spending money on those films. You know what I mean? So it's seeing this shit, especially original kind of grassroots kind of shit.
Dude, you want to see a really funny video? Go watch a video called Woke Jesus by the Babylon Bee. Bro, we played this on one of my members only live streams. I could not stop. You'll laugh through the whole fucking thing. It's too good. I don't know who the fuck wrote it all, and it's the Babylon Bee though. They always do these parody videos.
Yeah.
And they're always making fun of how fucking obnoxious everything is with this woke bullshit. And they just basically push it to the limit. But that woke Jesus one, the last one that I watched that was similar to that was aliens, like it was about like aliens meeting the world leaders and being confused about all the human genders, and it was so fucking good. But yeah, that woke Jesus one, you'll fucking die, man. I promise you. It's the funniest shit.
I've seen it. I've seen the woke Jesus.
Oh man.
It is pretty fucking hilarious.
I
Although there
died.
were some parts where I was a little cringed at it though. Not gonna lie, I'm like, but for the most part, it was pretty fucking hilarious.
I fucking died laughing, man.
I always have like a weird excuse me, opinion, like when people play Jesus. I'm like, I just want them to do it right, even though I know, like, you know, that film was intentionally funny. But like, have you ever seen like Jesus Superstar? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's gotten so much worse,
Like that was fucking horrible.
Yeah.
You know, and like the Passion of the Christ, like I was really skeptical at first. And I thought, you know, what's his name? What's his name? It's not Charlie, it's something. I can't remember his name. I thought he did a great job, you know, trying to portray the temperament the best that he could based off of, you know, just the Bible and the information that we have. Like I thought he had a really good, reenactment of it. The only thing I didn't really like about the Passion of the Christ is like where it started off in the movie. In my opinion.
I still haven't even seen it. People was saying it's basically just a gore fest, and it wasn't.
It is.
Like,
it's like literally the most goriest Jesus movie you will ever see.
If it has substance, I don't care about gore. You know what I mean? It's just I don't want like, you know, it starts to like become like, you know, okay, next scene kind of thing, right? But it's all, the whole movie's just about like basically his crucifixion, right? It's not really.
It takes place like right before, or like either right during the Last Supper, or right after the Last Supper. And then,
is it worth watching, man? Like,
it's good. Don't get me wrong; it's a really good. You know, Mel Gibson did a fantastic job at directing it. But you know, it's just one of those. I mean, literally, it's like the only rated R Jesus movie. Period. You know, like, and Cody is King is right. No, Mel Gibson was making a fucking point. He was making a huge statement.
As in, not just like this nice, clean crucifixion. It's like, no, this was brutal kind of thing.
Yeah, it was like,
yeah.
Man, when they were whipping him with the cat of nine.
Yeah, like it's detailed as fuck. Like you watch the fucking whip hit him, grab into his skin, and they rip it out of his skin, and like it's very detailed, right? It's to prove the like point of like this wasn't something that was just like it was. I think that the whole movie was to lead up to this to show how the crucifixion actually went about, right? Like the whipping, making him carry the cross the whole time. He's fucking keeps falling down, you know. And it's brutal as fuck. Like watching it it's actually like, damn, like you're watching it thinking it looks real. That's the thing, right? It looks real as fuck. They did it good.
And so, I thought they did a great job kind of humanizing Jesus as well. You actually see Jesus like afraid, you know, like especially when he was in the garden, or was it Gethsemane? And when he's like praying to God, like asking him if this cup, you know, could pass, you know, like if is there any other way that, you know, instead of him having to do this, you kind of see like that was a real human element to him, like because it shows that he's all God but also all man at the same time, and you can see like that level of humanity like in him in that moment.
Which is biblical. Like
Yeah, it's very
he
biblical.
was stressed out, and there you go. Like even scientifically, right? If you're bleeding from your forehead, that's something that can happen under incredible amounts of stress. So it's when you're like fighting against a fight or flight kind of instinct, right? Like with all your might, you can actually sweat blood from your forehead.
Yeah. And you like the point where like even like I forgot who it was. It wasn't Pontius Pilate, was it? Yeah, I think it was Pontius Pilate.
Yeah.
Even him, like when even his character, like you can tell like he didn't even want to, be involved in this. And like he was like even like trying to like convince Jesus, like, yo, just like fucking just like come on, help me out here. Help me not have to do this to you. And it was very well done. Just very well written, very well produced. There was just like it's very gory. It is the most goriest, Jesus movie, period.
I think if I go in and I go okay, they're taking some liberty with the exact, torture that happened on the way, then I think I'd be able to enjoy it more. Because I'd be like, well, technically, this didn't actually go down this way. But
no, actually, I think they actually did a very, very good account at being historically factual on the level of abuse that he went through.
Yeah, but the ripping of the flesh stuff, that's not how that
there's just nothing in the Bible that doesn't or that says that the ripping of the flesh took place.
Yeah,
from
nor
the
does
Cat of Nine
history
Tails.
agree with that, but yeah.
But depending on the Cat of Nine Tails, like how it's designed, because it's not just all glass. Sometimes they're made out of like they'll have like hooks in there, just all kinds of things. So,
but not typical for Roman execution.
No,
I don't know if you have looked at any of the shroud information.
The what?
The Shroud of Turin. But on the Shroud of Turin, it shows the whip having these like kind of like metal balls on the ends and stuff like that. So it'd be like a bar kind of thing with metal balls on the end.
So is it more like a anchor to a degree, or like
a what?
Like a weight, like a little weight or an anchor?
Yeah, like a mini little like barbell kind of thing. Yeah, like it like that. They'd have like a bunch of them, right? And you keep on getting whipped with that. So because the point is they don't want you to die too fast on the cross. They want you to have agonizing pain for as long as possible, right?
Yeah.
But they went a little overboard with Jesus, and so he died a little faster than they normally would have, right?
Well, I think it wasn't so much the nailing on the cross, right? They actually did it. It was when they pierced him by the side that really just kind of.
Well, to my knowledge, the piercing of the side was
after he
verify that he was dead.
Yeah,
and the fact that the blood and the water were separate shows that he had already been dead at the point of the piercing.
Oh, is that what happens in your body?
What happens when humans die is the blood will separate with the watery substance and the blood substance.
Yeah, because I mean, he got whipped a lot in the movie. The cross was heavy. They beat him pretty bad.
Yeah.
Before they even brought him to Pontius Pilate. So you would just think by the overall exhaustion and the stress of everything that when he finally got on the cross, it was like
Yeah, they counted on the shroud. It was like over 100 of those markings were all over the person's body.
Really?
On the shroud, yeah. And also blood ran vertically up the shoulder of whoever was on the shroud. And so what that signifies is that the person fell while holding an object along their back. And they do talk about like Jesus falling, kicking dirt in his face and stuff, because he had like whoever was on the shroud, you if you don't believe it's Jesus, then they had like dirt in their mouth and all that. They had their facial hair plucked out. You could see that on the image of the shroud. So yeah, it's pretty effed up. Like, so I'm not saying that it's not like really gruesome and stuff, and there wasn't possibly bleeding and such. There was definitely bleeding. I'm just not too sure about like chunks of flesh. That's my only thing that I'd have to put aside if I watched it.
There's nothing historically that documents that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, and yes, they did take some liberties there.
Yeah,
but the liberties are not. You wouldn't say like the liberties are so far, off that it's not realistic. Like that it's not even possible. Like that it's like that would never happen. Like it's not like that.
Also, the issue with like bludgeoning style attacks is the audience doesn't really feel the pain then, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So it is about conveying the feeling to the audience too. That's what I mean. Like, I'm cool if they're doing it in a healthy manner.
And if I'm correct, I believe that they do show like Judas's, hanging from the rope as well.
Really? Because that's pretty graphic, man.
Well, they don't show him like, well, they do show him putting the noose around his neck, and then I think they end up showing like either the coins. No, he leaves the coins back at when he's trying to give it back to the guys. They think they show the feet just kind of like just dangle.
Okay, so they don't show the bowels spill out.
No, not at all. They're not that graphic with it.
That's pretty messed up. That's like you could like Walking Dead style gore.
I thought that was like a really good way to also kind of humanize like Judas. That he does the betrayal, and then he just hates himself so much for it. And he tries to like fix it, and tries to like pay him back, pay the the Pharisees back, and give them their money back, and try to like just end it all, like just kind of like go back to nothing. And they wouldn't accept it, and the torture, like you just see him being like tortured by it, which leads to his demise in the end. And so it kind of like humanized him to where it's like he regretted every minute. The moment that he did it, he regretted it. And you're like,
I don't think that we know. I think that's a healthy response, man. Like, I don't think we know, his heart. Only God knows what Judas went through with him, right? And the thing is a lot of people like to downplay the other people betraying Jesus. Judas betrayed him in one way, but so did Peter. Peter denied him 3 times.
And they show that as well. They show Peter denying him 3 times as well. And like, I think Peter's betrayal was way worse, in my opinion, than Judas's. Like, Jesus knew Judas, and here's the thing: Judas had to do it in order for.
I know that's a weird thing, eh? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, someone had to do it, and so Judas had to. Like, I mean, it could have been any one of them, but somebody had to do it, and Judas was just the one that the wrong straw or something. I don't know. But Peter is like, I will never do this for you, Lord. I will be right by. I would never deny you.
Lied,
bro.
Right,
you did
right
it 3, not just once, 3 times. Like,
that
had to eat him up too.
And on top of that, he swore that he didn't know who Jesus was.
Yep,
that's like extra level bad.
Well, like, if you think about it, that's almost like to the level of renouncing like one's faith, because he proclaimed that Jesus was the son, the Messiah, right? That's why Jesus makes a statement, on this rock that I built my church, whatever, implying that as the Catholics would say, that Peter is the first pope or whatever. It doesn't say that, but the implication is there. But so for someone to make such a declaration of faith, then to go publicly in when shit hits the fan to reject him, to renounce him to a degree, like one could say that isn't that almost the level of the blasphemy of God, like to a degree, like I don't know. I don't know if they would say it's to the level of the unforgivable sin, but it seems pretty close.
With that. I think that Jesus showed us that it was forgivable. because like I think Peter wept when he saw Jesus again after he was glorified.
No, he did.
Yeah, Jesus wasn't hateful towards him or damning him or anything like that. I actually find like that's healthy though, to look at Peter and be like, the stuff he did is so incredibly horrible.
Yeah.
So that you beat yourself up proper amount, but realize that you still can be forgiven, kind of thing, as well as the John Zerkas or the Ben Thorpes or whoever you want to throw out there. Stop hating on these people. Try to encourage them to repent, turn away from that behavior, right? Feel remorseful for that behavior, of course. But like, that's what I want for these people, is to stop that nonsense, get out of your stupid, degenerate nonsense, and come try to, do good.
Yeah, like my goal is like to be available, like, because people will ignore you, and they'll just like listen to you just to be polite, but like not really take it to heart.
Yeah,
but I just always want to have that door open for people, so when they do decide to like come around, it's not closed on them, right?
Yeah,
like you regardless if you agree with their lifestyle or you think they're a piece of shit or not, like you're like, I'm still gonna do it. If you come to me asking me for this, I'm still gonna tell you.
Yep.
I'm still gonna do it, because I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it because I'm being in submission to God's will.
Yeah, it's showing kind of like your thankfulness for the mercy that he's offered you, right? You're only going to be getting like mercy based on the mercy that you're willing to show as well, right? The whole prodigal son story, right? Like that son screwed up hardcore, and his dad was just grateful that he turned away from that garbage lifestyle, and he's like, you know what, Dad, I want to make it right, and to even more show how much like I want to make it right, and I understand how bad I screwed up, I'll come back as a servant. Like I don't even need to come back with all the like family royalty or any of the stuff that is promised to me or due to me. I'll come back as the lowest person in your house.
That is like owed because of my connection.
Yeah,
as your son. Yeah.
But it also like, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just like it shows like that's how we all end up coming back to God as.
Yeah, and the other brother, right? How he acted all pious about his brother's return. Why are you guys throwing?
Why are you going to kill the fattest calf? Why are we doing this? Like,
I've been a loyal son this whole time. Why does he get all this? It's like, bro, come on, man. Like,
that's where it's like another good example of like it's not about the works that you do, and that's what I was trying to like. If you in the video, I'm talking to Zerka. It doesn't fucking matter if you allegedly led 1,400 or 1,500 teenagers to Christ. If you are not walking with him, if you don't have the relationship that you should have with him, it doesn't matter. And what I didn't end up getting into, because I do believe there's a level of false conversions. People could think that they're doing something appropriately or correctly, but if the person that's leading them to the Lord is not doing it correctly himself, then there could be a level of false conversion.
Yep. And there's like signs of the spirit, such as being grateful, right? Being thankful. And what would be the actions of somebody that's thankful, right? So that would be, why you would be doing good works, is like showing your gratitude to God. It's not to buy your way into heaven, which is what you're saying. It's like, nah, man, you're not earning your salvation. You're thankful.
You can't. There's nothing that you could do to earn it. You are a piece of shit, and you're always going to be a piece of shit, and you deserve nothing less than going to hell. But
exactly, the second you think you deserve it is the second you get a big head, and that's when you start sinning.
Yeah, and see, this is what I mean. I've not to bring it back to base, but excuse me. I told them before, you got to be careful that you don't become like a Pharisee. That you're not going to end up becoming a Pharisee in this process of what you're doing. Like I have no problem with what you're doing, but there's a certain level of approach to do it. And if you keep on doing it the certain way, you're going to project that you are this like the leader of morality, that you are the definition of morality. If you're always
the standard,
like and you may never say that you are the standard, but people are going to just assume that you want to be the standard because all you're doing is calling, people out on their behavior, right? And it's like, you remember, like, hey, you got to pull the plank out of your own eye, or the splinter, or stop worrying about the
you're
splinter
right.
in
The
your
plank.
buddy's eye,
Yeah.
but and take care of the log in your own eye, right? Like, it's, you gotta be, honest about that and address all that as well. But if you don't, and you just constantly point out, what Easy's doing, or what Glen's doing, and what, why, Kyle is not a real Christian, according to you, it's like, okay, now when you do fall, that fall from, that's a long drop down.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, if you're burning the bridges of the people that, associated with you in the midst of climbing up that, ladder to the throne, there probably won't be there to help you break your fall.
Yeah, they would be worried about, like, they offer you a hand to get up, and all of a sudden you throw them over the cliff, right?
Yeah, and
now you might not do that, but they have all the right to believe that, because.
But you wouldn't be able to expect their assistance. You would have no ground to expect that from them. And that's what I was like. I told them about this like once or twice already, especially after the whole Sarah thing, and it was just like I was hoping that it stuck. Because I didn't want him to have to go end up, going down that road, but
that's why they say like I think like heaven and hell is not a place; it's a mentality. When you look at like people,
I think it's a legitimate place. I really do think it's a legitimate place. Well,
like look at for example, like Judas, he basically committed one of the gravest sins, all that stuff. He turned his back on God. Even Peter denied him 3 times. But like when you're in that kind of dark place where it's like you hate people and you're destructive and all, you sin, all that kind of shit, that is like I said, like fucking like Dante's Inferno, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Because it's like there is not going to be like no natural joy that comes from this. Whereas like when you look at like people who actually repent, people who are actually what's the word, humble and gratuitous and all that kind of stuff, they are happy people. You know what I mean? And you'll hear kind of like they'll have like terrible stories of like absolute, like the worst thing that could happen to people, and they still kind of take it in stride because they have that knowing, they have that sense of belonging. You know what I mean? Or that kind of that heavenly kind of thing,
In defense of what you're saying, Cain did have that kind of attitude that you're saying, right? Where he's like, where am I going to go in this world where people aren't going to like hate me now?
Yeah, I'll give you this.
Right?
I'll give you an example of this right now, Farney. Look at behind you. Look at everything behind you that is brown. Just do it for me real quick. Just look behind you.
Camera, but all right. Like
look at the stuff behind you real quick and look for stuff that's brown. Just don't name it. Just look at it.
Yeah.
All right, now look back here. What's blue?
In my place, my pants.
Your pants? No, behind you. I said there's. You're looking for it now. You're looking for it.
Yeah, my eye automatically went for it.
I can see you looking for it now, but that's the point, right? The whole point is to show you that, like, when you're looking for something, you're gonna find it a lot easier than when you're not looking for it. So if you're always looking for the bad, that's what you're always gonna find is the bad.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, and
if you would have turned around and I said, look for the blue, you probably would have said, yeah, that little figurine standing up there has got a blue shirt on.
But I wish you like told me to close my eyes, because like,
I should have told you to close your eyes, but I caught you looking for it anyways.
Well,
you
my
were
eyes
honest
automatically
about it. You were honest
the
about
image,
it.
right?
That's the main point. You were honest about it.
Sure.
But yeah, this is just like to show you that like when you're looking for certain things, that's what you're gonna find, right? So if you're looking for a problem in everything, you're gonna find a problem in everything, right?
Hold on one second, guys. Noel, this is not the conversation for you. I'm sorry. I would look forward to speaking with you on Sarah's stream, but this is not the platform or the conversation for you, dear. but I do appreciate you coming by. So, all right, as you guys were.
Yeah, so I've said that to a couple of people on your channel, Easy, you know, like where they feel like everybody's against them or something like that. And no, I'm not talking about any one person.
I
seen
am.
it
We
in
know
more
who
than
we're talking about.
Well, I've
Carpenter's
seen it.
Journey. I'll call it out. I don't give a fuck.
Well, he's one of some people that I've seen that come to that way, and it's like, man, like I think it's not only the fact that you're focusing on it, but it's also like
Hey,
if you're so harsh
he
on
comes
other
into
people.
every conversation expecting the worst. Like he expects everyone doesn't like him.
Yeah.
So,
Terry, you ready for a speed date?
Oh no.
Yeah, sure. I just need to take a piss real quick. Be right back.
Okay. When he comes back from the
Glenn.
bathroom, all right. I'm
Glenn.
just. We need a laugh, okay, guys. We need a.
Oh
we need
my
to chuckle at
God,
something.
Glenn.
It just lightens up the
No.
whole stream, you know. Just trying to end the stream on a laugh and a
This
positive.
guy's
note.
gonna make sure we all have to go to extra church this Sunday. Okay. That's what he's about to do to us.
Don't speed date me.
I am
I'm
not.
married, bro.
You know, it's funny.
Until he comes back, I have a question.
What are you doing here, bro? I hate you. Why are you up here, bro?
I have a question for Speakeasy when he has a moment.
No.
We're not talking about the whole like New World Order, are we?
No. Just Speakeasy.
Okay.
So remember the other day when everyone in the Panelverse hated Speakeasy, and I came to you and offered you some comforting thoughts?
Yeah.
What happened to that, dude? What happened between that day and today? I came in this room, and you're like full
You
attack on
called me retarded, so I called you retarded back. I wasn't like it wasn't any hard feelings. If you took that serious, I wasn't being serious with you, bro.
I don't know, man. I was picking up some pissy vibes from you.
Come on, bro. How many times have we argued like that? Don't get like that now.
I just wanted to make sure we're clear because it
No,
felt like
bro, we
someone
good,
pissed
bro.
your Cheerios. Okay.
I was gonna say, did you not hear Easy and I talk about whether or not you should bring religion to debates and stuff, man? You didn't see how harsh he went on me, man.
Yeah, I go,
saying
yeah.
I don't have to get it, and
I always sound like an asshole.
I don't take it personally.
Speaking
man.
of religion, I think Glenn
I'm the
and
nicest asshole you'll ever meet. Okay, I.
yeah, I know.
I
know
used
you,
to
bro.
say that all the time.
I know you. Glenn and Kyle said you're Christians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which churches do y'all go to? Curious.
I am not a member of a specific church at the moment.
Have I asked you this before? I think this sounds familiar.
I probably might have.
Did you tell me that you closely associate to one, but not really anymore?
Yeah. Like I have gone to a few like I guess like original or formal Presbyterians.
Okay.
But I also have gone to like Calvary Chapel as well. I've even gone to the one that Mike Winger goes to from.
But none of them stand out to you as like a good place to focus. You'd rather just do it.
No, like there's actually a few pastors that I wouldn't mind going to their churches. Unfortunately, they're just not in the state.
Okay.
Like I would be if I had the ability to move to Austin, Texas area, I would definitely go to Pastor Joel Webbin's church that he pastors. I think it's called like Grace Fellowship something church. And then I would also if I was in Ohio, I'd probably go to Michael Foster's church, the guy that wrote It's Good to Be a Man. Really good book. It's like the best Christian red pill book, period. Like it's based all on Christianity, but he's been in the red pill space for so long that he understands like implementing intersectional dynamics to the conversation, and it doesn't like contradict or compromise the biblical message. Actually, it complements it in many regards. So it's a really good book. And then I wouldn't mind if I was in Utah, I would check out
A Mormon church?
No, at Pastor Eric Kahn. He's very much not Mormon, but he's also another good pastor that I would wouldn't have a problem going to his church. And these are just guys. These are just guys that I have like found over the years that very patriarchal, very biblically sound.
Yeah, just traditional in the general sense.
Yeah, like in California, there is none of that. Like every church is some form of egalitarian or complementarian ish, and it's just like,
yeah, I've been there. I hear you.
I'm just not going to commit to like becoming a member of any one of those.
Same question to Kyle. Like, do you have a church of preference?
So somewhat similar to Glenn in that regard, except for I'm studying like mad church history before I commit, because I take it pretty serious about committing, especially if it's something like Eastern Orthodox. Because if I'm going in, I'm going in. I'm not going to be some,
Yeah, you don't want to have
wussy dipping toe crap, right. Like I'm going to be full in, So.
Okay, I was just curious if y'all were kind of like ex-Catholics or like, leaning Orthodox or whatever. I was curious.
I was raised secular. I'd say about 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, I started reading scripture just because I was like, I just want to read it, right? If it's one of the biggest selling books of all time, and it's been kept around for this many thousands of years, it's got to be something valuable to read in there, right?
Yeah, that's what the theory is.
Yeah. So I read all scripture. I was like, oh, well, this is true. And so I'm just now looking at church history to see what's true, because people make a bunch of claims like, oh, the Pope is actually true, or oh, the Eastern Orthodox has always been based and never did anything wrong, and oh no, Protestants always been the right way because they made all the schools in the world and stuff like that, right? Like it sounds like every kind of sect has like some benefits that they've offered to the world, or at least obviously that's what they're going to share with you. And so I just wanted to go and explore on my own.
One of my favorite memes is when an ortho bro insults you as a Protestant when they are actually Eastern Protestants. So it's funny.
So we know what you are. You're a Roman Catholic.
When you put it that way, that's pretty funny.
I mean, it's just, when you think about it, they're like, how dumb are you to reject the Catholic Church, and then they reject the Catholic Church, and you're like, aren't you also a Protestant then? But it's just a silly definition.
Yeah, if you want to start playing those games, I know. I've said the same thing to the Orthodox Christians.
But that's okay, because I belong to the one true church, and I worship
the
one
God,
true
here
God.
you go.
And
No.
so,
all right, here's the real question. How do you guys
what
have
are
your
you,
steak?
man? Honestly, like you're
I need
Roman
to figure
Catholic,
out if I can hang out with you guys anymore.
So
medium rare?
Here's the answer to all religious questions.
No. I need to know how you have your steak, bro.
Medium rare.
Okay. Let me hear teriyaki and Farney.
Medium rare, but I butter based it.
Okay. Farney.
If I'm eating out and I don't trust the chef, I'll tell him rare because I know I'll get medium rare.
Yeah. They typically overcook it.
Okay, but medium rare is how you like it.
Yeah.
I would, medium rare to rare. Yeah.
You all pass the test.
It's this feeling, right? You push on the cheek, and that should be the feeling of your steak.
It's just got to be pink in the middle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's another good way, teriyaki.
Jeez Louise. With the crispy,
they're all pink in the middle.
Get your minds out the gutter. I see in your face there, teriyaki.
With a crispy
that
skin.
Eyebrow lift.
So, anyways, Kyle, the answer to religion is this is how you solve the final boss question. So everybody wants to know who's right about Christianity. And so I have found through the process of elimination, if you just slay all the sacred cows, the only one remaining is the true one. So that's how you find the one true one.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
So if you want to have
medium Arrow,
So
you're getting a timeout for tonight for that.
What?
I
Arrow.
believe in the church.
When you come to my chat later,
So
Arrow, we're getting a
non-denominational.
timeout for that.
I'm waiting till the noise stops. Church of Christ is the name
So-
of the church I attend.
So non-denominational.
Correct.
Exactly.
But that's kind of a silly moniker because by
I know
definition we just created another denomination.
Ortho bros will claim non-denominational means you're Protestant because they're the ones that caused all that stuff, and it's really irritating.
Non-denominational does come from the
I know
evangelical umbrella.
I
right?
know,
and but that doesn't necessarily. I mean, they could be non-denominational, but have very strong like patriarchal ties or Baptist influence, or it just depends on where they're at.
Or we can get lumped in with the same basket as Mormons, technically.
Yeah. Because
Because-
I grew up non-denominational. I find myself going more towards the churches like that. That's what I'm familiar with, right? But the problem I have with non-denominational is that there's no accountability. There's no
you're
accountability.
your own God often, right?
Yeah,
you're,
well, it's
you're
like-
interpreting scripture on your own, and
Yeah, and it's like
Kinda.
there's no accountability in the sense of like, okay, like all like Baptists have their the SBC, and like they kind of all not all of them, but for the majority of them kind of fall under the same, like I would say, statement of faith or creed, right? Of way they're interpreting scriptures. And same thing with like the Presbyterians and not the Protestants, the Presbyterians, and just all the other different denominations. They kind of hold to their statement of faith, or like their hermeneutics that they utilize, right, in an interpretation of scripture. Non-denominational, there is no accountability in that. Like, so
There's a
you
little.
Not really. Like
some non-denoms would argue that that's kind of the role of the elders. The elders are to be like the ones who answer for the church, so to speak. But we are
that
fully
depends if,
autonomous.
like,
so
that is the church even has elders.
most
right?
of our churches do. I mean, that's
Like you could be like Mark Driscoll, who after he got kicked out of his church, Mars Hill in Seattle, when he went and opened up his new church in Arizona, he made sure he didn't hire any elders. He had no elders because it was his elders that removed him.
That's one of our highest priorities. Like, we feel like we're failing as a church if we haven't quite found elders yet. So
yeah, but man, like, who do those elders, like, who are they to account? Right?
To God.
Yeah.
See, then that's
And
what I
there's, like,
mean. Now
that's
you
where there's,
just
like,
made
no-
them like little popes.
That's why I like this church, because I'm going to argue the opposite of Glenn. I'm going to say that we have the highest level of accountability, because other churches try to pass the buck onto someone else and say, well, God, you can't hold me accountable because I did what my priest said. So, don't blame me, blame the priest. I'm just following orders. But
well,
in my-
you could say the same thing for the members of the church, right? Well, my pastor told me it's this, so it's not my fault. It's
no.
Yeah.
Not the churches I run in. The churches I run in, the priest is not priest. The preacher is just the guy who volunteered that week to give a sermon. He doesn't have any like special authority or.
also like your pastor, like in the churches that you go to, is not like
He's-
ordained, or in the sense of like
he's just a regular member that volunteered to speak that week. That's the only authority he
so
has.
there's no like shepherd.
That's what the elders are. They are the shepherds.
That's very interesting.
And we also have deacons, but that's more of like just assistants to the elders. But anyways, even elders, by the way, they don't have funny hats. They don't have direct communications with God. They don't channel the word of God or anything like that. They can't raise the dead or anything like that. They're just good, wholesome Christians that have the experience to back up their claims. So they've been doing it for so long. They know the Bible frontwards and backwards. They actually have, nuclear families that can prove that they are leaders and can, back up what they preach. And so that's the standard we hold them to. But at any second, an elder could speak blasphemy or something like that, and he'd be right out of that office. He wouldn't be able to. We wouldn't be like, oh, you are the infallible word of God. We must do what you say, elder. It's more like, we have Bibles, elder, and the second you slip up, we will call you out and kick you out of that role. So it's not a like holy, blessed, magical thing. It's just more like a logical, rational application of reality.
Have you read much about other denominations and stuff, man? Because it sounds like basically the only one you're referring to is Roman Catholic.
Almost every other denomination, just like Glenn pointed out, like one of the first questions Christians will tell you is like, what does your pastor say or your preacher say or whatever about blah blah blah. That already automatically assumes that he's like the highest rank in the church. Like everyone answers to the pastor, whatever he says is law and stuff like that. And a lot of churches actually have hierarchies. They have like cardinals and bishops in the different sense of the word, like bishops like globally and internationally bishops and stuff like that. See, that's one of the biggest fallacies in hierarchies. In our church, an elder is not the elder of any other church. He's only the elder of that church. That's his only authority, is to speak as the head of that church, that one building, that small group of people. He is not the elder of all of the statewide churches or anything like that, because that goes against the teachings of God, because we're all to be autonomous, and we can't pass the blame on to elders. We answer to God directly. Like every Christian in my church answers to God directly. Jesus is our high priest. He's the only priest we go through in order to talk to God. We don't even have our elders intermediate for us. We don't ask elders to pray on our behalf or ask our elders to forgive our sins or any bullshit like that.
Yeah, neither do I.
Elders are just the guys who've been around the longest and know their shit the most. They've heard all the debates. They can answer in an instant why we don't believe this or why we do believe this, but they can't pardon your sins or give you all kinds of magic powers or speak for God when people are debating about what did God say. Let's look at the Bible. An elder won't say, put that Bible down, I'll tell you what God said. That would never happen in our church, but it happens in other people's churches all the time.
Yeah,
again, this sounds more like, well, whatever. It just, the only thing that sounds like to me is like Roman Catholic, but
and Orthodox and Lutheran.
No,
and
Orthodox
Anglicans,
isn't that way.
and a whole bunch of other churches.
You're allowed to disagree in Orthodoxy.
I'm gonna ask you guys a question. When you guys are going to, like, when you're like vetting a church out, like looking for a church, like, what is something that you're looking for that you're like, okay, this is what the church I need to meet, or for a church for me to go to, it has to meet this criteria. Like, what are the things that you guys are looking for?
For me, it used to be the ability to debate doctrine. As I've gotten older, it's more about the fruits of their labors. One of my main gripes about my own church is we have the same problem every other church has. We have the ultra conservatives and we have the retarded liberals, and so it depends on which church you attend that day.
How do you have both of them there?
You go to the church and say, "Oh shit, it's the retarded liberals."
I'm saying anywhere USA, any city you live in, you can go to a Church of Christ that doesn't even know what the church teaches, and then you can go to another one down the street where they're so ultra conservative, they're arguing about who's allowed to use the water fountain and stuff like that. So again, you get to pick and choose which one's your flavor. Like you can say, I don't like these judgy assholes over here. I want to go over to this church where they welcome everybody, including devil worshipers and whatever else. That's my kind of church. And so if you want that, it's available. I've been to both. I've been to cities where they're in the exact same city. They're like right down the street from each other, and they both have the same name on the building.
I get what you're saying.
So I went to one and pointed out and said, first of all, I went to the liberal one and said, First of all, you guys need to crack open that Bible and maybe read it once or twice, because you eventually may have to answer some questions from outsiders and such.
Okay. So you're against those ones, the
And
ones
then
that go
I went to
against
the ultra conservative one,
own
and
religion.
I said, even though you guys get everything right about your doctrines and stuff, you win all the debates. That's great. But look at your church. Who even comes here? Like, do you even reach out to people? Do you even try to approach people? And they're like, no. If they seek the truth, they'll find us.
Oh yeah, they're like anti-evangelism.
They're like, they barely let in their own members. Like, I'm a member of the church, and they were like, are you really a church, a member of this church? And I was like, well, I think I am. So let's see if it's true. And luckily I passed their test. But like I said, there's more to religion than just winning all the debates. You can't logic your way into heaven. God isn't going to be impressed with how many debates you won and how many noobs you owned on blood sports and shit like that. He's more interested about not only the letter of the law but the spirit of the law, which a lot of people did not get throughout history.
Yeah, like Terry, what do you look for in a church when you're looking for one?
Personally, like ever since the church scandal with all the kids and all that shit, I basically just took a back seat from it. Like I said, I kind of went off and kind of, like I said, came back to it now in terms of the whole kind of in terms of there is a God, there is logic comes from God, all this kind of shit as well. So it's I'm still sitting on the whole kind of defense of do I even need a church? They already have the word kind of thing. So like I said, I'm still kind of I don't even know what I'd want to look for in a church particularly. But in terms of what I was saying, the whole liberal shit, that I don't even know why they're trying to be a church. And then, like I said, in terms of the ultra conservative, maybe you might be able to learn some shit from them. But on the flip side, though, as well, I'd rather be in a conservative church than a liberal church, if you get me.
Yeah.
I love how Kat said Teriak gave up and started a haram instead of a harem.
Haram! So yeah, the way I look at it is regardless of if some sort of denomination says, oh, you can't be saved outside of us, I think that's garbage. That's a lie. I think
that's something you gotta that's to me is a sure sign of cultish.
Yeah, that's a red flag to me. Yeah. So if you say that people can be saved outside of your church, but it's not necessarily ideal, that I can lean towards more. It's the way I look at it is that's why I'm doing the research into church history and all that is, if you want to be a good spouse to God and all that, well, put in the effort, put in the work, show that you care, show that you're trying to do what he desires of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where I'm at, right? I do think it's healthy to have a church though, like Teriak, a physical one where you can gather with believers and stuff. I do think that I'm missing out by not being part of one. I think it's very healthy. You have counselors.
Well, you have to have you have to sharpen iron, and you have to have fellowship. The Bible is very clear about that. To have fellowship with other believers.
Yeah,
and that's part of church, right? Church is not just a structure and a building. It's we could be doing church right now. We could be doing church right now if we are fellowshipping and sharing, God's word, and this is church. I mean, this is what a lot of people did during
welcome to church, people.
During the buggy thingy.
I have a quick rebuttal to Kyle there. Guilty as charged. I am a member of the cult you just described, and so I will be one of those people that will tell people that there is only one way to be saved, and I believe it's the church I'm currently attending.
Are you joking, man?
Yeah. And no, I'm dead serious. I'm not joking.
You're non-denominational and believe that your specific non-denominational.
Yes. This is.
He has to be BS.
This has
to be the most.
This
epic
is where I
troll.
just believe I find trolling. Don't fuck around.
Nope, no trolling. So
did you just come up with this?
First of all, the cult you're referring to,
you did,
is the
This is a
cult of
cult.
Jesus Christ.
See?
So it's a cult.
Yep.
Kill me, bro.
And we're all one big body in the church.
So
I get it.
the
Yep.
problem with religion is, you know, you
You're
can
such
try
a
and
dickhead.
feel like that, you know, if we can just all kind of like get some parts right, that's good enough. You know, who are you to judge? And so that's the whole point of the cult. Jesus is the head of the cult, so he gets to judge. He gets to decide who's in and out. And so that goes back to the old question, did he say that there are people who are in and people who are out? And so that answers your question. You said, I don't believe when people say that, you know, you must follow my church and that's the only way to be saved. And it sounds like a cult to me because everything you said is true. Jesus started a cult. He said there are some people that can be saved, everyone else is not, and the only way is through my church. So that's
Yeah,
the
but that's
response to your
God
question.
saying that. That's not a man saying that. You know what I mean?
So why shouldn't Christians repeat what Jesus has already taught us?
Well,
Should-
that's what I'm trying to learn by studying church history to see what Jesus actually taught us.
Should we disagree with Jesus and say, no, Jesus, you're being too narrow-minded. You're being too exclusive there. We're going to let more people in. You don't get to decide that.
So my issue with what you're describing is if that were true, why would Jesus not just, you know, write down all of the New Testament and just hand it out to people and say, go read this on your own? Here, go do this. Go read it on your own. You'll figure it out.
Because
Don't
not
worry
everybody
about it.
can read. Some people are blind.
Because
No, that's okay. You have your whole life to learn how to read.
Because
it's
he had
okay.
his
If you're blind, you can't read.
Here, it's Braille for you, Glenn. You know, like-
because he had his assistants write it out for him, and so we do have the Word of God.
It was written like way later and like put together by people, by the church. It was not like just magically like formed into a book. It was the very church that you're arguing against put that book together. Why is there 66 books in most non-denominational and then there's like 71 in like this other religion, 81 in this other religion? Somebody's got to be right.
You're right.
On what is canonical? Is it you? Like,
maybe. I don't know. Is it?
That's why I want to study, because I definitely don't think it's you, buddy. Like, you might be luckily right, but I'm saying
it's
you
luck.
don't know
I couldn't
if
do
you're
it
right.
through blood, sweat, and tears.
I think regardless,
did
okay,
you
if
research?
think about
That's my
this.
curiosity. Like,
When you
I've
look
gone
at-
through
when
all
you
the
look at-
religions, by the way. So the
Fair
Christianity
enough.
is the one I ended up on.
No,
when
I
you look
meant
at like
the-
Orthodox, Catholicism, and just Protestant Christians, right? There's one thing that they all fundamentally agree on. The only way through the Father to the Father is through Jesus.
Yeah.
Right. So foundationally, they're sound. Right. And that's
the
the part
devil's
that
in the
really,
details.
exactly. But that's the part that makes, your salvation depends upon it, right? Is that part foundational part. You may get a lot of things wrong on the way up, from there. But at least you could say on the foundational level, they're all sound. Now, since Easy is in disposed of right now, because he's on the phone, I'll say what I look for in a church. One, I look for a patriarchal church. That's like what I desire now more than anything. Even though I grew up in non-denominational, and most non-denominationals that I've been to, I have yet to find a non-denominational that was patriarchal.
Church of Christ.
But the other thing I look for is a church that is a three-legged stool. A three-legged stool is like the most like solidest like stool compared to like a four-legged stool or a four-legged chair. And it's because it's there's three supporting beams that is equally dispersing the weight, and it's its level. It's very similar to like the Trinity, right? And what do I mean by that is like I look for a church that can operate with these. The 2 Timothy 1-6, or 2 Timothy 1:6-7 says, "For this reason I remind you to fan into the flames the gifts of God which is in you through the laying on of my hands. For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power, love, and self-control or sound mind. I look for a church that operates, with a solid, understanding of the power, love, and sound mind.
Amen.
There's a lot of churches that are all about the power and the authority, right? But they lack love and sound mind. They're like the Pharisees, we could wield this, we do this, but they have no love and they make bad decisions, right? Because they have no sound mind. You got the churches that are all about the spirit and the love and the flow and and the woo woo stuff, but they don't operate. They have no power, right? They're just all up in their fields. It's all about how the music made them feel, but they have the love, but they don't have a sound mind. You can have a church that has a very sound mind, but does not know how to operate the power, right? Like, so if Paul's saying that we should have, you need to operate with the spirit of not of fear, but power, love, and sound mind, then I would want to go to a church that actually reflects that and, displays what that looks like. And so for people to, model after or be held to that standard, and I have found that to be a lot harder than anything else, because it's like most people are like, oh, the music's great. I'm like, that's cool, but it's just, if a church doesn't have like those three things, and I think that you can't have a patriarchal church without having that, because there has to be an order there. Well, where does the power come from? From the authority, right? Well, a patriarchal structuring church is going to understand the authority, but it's also understand like the love and sound mind as the father, right? But it could also be very domineering too, depending. It's just like but my opinion is just like you will find that more complete in a patriarchal church. That's just my opinion. That's what I look for.
There's a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. So going back to the two choices you have in the same city. If you go to the conservative church, the elders will tell you women are not allowed to speak in church. They're not allowed to teach or preach or anything.
That's for sure. Damn right.
And then when you go to the liberal church, they tell you about you need to stop mansplaining with your toxic masculinity.
Oh yeah, Galatians 3:28 set us all free. There's no male or female in Christ.
And I was sitting in an adult class in which I just finished teaching at this ultra liberal church, and the next teacher that was going to take over brought his wife up to the stand and said, I want y'all to meet your new teacher. He's like pulling this little switcheroo. He said, you thought it was going to be me, but it's actually my wife. Ha ha ha. And he was waiting for everybody to go like, oh no, ah. And being an ultra lib church, they just all cheered and said, yay, progress, and and all that stuff. And so that's why I was like, and there you go. There's the difference. There's a difference between ultra liberals and conservatives. Is some people think you have to follow the rules. Some people just think, it's optional.
I have walked out of a church because of that.
Yeah, I would walk out.
I have
instantly.
stood up, and I was the only person that got up, and I walked right the fuck out. Like, I'm out. I'm also the kind of guy that like I should come with the disclaimer on my shirt that I will challenge the pastor. And I have done that. Like this pastor one time was like, or he wasn't a pastor, he was like an associate pastor. He was telling me that you must get married with the state, or it's not a real marriage in God's eyes. And I was like, oh, really?
You mean the church or the state?
The state. Like you have to get a state license, like, or it's not, he's like, it's not godly. God wants you to do it by the state. I'm like, really? What? Show me in scripture, where does it say I have to get a marriage license through the state? And he was just arguing, and he was just trying to like push it. So then I flagged over the head pastor. The head pastor come over. I'm like, hey, come here, settle this for me. I was like, where in the Bible does it say you have to get married with the state or with the government? He's like, nowhere.
Render under Caesar. What's Caesar?
I was like, yeah, they try to lean that way.
That's not what that means.
No, it doesn't, right? Like, and so the pastor had to like correct him, and then the dude doubled down. He goes, I still don't see that as a real godly marriage. I'm like, dude, your own leadership, your own pastor is telling you you're fucking wrong. I was like, I'm out. This is it. I'm good. Like, if you guys can't be on the same page, I'm gone. Deuces. Like,
on that note, has anyone in this room been married in the Orthodox Church?
No, I'm not Orthodox, so I don't even know.
Well, if you know anybody who claims to be married and they weren't married in an Orthodox church, according to our buddy Andrew Wilson, that marriage is not valid.
That's not
FYI.
true. That's not what Andrew says. That's not true.
That's exactly what he said. I can play back the
what he
debate
said.
for you if you want me to, but
no, he says that it'd be up to the Orthodox Church whether that marriage is valid.
no, he said
All right.
any marriage that was not done by the Orthodox Church is not a valid marriage.
You know how stupid that is? Because
But is
what
that,
you're claiming. No, hold on.
Are they not? Is that church not going to view it as a valid marriage? Like, do this couple now have to like get married again underneath the church?
You'll have to ask him because.
So did Rachel and Andrew get remarried when they became Orthodox? Like, you're so full of it, man. They didn't
Because,
get
like I was saying-
remarried, so
yeah,
like
'cause-
you're just wrong.
Hey, dude, you can go argue with Andrew about his words if you want
I've
to.
listened to Andrew. He never said that nonsense.
I'll play the. Hey, Glenn, do you have the Lauren Chin, Andrew Wilson debate where
could
he was
find it,
chewing
but
her
do
out
you
for
know
not being
where-
Christian enough?
Do you know like the timestamp?
I knocked off the top of my head. It's in the middle when he was lecturing her about all the degenerates in the world living in apostasy or something because unless they were married by the church, he's referring to the Orthodox Church.
No, he's not. He's referring to married
Okay,
as religious people because he's even said that to
Listen
Lauren
to what
Chen.
he
I
says.
listened to that whole debate. He's not referring to the Eastern Orthodox Church. He never once stated it in that debate.
Oh, he's referring to another church. He's saying another church has the authority, but not his church, is what you're saying.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, I listened
Eastern
to it.
Orthodox Church says specifically that they will recognize the marriage even if you come from being married outside of the Eastern Orthodox Church.
I'm not disputing that.
He has
claim.
said that as well, Andrew, man.
Okay, well maybe he accidentally said that in his rage against Lauren, but that's what he said.
He didn't say anything. He didn't say Eastern Orthodox Church in his talk with Lauren. Like, I listened to that whole debate.
He can play
I could be wrong. Like, prove me wrong, man. Go nuts. I would love to be proved wrong.
It's possible.
And I've called Andrew out on stuff before. Like,
It's possible that
he's
I'm
always
getting
good
old
about it,
and
so.
my brain is hallucinating and I didn't hear him correctly.
All I said was you're full of it. I didn't say you were being deliberately malicious. All right,
Really,
man.
I'm not a fan of the Daily Wire as a whole. I like Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, though. But Andrew Klavan and Michael Knowles have both sat down with Pearl specifically. They have had those conversations. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have further ones.
Yeah, Klavan got destroyed by Pearl Davis, who's not even a good debater. Yeah, I can't even tell you how badly it would go for the Daily Wire guys to have guys like me who I'm not even a red pillar. I just don't straw man their position. Same thing, Rollo Tomasi, Myron Gaines, all of these guys, they would absolutely obliterate them. And that's why they hide, because they don't have prescriptions to these problems. And that's a big problem if you're out there advocating for Christianity. And what ends up happening is we all look stupid. We get pummeled. These guys in their spaces laugh at us, and I don't blame them.
Do you think that there exists a way for, I guess, there are secular adjustments to marriage that the red pill community would look at and think, you know, you're right, this does change my view of marriage and whether I should get married?
Repeat the question. I want to make sure I get it correct.
So do you think that there are secular changes to civil marriages? And again, I'll say it all the day long. You were right about secular marriages. I have no problems. Like, you know, W for you. You're right. But do you think that there are secular changes that would make secular men more likely to get married? Because if you're saying like,
yeah, but I don't want them to. I want them to get a sacramental marriage. Why would I try to move society towards degeneracy, to enabling degeneracy? Why would I do that? The truth is written on your heart. It is true that men and women are inclined to become married, but absent the sacrament, right? They're not living in a married lifestyle at all. They just have some bizarre state contract. It's totally meaningless. Why would I move heaven and earth and all of society to reform all of these laws on behalf of these men if they're not even going to go through with the sacrament and have an ecclesiastical authority which can govern their marriage? You're setting them up for failure. Absent that ground-based community, which you only get from the church, you can only get community building from the church. The reason most of these marriages actually fail, and Sexton he's a divorce lawyer. He's very popular all over the internet. Great guy. We've gone rounds and rounds about this. But one of the big keys, that if you read his book, you'll find this out. Absent the groundswell community, there's nothing which keeps these marriages together. There's
Could
no
you
shame.
pause it
There's nothing
because
to
he
appeal
said
to.
that he
It's just you and her,
already
and that's it.
claimed it.
And all
He
the
just
degeneracy of the
repeated
world.
it, but-
Why would I?
No, he didn't. He said sacramental marriage.
The magic moment is when Lauren felt like she got him, and she was like, "Wow, I never thought about it that
hold
way."
on.
And Andrew was like, "Yeah, now you get it. See, you
No.
either have to accept the Orthodox Church or you
No,
fail."
he never
didn't say
said
that. I didn't
Orthodox
hear-
Church. He said sacramental marriage. That's it.
Hold on, let me go back again because I didn't hear anything about Orthodox. I heard sacramental.
I'll find the
To
timestamps
debate
for
with
you
the Daily
later.
Wire people on this
Glenn.
particular issue because they're straw man. Hang on, because they're straw man so heavily, and none of them will do it. Not one. So that tells me, right? At least you could, like, I have some respect for you, at least, Lauren, because you showed up to do the debate. I mean, kudos to you. Great. At least we had it. These guys won't even show up to a debate. We had it all set up with Myron Gaines. We had it all set up on whatever. We've had it set up a dozen times to take these guys to task on their absurd criticisms of what is considered the red pill, and they refuse to even show up. Instead, they go into a smoke-filled cigar room and film each other kissing each other's asses and talking about how great it is that they want secular people to get married. Oh, wow. We've really won the culture war now, Lauren.
Well, I mean, to be fair to them, like, I'm not a Daily Wire employee. I'm not a fan of the Daily Wire as a whole. I like Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, though. But Andrew Klavan and Michael Knowles have both sat down with Pearl specifically. They have had those conversations. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have further ones.
Yeah, Klavan got destroyed by Pearl Davis, who's not even a good debater. Yeah, I can't even tell you how badly it would go for the Daily Wire guys to have guys like me who I'm not even a red pillar. I just don't straw man their position. Same thing, Rollo Tomasi, Myron Gaines, all of these guys, they would absolutely obliterate them. And that's why they hide, because they don't have prescriptions to these problems. And that's a big problem if you're out there advocating for Christianity. And what ends up happening is we all look stupid. We get pummeled. These guys in their spaces laugh at us, and I don't blame them.
Do you think that there exists a way for, I guess, there are secular adjustments to marriage that the red pill community would look at and think, you know, you're right, this does change my view of marriage and whether I should get married?
Repeat the question. I want to make sure I get it correct.
So do you think that there are secular changes to civil marriages? And again, I'll say it all the day long. You were right about secular marriages. I have no problems, like, you know, W for you. You're right. But do you think that there are secular changes that would make secular men more likely to get married? Because if you're saying, like,
yeah, but I don't want them to. I want them to get a sacramental marriage. Why would I try?
So
it's
right there, yeah.
Risk engaging more
So
degeneracy.
he's distinguishing the difference between
And
secular
again,
marriages and
the
sacramental
civil marriage thing, I think you're right there.
Right.
That's something that you
Yeah.
kind of blow my mind on. I don't have a problem admitting that. I think from a
Earlier
Daily
in
Wire
their
perspective,
discussion,
they view it as pragmatically
he
easier
blew
to
Lauren's
encourage
mind
people
by
who
pointing
are
out that
secular to
sacramental
get married, have
marriages
children
are the
within that
only
state
ones that
wedlock
count.
than it is.
Yes.
That secular marriages aren't even valid.
Correct.
Yeah, there's a difference
You
between
said that the Eastern Orthodox
You
wouldn't
said that-
recognize marriage outside of
Orthodox.
Yes.
Only the Orthodox Church can
No.
engage you sacramental marriages.
But that's
His
not what he.
claim.
But that's
No,
not what he's
sacramental
saying.
marriage is any marriage in a church.
Yeah.
And
Thank
secular
you.
marriage is a marriage in the
It's,
state.
it's before witnesses vowing to God. That is
Yes.
a sacramental marriage. You can look it up. It's not an Eastern Orthodox thing. It's just saying a vow before God, letting God recognize your marriage before witnesses. That's not Eastern Orthodox, like, exclusive. That's why I said, like, no, Eastern Orthodox, if you've got married under God, will consider your marriage valid. If you got
Yeah.
some sort of weird, like, state marriage, maybe they would, like,
I'll
have
go
an
back
issue.
and watch it. I'll try to
Well,
bring
hold on,
up
I can
the
just continue
timestamp.
playing this little part because you almost finished.
To convert them. And I think
Yes,
I'm
and we
not-
can say abortion is more pragmatic because you can get rid of the undesirables in society too if you wanted to. We're not interested as Christians in pragmatic solutions. We're interested as Christians in sacramental solutions and bringing people into the Church of Jesus Christ, the body of Jesus Christ. In order to do that, we need to have a message which can compete with the common sense messaging of the red pill, and they ain't got it. And that's why they get destroyed. And that's why guys like me, the few of us which exist, can go out there and completely dismember both sides of the argument because we actually understand what the arguments are. These are not evil men. They're trying to get by inside of this completely degenerate world. They're looking for a solution like this. Myron would be the first to engage in ecclesiastical authority when it came to marriage and recommend that men go that route. And they know that they're immoral absent Jesus Christ and God. But if you can't offer them a superior message, the red pill's going to beat the holy tar out of you. And that's exactly what they're doing.
I would disagree a little bit on that. Like, it's not like they're looking for a solution. They don't want. I don't think the red pill wants a solution personally. And I'll be honest. The reason why I say that is because look at like all the like the PUAs and the dating coaches and all that stuff, like all the books that they're selling, they profit off of female promiscuity. Like, you know, like if they're saying, if they point out that feminism is the problem, right? But they're not doing anything to push back or eradicate feminism or, you know, take back some ground from feminism. If they're like, you know, just embracing it and, you know, teaching guys how to maneuver around it or whatever, or, you know, capitalize off of it, then they actually are benefiting from it. And if they're benefiting from it, why would they want to eradicate or remove something that they're able to profit off of?
All right. Cody is King is saying about you should not associate red pill with people or an ideology. Look, I'm pretty sure Glenn is pretty well versed on red pill. Like, yes,
Well,
it
yeah,
is a descriptive thing, but I think what Glenn is referring to are the people that are prominent that claim to
I've
hold that
always,
prescription to be true. Sorry.
like what I tell
descriptive,
people, in my opinion, the real red pill is like in the old married red pill forums. That's where you really see like the whole guys swapping notes, you know, thing. And it's really literally guys trying to save their marriages, get their wives to, you know, be attracted to them again. It's not this whole like fresh and fit Andrew Tate or Rollo Tomasi, like, you know, version of it. Although Rollo Tomasi knows about like the really married red pill. I mean, he's written a lot about it in his own work and his blogs. But what sells is the sensationalized red meat, you know, woman versus man, hypergamy 304, this stuff and that type of, you know, nonsense. And that's what people, you know, feed off of. But like the real red pill, like if you want to get an idea, like just go look at the Mary Red Pill forums. If they're still, I think there's still access to them. I think they're in quarantine, I think, or something. But that's where you get like a lot of information. That's where I think.
So
okay, so I went back and checked. You kind of have to, you know, put the whole debate into context, but basically the point Andrew was trying to convince Lauren was that not only is it important that Christians officiate marriage, but again, you know good and well when Andrew talks about Christianity, he's not talking about anyone who claims to be a Christian. He's talking about the Orthodox Church.
If he didn't like explicitly say that.
Okay, Glenn, get Andrew on panel and ask him if he explicitly believes that when he says Christian churches, is he referring to anyone on earth who identifies as a Christian or the Eastern Orthodox Church? Which one did he mean?
There's an issue you're having here because church, there's many different like things that it means. There's the invisible church, there's the physical church, there's the proper church that Jesus set up. Like there's, you know, the church of believers gathering. And Eastern Orthodox does agree with everything I just stated. It's just that when what you're probably talking about is him referring to this one specific definition of church in an argument that he's currently having over what church best fits this one specific one. That's where, yes, he would say that Eastern Orthodox is the only one that suits that. However, Andrew does not say that everybody outside Eastern Orthodox is not saved, is not a believer. He doesn't say any of that. I've never once heard him say that.
I said marriage is either considered.
I know 100% that he's never said that for marriage. Like, there's no way.
That was what he rambled on for about 30 minutes to Lauren about. He was trying to convince
Prove
Lauren.
But he doesn't like explicitly say it.
He was chastising Lauren for being a dirty, filthy Protestant who doesn't qualify for the actual sacramental church known as the Eastern Orthodox Church that he's providing to her. And so
everyone said that.
They were having a side debate about feminism, but then he brought up the topic about which marriages are sacramental or not. And then he was trying to get Lauren to agree that maybe secular versions don't count in the eyes of Christians, but Andrew was chastising her for saying, you're a Protestant, so you don't even have access to this sacramental version of marriage,
Never
which
said
only
that
the
again.
He
Orthodox
never
Church
said
can
it at
provide.
all.
And so I was trying
Get
to.
a timestamp, man.
I'm
Stop
trying
making
to
up
put all the
crap.
No,
timestamps
because
together.
he'll say the words and he'll say, Andrew said this, but what Andrew actually means is this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, because Andrew totally adopts the view that anyone who identifies as a Christian is a Christian in his eyes. You're right, Teriyaki. That's what he's arguing.
You literally, we showed you the clip of Andrew, what he said. And then
But
you're
I
saying
think- I
what he
think, like,
actually means is only.
Well,
again, like I wouldn't. I'm not saying that he couldn't.
Why is he
say that.
arguing with Lauren, who's a Christian? Lauren's a Christian.
Because
Why would
she's
he be
in
correcting
support
her?
of secular marriage.
Well,
No,
Lauren's a
she's not. Well,
feminist,
yeah, yes, she is.
Christian.
Hold on. Hold on. Listen there. Listen, Kyle. Not all Christians claim that the only valid marriage is through your church.
Neither does Andrew.
Yes, he does. That was the whole point.
He said sacramental.
Yes, he does. He was saying all of those people are living in sin because they're not actually married. They're just committing fornication, claiming they're married.
Because they're secular and not Christian.
Because they're secular and they're not sacramental marriages.
Yes.
He's lecturing
they're not
Lauren
Christian.
Chin, who is a Christian, and she's a dirty, filthy Protestant that doesn't subscribe to the Eastern
Never called her
Orthodox
dirty, filthy
Church.
Protestants. Never
Because
called her Orthodox.
if in his eyes her marriage was qualified
No,
under the
here.
Protestant church,
Point
he
in
wouldn't
case
be lecturing her about
No. Hold on. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
I know
Because
exactly
you
what I'm
hold
talking
on.
about. That's why I'm
No.
talking
Just
about
listen. Just listen. Because even at the end of the entire conversation with her, he said, "We need you. We need strong Christians to be fighting for these values. We need you as our ally. We need you to stop supporting this secular nonsense." He never said we need you to join Eastern Orthodoxy. No, he never once stated that. You're full of it.
Why
you
would
know
he
you
say
are.
we need
you have
you?
no evidence.
Why would he
You
say
just make up
we
stuff.
need you, Lauren, already a Christian, to join
Because
our
she
Christian
is
group?
supporting this nonsense secular crap, man. And she's fighting against actual Christians,
right?
And supporting recent converts that have yet to show that they're actual Christians. She's fighting against believers that have shown that they're actual believers, and not against this brand new prostitute Christian that got freaking recognized by the church of church.com or whatever.
HeresyChurch.com.
Yeah,
Well,
HeresyChurch.com.
the thing Lauren is she's very egalitarian in her her belief, because she holds a lot of very feminist worldviews, and it's just to me, I don't know for facts, I don't know what type of church she goes to, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was an egalitarian.
I think she's. Hold on, I'm not speculating. I think she said Baptist at some point, but I can't remember.
Oh, okay. Well, then I could be wrong.
I'll have to.
Well, I mean, I would say no. Actually, Baptist could be egalitarian. What was his name? The guy that wore Purpose Driven Life, Rick Warren. He was part of the Baptist church. He was part of the SBC.
Don't quote me on that. I'm just trying to remember a long time ago someone talking about religion. I'll have to double check. Don't put me down for.
I'm just saying, if she is the Baptist church can be egalitarian too now, because as soon as they say that women could be pastors, that's when
she's definitely Protestant, which is why Andrew was chastising her so much about not being a true.
No, he was
Christian.
chastising her
Anyway.
because he was chastising her because she rather attack Pearl, who is a Christian, than actually call out Nala, because Nala says, "Oh yeah, I'm doing the convert now," when it was fucking April or some shit like that, when she'd actually already converted in fucking December of the previous year, but OnlyFans was still up for 3 or 4 months. The Pearl was calling out Nala for that, and then Lauren went after Pearl with all the rest of those fucking cunts. So then Andrew chastised her because of her own hypocrisy.
And the reason why I brought this up, Glenn, was because earlier you were talking about how you didn't think it was cool that one of your preachers said that it has to be secularly approved in order for marriage to be valid or whatever. The flip side of that coin is there are people who claim that secular marriages aren't valid because it's only church approved marriages are valid. And that's why I brought that up, because I remember this recent exchange with Lauren, and I was like, because I was watching it, listening to it, and as a Protestant, I was like, wait a minute, all Protestant marriages aren't valid according to Andrew Wilson? Is that true? And I wanted to, call him out on that and see if he
I think I think God even honors secular marriages.
I do too. That's why I don't think that's why it's not a debate with us. We don't even debate that because we don't make the claim.
Now, I think that only the church should govern marriages and be able to approve of marriages, right? Like but if non-believers want to have something that's like marriage but not marriage, then they could have like their partnerships, their or common law or their
that's the part where I would agree with like Andrew on is like once you start to get into all the secular bullshit about civil unions and whatever, gay marriages or whatever, you're not talking about marriage anymore. You're just talking about political bullshit that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, so now you've become your own church authority of saying what is a marriage and what isn't a marriage in your own eye. Do you not see the hypocrisy here, man?
No, I don't.
Glenn, wait, I listen to this because you don't understand what went on that debate. But this clip will explain exactly what went on.
I'm not saying that anyone needs to kiss Nala's ass. I'm just saying that as Christians, we cannot make a judgment as to whether or not she has been saved, and it is possible that she has been saved. That's my position on Nala.
That wasn't just your position. Your position in your video was also to attack people like Pearl Davis, who is the only one out of you sea of harpies, that's my words, okay, who wasn't kissing this woman's ass. She was the only one who actually didn't get on her knees and kiss this prostitute's ass because she got dunked at heresychurch.com. The only one.
They're my favorite TradCon women talking points. I'll pray for you. Bitch. You're not praying for shit. You never tell me you'll pray for me when things are going good. When I'm having a great time and we're getting along fine, you never say you'll pray for me. But how crazy is it that whenever you're mad, that's when you're going to pray for me? How using God to be passive aggressive.
This is why we say we're done. This is why we say you're full of shit. And the funniest thing about this is every single one of you bitches rather defend a fellow whore than support the good woman. So the question then becomes, what does that make you?
Okay, Teriyaki, what was incorrect about what Lauren Chin just said?
What are you talking about? Your whole premise. Your whole premise was that Andrew wanted to get on and just dunk on her for being a Protestant. That wasn't the topic of the debate.
No, that wasn't the whole point of what I said.
The topic of the debate was Nala and the way that all these Christians opened her with open arms rather destroy Pearl. That's what that whole debate was about. And that's why Andrew, again, to reiterate, to bring it back to the whole point, was saying, you were supporting secular marriage when you were a Christian. That makes no fucking sense because you're supporting the enemy. That's what he's saying. Now you're trying to make this into Andrew's just trying to get everyone to fucking join Orthodox Christians, which is not what he's saying. He's saying you are a Christian. This is what your book says, and you're supporting fucking secular marriage. What the fuck's up with that? That was what Andrew's case was.
Okay, so one more time. I'll go extra slow. So not all Christians, whether Protestant or Catholic or Orthodox, I don't even think this is the official position of the Orthodox Church, by the way, which Kyle is pointing out. I don't know whether or not Andrew knows his own religion, properly or not. I'll have to let them debate it. But I'm just telling you from the Protestant point of view, we have never made the claim that secular marriages are invalid. In other words, they don't count. They're not legitimate. And so
wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
Legitimate before who?
Anyway, God. The only person that matters is God.
Okay, fair enough. Continue. Sorry.
And so whether or not you were married, in some atheist village and you made the promise to the sky that you will be with this woman until death, obviously they're unknowingly praying to God. They're making that promise to God, whether they know it or not. That's not the important part.
Man.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. First of all, the sky doesn't give a shit whether or not, a couple of hairless monkeys are making words at each other. Only God recognizes the institute of marriage. He understands that free will agents are able to make promises.
So the state does not recognize marriage.
So the problem is not that, are atheists able to get married outside of a church? Like, do they have to go inside a church, subscribe to Christianity, and then get married? Is that the requirement? No.
No, what we're saying is that marriage is when you do vows before God. That's why he doesn't recognize it. The whole reason why secular marriage exists is because of God.
Not necessarily.
Yes.
There are
non-religious
marriages.
Where did the state get marriage from?
Originally from churches, but that's beside the point.
Exactly.
Not where they usually come from. Can they come from? What if a state has no correlation whatsoever to religion? What about China? China has no correlation to religion whatsoever. And matter of fact, it's outlawed by definition.
Well, let me explain. So here's my position.
Are any marriages in China valid, Teriyaki?
Are there Buddhists in China?
No, all religion is forbidden in China by the Chinese government.
By law, there's no Buddhism in China.
There is no religion, period, legally allowed in China.
So, this is my opinion. There has been other nations.
Hold on 2 seconds. No.
Hold on, let me get this.
All right, I'll shut up.
There's been other nations, other countries, that never heard of Christianity or that don't practice Christianity, that have adopted marriage before even hearing Christianity, right? So the practice of marriage has been around forever.
Since Adam and Eve.
Yes. Now, what the church is supposed to do when it comes to marriage is understand what marriage is supposed to represent and how that representation is supposed to be executed and modeled, right?
And clarified what the sacrament is.
Yes.
The sacrament is the promise to God, and so that's the whole point of marriage. That's what makes it holy. That's what makes it special.
No, I'm cutting this cunt off because he's talking pure shit. He said there's no Buddhism in China. Buddhism's been in China since fucking 200 BCE. You motherfucker.
Hey, Teriyaki.
It's the largest religion in China.
Hey, Teriyaki. There are technically Christians in China.
No.
Illegally, they are Christians in China.
The only time that it was banned in China was 1966 to 1976. There's 5 major religions that are recognized by the Chinese government in current society.
Bullshit.
Okay, you're right.
Go reread the Cultural Revolution.
He's his own authority, man. No authority is good enough for him.
What's up, little bat fatty?
By the way, I lived in China. I have relatives in China. I know what their laws and rules are. Whether or not Westerners preach their message about being open to this topic, but
I do know that the conversion rate at one point was outstripping the birth rate in China. So I do know that there was a huge you would say revival or evangelistic effort going on in China a few years ago for a while. I don't know if that's continued.
Let me ask one more clarifying. Sorry. Just one more clarifying question. You have relations. You're an expert in China. Ifi, yeah, correct? Ifi? I think he's gone.
So there's no religion allowed in China.
China banned him.
Is that what you're saying?
He's speaking out against the CCP, so he got kicked off.
CCP got him, boys.
Yeah. So
okay. So my Chinese advisor just corrected me and said,
according to the Chinese,
technically on the books, they claimed that certain religions are allowed, but what happens in reality is it has to be CCP approved. So in other words, the government has to officiate your church for you.
So in other words, there are religions in China. So in other words, there are religions in China.
Your churches. So
yeah.
So like
easy posted them right here. So here we go.
Wait.
Chinese government
right. And so if you attend any of those churches, the CCP has to approve what you're allowed to preach in that church. And so as long as the
you
CCP
said no religion was allowed.
So this is a long way of saying that you were wrong,
I'm telling you,
and there are
practically
religions in China.
speaking, like when as an American, you think, or not American, a Westerner, as a Westerner, you think you have the freedom of religion and you can worship any church you want, and that the government gives a
that's not
shit
what you
about
said.
your religion.
Yeah, I know.
And
right?
so
There was no religion in
my
China.
point
That's what you
was
said.
the CCP doesn't
You said
give a
there was
fuck
no
about
religion in China.
They outlawed it for a while.
You guys, he knows he misspoke.
It was
He
outlawed
knows
in
he
China.
misspoke.
I just said I misspoke. I said my advisor got
And
so
you
mad.
misspoke again in your
She
interpretation.
came in and reminded me that on the books, the CCP said we allow these religions
On the books.
and
On
then
book.
the
That's
only
like saying basically
the
I
only
interpret
way
it
you're
this
allowed
way.
to
That's not a
worship these
strong argument,
religions
though.
is if the
Every
government
time you come with
approves
these
your
arguments, you say
sermons.
basically or in theory or some fucking rationalization or some justification for your thoughts, dude.
So in
That is
other
not a
words,
strong
Glenn,
argument.
here's how it work. This is how it would shake down in America. So like if the United States government didn't like a message you were preaching in your Christian church, and they said, no, we actually don't like the
That's
fact
why
that
we're
you
not
said
a
that.
Christian nation.
What happened in Waco, by the way? Oh yeah.
If we don't like the message you're preaching in your church, like if you say, marriage is a sacrament by God, and then the government says, no, we don't like that part of the message, we're going to change the message and say, actually, marriage is dictated by the state, and you will recognize the state as your highest power.
It's a covenant.
That's
Not a
what would
sacrament, it's a
happen
covenant.
in China, for example.
Okay?
So,
Get your wording.
but see, Americans don't understand this concept because they're like, well, on the books, it technically says you
have no clue what you're talking about.
Follow these religions if you want to.
Nothing you say has any base in merit whatever at all.
But that was my point, Glenn. It was like I said, there's a very distinct difference between religious freedom and what
Well, yeah, and we're starting to see some of that in America as well. Like, I believe there have been certain churches that, from what I understand, were threatened if they'll lose their nonprofit status if they if they're not willing to officiate or let a gay couple use their facilities for a wedding.
And now you see the beauty of the argument of separating church from state and why it's so dangerous when you hear people say, no, we should merge the church and state because this is the path to heaven is, the state enforced church, like Mr. Wilson liked to argue.
I was going to say, and let me guess, you think that's what Wilson argues.
That's what he argues every time. He's always arguing theocracy and
do you ever watch
authoritarian religion.
Dude, he argues for symphonia. That is not a merging of church and state.
He argues that us 30 libertarians are weak because we can't enforce by law our religion upon all citizens. That's the problem why he hates libertarians.
Look.
Well, good thing that we're not judged on just the one thing that we said on one debate one fucking time, right?
Exactly, right?
The official religion.
Dude, he was arguing like
theocracy,
like run state versus non-theocracy. That's not his stance. His stance is symphonia. I even just talked to him about this the other day, bro. Like literally.
Hey, now we are not going down this whole liberal, utopia thing again. We did that earlier, guys.
That's the problem.
We have 30 minutes left before I hit the 12-hour mark.
That was the debate between Smith and Wilson. That's what.
Yes, that was exactly what it was.
I gotta change up for you there, Glenn.
And my troll was probably the best part of that debate. Okay, like you had one on a vape, one on a cigarette, and I come out with a fatty cigar, and yes, that was it.
Thank you for injecting some testosterone into that exchange. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So I say we put Easy and Wi-Fi in a car in Seattle, on a Monday, and you got to get to fucking Florida by Wednesday afternoon, and you got no.
Oh,
cash.
you want to do your reality
You gotta
show?
work together.
You want to do
Here's
your
your show right
reality
there.
show?
Is that how
That's
we're going
big
to pay
money
for
right
your
there, I'll tell you
meds?
what. Big money. People would tune into this shit.
If that will pay for your meds, I'm on board.
There's
Let's
this
do it.
like reality show. It's like in the UK. It's pretty similar. It's like these three guys, and they're each in a car, and they get this like pick their car, but they have to like drive their car to like the next destination, and they have to like sometimes they have like these, like one of them, like one time they had to bring like a trailer, right, like a cabin type of thing, that there's like little like mobile home team, not a mobile home, but like a little, they had to build like a little, I don't know, little like housing unit on there, and they had to drive with this thing on attached to their car and stuff in the snow, and they was watching the whole thing like swerve all over, and then one they like to play pranks on each other. Yeah. Top
Sounds
Gear.
like Amazing Race almost.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
Top Gear? Oh, dude, that show is hilarious.
right?
Yeah.
And then like they undid like the dude's like little cabin thingy, and they like it started sliding down the fucking hill, and he's like going down the slopes of like the ski slope, like all the way down. He's freaking the fuck out. And this, they just undid it from the car, like they undid the the hitch from the car, and that shit was fucking priceless. It cracked me up. Oh man, that was hilarious. But what is this, Uncle Fatty?
Did you hear that Matt Walsh is teaming up with Elon Musk?
For what?
For Walsh
Matt Walsh
Boys?
and Elon are teaming
What
up.
is
Did you hear about
this?
this?
What is this? These Walsh Boys things.
So yeah, Matt, go down to the very bottom there. Angela Knight was doing a book for Matt Walsh there on the men of the men of Mars and the women of Venus or some shit. He's teaming up with Elon to try to figure out what women are on different planets.
Matt Walsh is?
Dude, groundbreaking right here.
What is a woman? Good question.
A female human.
Sorry, I was listening the whole time, but I had a couple phone calls there to take care of. I'm gonna hop down because I gotta go take care of some things before I stream tonight. But you're at 11 and a half hours, just so you know.
I know. I'm about to
just
I might as well just go all the way to the right before the 12, and then
yeah. Well, like you it's not that like the stream will cut off. It's just like after the 12 hours, it won't be uploaded on the replay.
Yep.
So yeah.
Later,
you could even like start your next stream and just right into it.
No. I'm gonna finish up this work that I'm doing here, and then crash out from my 4 or 5 hour nap like normal, and then get back up and do it all over.
Later on the week. Are we still friends before you leave?
What?
Are we still friends?
Yeah, bro, we're good.
All right,
Bro.
cool. All right, just
I didn't even like. I feel like I didn't even say anything that bad to you, bro.
You were screaming at me
You
earlier.
called me retard. I called you retard.
I know.
Actually, you know what? You know what? The only thing that actually I think maybe lit me up is when you were like, "Oh, I liked you better before you were friends with Andrew" or some shit like that.
I knew that would get under your skin. And it worked.
Everybody says that. I'm like, what's everybody's issue with me fucking being friends with Andrew?
Look how much I fucked up Kyle, man. He's like, you don't talk about Andrew that way.
No, I just care about that's easy. I just care about lies,
other
man.
good men, okay?
I know, Kyle.
I would
Fuck
defend you too, I-Fi. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna get Glenn some timestamps, and I'll show all you motherfuckers. But anyways,
you bring me the timestamp.
I'm gonna talk to you guys later. I gotta get running. But,
all right, easy.
Yeah,
I'll let you
appreciate
man.
It was fun, man.
Take care, chat.
I am working
later.
on a very dank Andrew Wilson meme though, and I'll be sure to let you guys get first dibs on it. So I'll see if it's to your
yeah.
opinion.
Like, look, if you get the timestamps, I will host a stream where you could, give them their comeuppance.
There you go. We'll do it. But anyways, I enjoyed the.
Hold up before you go, man.
And we'll have a go at it.
Yeah, we still got 20 minutes. What? Go.
Oh, I was gonna say, The ironic thing about you saying that I gotta defend Andrew is the whole reason I got his clarification on Symphonia versus like a theocracy is because I called in on a disagreement. That's the whole reason I call in.
Now, before you convince me, hey Kyle, before you convince me, are you familiar with the old word games that Catholics play when you say, "Are you worshiping Mary?" and they say, "No, we're venerating her"? Is it one of those word games, or is it different?
No, I know like that style of games, and also in all fairness, like it's Mormons like to say that they believe in the same God and all that, and they say like similar word games and all that.
So what you're telling me is Andrew is honestly just a Christian populist. He would never argue
but I've
theocracy.
actually talked to Eastern Orthodox officials and stuff, man. That is their stance, is that they recognize marriages outside of the church. They just have to ask what happened. How did you go about that marriage? Was it some sort of weird, bizarre civil union that involved no oath to God, etc.? That's what they care about. They don't care if you're part of like, was it Church of Saint Baptist, right?
Yeah.
Did you get married under the Saint Baptist Church? That's what they care about, is like whether or not you made the oath before God. And like Fatty was saying, covenant just is like, you can have a secular covenant. Covenant just means contract. Just like New and Old Testament, that just means new contract and old contract.
Okay.
It's just new covenant and old covenant.
You convinced me, bro. You're preaching to the choir now, so
Anyways, man, yeah. I'm just
all right.
Yeah.
Anyways, when I'm done with my meme, I will bring it here for all of y'all's approval. So
sounds good, man. Sounds good.
I'm working on it. It's under the sweatshops or slaving away on it, and when it's ready, I'll submit it.
Sounds good, Fi.
I'm gonna head out. This was fun. We'll do it again sometime. Later.
Tell me what I'm wrong.
What crazy man?
I'm doing some counseling. I'm doing some counseling tonight for a couple that I'll be performing a wedding for here this summer.
Okay.
You know what kind of weddings I
Physician,
perform,
heal
right?
thyself. Is all I'm gonna say. Physician, heal thyself. And with that mic drop, I'm out.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? But for performing gay weddings?
If it's before God, yes.
Yes.
God.
No, that's it. That like I don't want to even start down that.
We can't even get into that in 20 minutes.
Well, actually, I could do it real quickly. Okay.
Well,
hold on a second.
God?
Hold my beer.
Well, okay. If you're going of like some sort of weird non-Christian God, you can believe something. Does it make it true? No. Sorry, Glenn.
Yeah, like no, I mean I hear you.
I mean, the Hindus don't really give a shit about gay weddings. They kind of honor it, actually.
Well, if they're Hindu, I mean, again, depending on what religious background you are using to, officiate the wedding, but in the eyes of God of the Bible, right? He made it very, very clear.
The red letter verses.
Not even no. We're going to Ephesians. Look, so it says
there's red letter verses.
I know that, but this is Paul's writing, not
gotcha. Yeah.
Jesus's. All right. It says, husbands, or it says, wives, submit to your husbands
and he is
to the Lord.
Oh,
hold on, right there. Let me show you something. In order to be married, there has to be a wife and a husband, right? Okay, and a wife is a woman, and a husband is a man. So right there, we just fucking ruined gay weddings. In order to be married, there's a wife, a woman, and a man becomes a wife and a husband. That's it. Game over. Done. All right, moving on.
Yeah, but Uncle Fatty's arguing about like marriages that are not Christian. I think,
according to that one book. That's one thing that's said written in one book. So, I mean, there are other books, right?
Like, so, and
religion system to make that religion.
To address what Ghost was saying, like we weren't saying that
I've even
marriages
performed
in church. It was his vows before God.
On Memorial Day 2 years ago, dude. It was a thunderstorm, like straight up, like and I didn't get struck down. Lightning didn't even come close to us, right? So like, I can't. It's hard for me to buy into the.
Scripture doesn't say that every single time you do something wrong, you get
There's
struck
one thing
down.
about life, right? There's one thing about life. Love always wins. It always wins. Doesn't matter how it comes. Doesn't matter how it forms. Doesn't matter where it goes. In the end, Christ allows everyone at his feet.
What do you mean by love?
He doesn't judge. Yeah,
No,
you know what? Actually, he
no,
does.
we're not doing a 5-hour debate on
rephrase that.
what
He
is
does.
love with the fucking memes rolling in the chat.
But he allows.
I seen where you were going with this.
Their own path, right?
Uncle Fatty, this could be a whole nother conversation that we cannot get done in 19 minutes.
I can't get anybody to convince me to not.
But it's
what is the meaning of life, Uncle Fatty? Now, quick.
It's like you're dropping the fucking like nuke right at the end of the game, like like when it's like a cliffhanger, like to be continued. Like, don't you?
Trying to
hate
leave
those
you to be continued.
Oh man, I hate those so bad, man.
For you.
Like we already had it long enough, Oh, here
Leaves
comes
you wanting
Brian.
more, right? Not like when Wi-Fi walks off the panel and you're like, yeah.
Okay, Glenn. Timestamp.
Did you see that the spaghetti monster visited the Vatican last week?
Yeah, I saw your background there, bro.
34 minutes.
For what video?
Lauren versus Andrew.
Okay, hold on.
We're gonna say Eastern Orthodox Church is the only one that officiates marriage.
He's gonna say that Lauren is proposing sin to all of her followers because
You said 34 minutes?
Yeah, 34
I'm sure
minutes.
he's just full of it again, but I'm interested to see it.
He didn't literally say the words. Only the Orthodox Church is allowable. He said, "Lauren, you dirty, filthy Protestant, you're promoting sin by allowing secular marriages to occur." And he would obviously include Protestant marriages in that because only the Orthodox Church is the sacramental marriage.
Hold on, we're gonna wait to hear exactly what he says. Okay.
At this stage, I'm surprised he didn't send you a Rick Astley video.
Here we go.
That would be great.
34 minutes. You can skip a little
Contributions,
bit.
donations, things like that should also be kept confidential. What happens instead is these people go on these massive publicity tours, oftentimes heralded by people such as yourself, who make these videos, these long form videos, absolutely kissing their ass when you should be completely dismantling and wrecking them. They're horrific for the patriarchal structures, which you seem to want to advocate for. Why should we kiss their asses? So there's Pearl Davis. She's not kissing their ass. She says, no, broad, get out of here. You're completely destroying the fabric of society. And you're using this as a cloak. We can clearly see you're using it as a cloak. And you people lambast her for saying that. But it's true.
So when it comes to someone like Nala, do you think, you just said you should be keeping your relationship with Christ private. Do you think that someone who is newly saved should be is it a bad thing if they share their testimony?
Absolutely. Running around the country trying to share your testimony of your salvation from the day before, it actually is a defeater to the position of the humbleness of Christianity. You're supposed to operate within Christianity with humility. That is the entire point of it. You're not supposed to pray publicly. You're not supposed to say, look at me. You're not supposed to tell people on Twitter, oh, I'll pray for you. That's just saying, fuck you. That's all that's saying. I'll pray for you is just saying, fuck you. That's all it is. Okay. That's bullshit. That's not Christianity. That's something totally different than what Christianity is. And all I see is people on your side completely going after these red pill podcasters and people like this. And yes, it's true. Many of them are degenerates, but that doesn't make them less right about what's going on in the fact that the Christ pillars offer no prescriptions to marriage at all. They offer nothing.
I don't think that's fair to say they offer no prescriptions for marriage at all.
Well then, okay, Lauren, why should a secularist man get married? Give me one good reason.
Well, I think that having children is a very good and very important one.
Why should a secular man want children? Why would you want a secular man to have children?
Well, because I mean, aside from the general decline in birth rates, which I think is a pretty important one.
To continue to reproduce? That seems like a good idea to you?
Yes, I think even if you are not Christian, you probably should have kids. We're at a point that
Is their marriage valid if it's a secularist marriage to begin with, Lauren?
Listen.
Valid? No.
No.
So
So then
we
you're
can talk
basically
about-
telling them to sin, right, Lauren? Aren't you telling them to sin by telling them to get a non-Christian marriage and have children? Aren't you telling them to sin, Lauren?
See, she thought he got her because he just claimed that their marriages are invalid and they're living in sin.
What's that? Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
you're telling.
so-
So you're telling people to sin, Lauren. That's your prescription.
Do you see
The
how
whole time
fucked
you've
up
been
this
beating the holy
conversation
hell out of the
I'm
red
saying,
pillars, and the
like, was
entire
that
time
what
they've
you
been
were
right,
trying to
and
reference?
you've been telling them to sin, Lauren.
So hang on, let's
Answer the
I'm
question,
happy to admit
Lauren.
where I'm.
Look, you
I'm
can
happy
see
to
her
admit where I'm
brain
wrong.
trying to
This is not a
absorb
problem
the
for me.
words
Let's
that he just
talk
said.
about this. So, do you
Is it coming up,
believe
or are you
that
saying that we already?
He
passed
just
what
said
you're
it.
saying?
Listen to what
do
he
you
just
believe
said.
that it is
He just said
sinful for a man to
all of these
get married,
secular
have
marriages
kids
are
if he is not a
sin
Christian?
because they're not
That's not
valid
marriage.
marriages.
Marriage is a
he's asking for
sacrament
clarification
between a man
right now.
and a
Hold on.
woman. That's within the purview of the Christian ethic.
And Lauren agreed
You
with
have been
Andrew.
running around with the rest of the tradcons,
He confused
telling
Lauren
men
so
to
bad,
sin.
she's agreeing
Well,
with him
different
now.
than,
Hold
than
on.
what Christianity
Let him-
is. And you, all I see is people on your side completely going after these red pill podcasters and people like this. And yes, it's true. Many of them are degenerates, but that doesn't make them less right about what's going on. And the fact that the Christ pillars offer no prescriptions to marriage at all. They offer
I
nothing.
don't think that's fair to say they offer no prescriptions for marriage. at
Okay,
all.
well then, okay, Lauren, why should a secularist man get married? Give me one good reason.
She already answered.
Well, I think that having children is a very good and very important one.
Why should a secular man want children? Why would you want a secular man to have children?
Baby's good.
Well, because we I mean, aside from the general decline in birth rates, which I think is a pretty
You want
important one.
secularists to continue to reproduce? That seems like a good idea to you.
Yes, I think even if you are not Christian, you probably should have kids. We're at a point that
Is their marriage valid if it's a secularist marriage to begin with, Lauren?
Pause it right there.
valid. No,
No.
so
then
just
you're
agreed with
basically telling
Andrew.
them to sin, right, Lauren? Aren't you
Pause it.
telling
Pause
them
it there, Glenn.
to sin by telling them to get a non-Christian marriage and have
See?
children? Aren't you telling them to sin, Lauren?
Do you see what he's saying?
Yes, he's saying that if it's
he's
not a
saying
sacramental
that-
marriage, then
that-
it's
One sec.
sinful
High
because
five, high five, high five, high
secular
five, high five.
marriages are invalid,
You do-
and therefore
you do-
these people are
you-
living in sin.
Yes,
you do
but
realize that Lauren agreed that secular marriages are not valid.
That's
with Andrew,
they're
she
poor.
agreed.
I'm telling
outside of
you,
marriage.
he broke Lauren's brain. She
Oh
knows
my
that's
God.
not
This
true.
is next level simple.
And then
This is
she
next
started
level
agreeing
simple.
with him because she thought she was like saying something dumb. She was like, yeah, actually, I do agree that all secular marriages are invalid and they're sinning. Then she was like, wait a
Because
minute,
it's
did I
true.
just say that? And she was like trying to process
Oh my
it in
gosh.
her
Well,
head.
because
From
then
the
she-
eyes
hold
of
on.
Christians, that is
But
true.
she-
It is sinning.
But
Anyways,
she
go ahead.
she does ask him for clarification afterwards, right here, because I'm confused about this because what I'm being told is that so let's say a couple is not a Christian when they get married,
Right.
but they end up giving their life over to Christ, let's say 5 years into their marriage, right? Are they not married? And if that's the case, like, do they have to get married? Like what is the process then at that point?
Glenn,
Or does God acknowledge the marriage even though it wasn't
Yes,
done?
that's
So,
the whole
Glenn,
point, Glenn. That's the whole point. That's
what
the
I
whole
would
point.
say, Glenn, is that now that they both have agreed to accept the Lord as their Lord and Savior, they should now do a vow in front of witnesses.
No, that's
Yes.
that's implying their original marriage didn't count and wasn't valid.
It's making a contract with God.
Oh my goodness, Glenn! I don't think I can make this thing clear. Okay,
No, I
cool.
hear what you're saying.
Well, one more time, Glenn. As a Christian to a Christian, listen to me for a second.
It's important to make vows to God for
If
when.
we tell the world that they are living in sin because these atheists over here got married in a courthouse under secular rules, they are living in sin because they're fornicating, because they never got married. They're just having sex and living together. They're not married.
True.
Now, if that's true, then that's a whole different ballgame. We're not talking about the society we live in now. We're talking about no one's marriages are valid except for whatever church gets to claim is the valid marriage.
No, it's a vow before God, man.
Yeah,
exactly.
So so this is where I'll be honest with you guys. I need to do more research on this before I even render an opinion on it, because I'm thinking about it. One, I would say that God judges the heart of man, first, more than anything, right? And knows that although they may not have been, in the faith when the time of their marriage, I don't know. I would like to think that he just grandfathers them in after they convert over, right? And he now says, okay, they're both one in Christ, like where I don't know if there's any precedence that says there's somebody that has to go and do another marriage, like another ceremony. I've never heard of any precedence of that by any means.
Nor does it say anywhere that it has to be officially recognized by the church.
No, but
the church doesn't
nobody
decide
said
that the
that,
marriage is valid or invalid. God decides the valid marriage or invalid
You
marriage.
gave the definition of sacramental.
Gay weddings
are okay, hold on one second. Let me pull this up.
Christians can emphasize why it's sacramental.
Thank you.
They don't officiate whether or not it was legit or not.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So
you're welcome.
The problem. You're welcome. The problem
No,
is
like in Uncle Fatty's defense, if some bizarre thing.
That's all right. His meds
scripture
are
is
kicking
not
in.
understood.
His meds are
the
kicking in.
scripture
Don't
wasn't
worry, you'll be fine.
true, or if God had some other meaning, and said that homosexual marriage is a marriage, obviously God would be above that. However, the God that we believe in would not support that, because we believe the God that we believed in gave us the scripture.
First of all, God set the rules. God set the rules that one man and one woman can get married. Those are the only
4,200 gods that are worshipped on earth today? Which one of the
Christian God,
4,200?
crazy. The Christian God, the Trinity God.
Awesome. That one.
So,
Great.
Kyle, the problem is that the rules have already been laid out with or without religion. Even the patriarchs were under the same law. The Jews were under the same law. The Gentiles were under the same law. Christians are under the same law. God defines marriage as one man and one woman joining for life in marriage.
Your God. Your God. Remember that.
The problem is
Your God
that you don't
defines it that way.
require a state or even a church to make it official.
Hold on, because Glenn's streams ended. Sacramental marriage, by the way. Try that, Glenn, because the sacrament's a little different. Sacramental.
That's what Andrew's arguing. Andrew's arguing that it's like one of the sacraments of the church, which means you need.
I argue that the third party is necessary in a marriage. The third party is the Holy Spirit. The third party is the accountability partner.
That's why he was chastising Lauren for encouraging these godless heathens to live in sin.
No, that's your interpretation of it.
Because they think they're married.
Glenn.
In reality, God didn't recognize their marriage, and so they're just sinning. That's what he was
Your
yelling
lens
at Lauren
is
for.
skewed, brother. You are looking at things through a skewed lens.
And that's why
Finding what you
Lauren
want to find.
was dumbfounded for a second because she thought she knew what she was
No,
saying. She thought
because
she
she agreed
understood
with
it,
him.
but she was like, "Oh, wait a minute, maybe I was wrong.
Let
Maybe
me
you're right."
let me try to extend the olive branch, try to finish us on a high kind of thing. I remember when you were like talking with China and you said there's no religion in China, all that stuff, right?
Right. Uh-huh.
We went through that like it.
Good times.
Those were good times. I miss those times. Let's go back.
Would you be willing to concede that the I don't know what the word is, the inaccuracy that you had about China, you could have the same inaccuracy about
That's why I let you and the panel review it to make sure I'm not going crazy.
Okay.
So
yeah,
Glenn,
that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
hey
That's all
Glenn,
I'm
what's the verdict? Did he say that?
He pulled up a timestamp and played 10 minutes of a video and rationalized how it all fit together.
Did Andrew say, or did he not say that Lauren is encouraging all these people to live in sin because their marriages are invalid? Did he not say that? You're muted, Glenn.
And what was your argument of bringing up that clip in the first place? It was not what you just alluded to.
You're still muted, Glenn. You're still muted, Glenn.
I dropped some links in the back for you guys. You'll really like them. Reverend Ed Trevor's Church Without Walls.
You have no audio, Glenn. You've been silenced from your own
All
show.
right, so
You got 4
we did
yards,
say
Glenn.
that. I need to dive more into that understanding more before I render like my opinion on that.
Also, feel free to invite Andrew to come over and explain himself, since maybe I misinterpreted his words, and what he really meant was something way much more sane, because that's fucking insane what he just said. So, and that's why Lauren was like, her brain just like shut down for a second, because she was like, wait a minute, what did you just say? And then she tried to like rationalize it in her head in the middle of a debate. And then she was like, yeah, Andrew, I guess you're right. I do agree with you. And she was like, didn't know how to respond.
Well, you know what? We will say we're gonna save this topic. It'll be to be continued.
Yeah,
I'll look into it more as well, but I can't even find where the heck the definition I had earlier is.
Give me like a week or two to really dive into it. I don't want to rush it because there's I just want to make sure I give it a good amount of time to really thoroughly understand that. But thank you guys for tuning in all for the 12 hours, and for everybody decided to hop on the panel. I'm just gonna recap like really the moral of the story of the day. I would say, be careful of what you say or what you assume to know. You could do some significant damage to one's reputation, one's character, their name, and that could be very costly to people. And make sure you know the facts before you open your mouth. You make yourself look really bad, and you could do, again, like I said, significant damage.
Always seek another perspective, right?
And it's not the moral thing to just jump the gun just because you may think you got something. The moral thing would be to do your due diligence and verify that you have the information you need to present a thorough case that you're claiming that you have. And don't trust the internet. Don't fucking trust the internet.
But the internet never forgets, and we are.
What about inmate.com? Inmate.com has some great information, though.
And with that, you guys been like tuning in for a long time. You probably got some sweaty balls just from sitting on your chair, and you want to get the BO out of your life, right? So what you need to do is that you need to get tactical soap from Grondike. Right. And make sure you wash away all that disgusting BO. This episode was brought to you by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company, a game changer in men's grooming. Crafted with natural pheromones, it's designed to elevate your alpha status, masculinity, attractiveness, and charisma. Each bar is meticulously formulated to invigorate your sense and leave you feeling confident and irresistible. Unleash your true potential with Tactical Soap and command attention wherever you go. Order now by